can't. No when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champs. Once we log in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these news they hit, we got 'em. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. No when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champs. Beat 'em advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team with some killing bees, killing these news while they still we replenish. We load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it all land on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate end gamers league a million degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
To the Thursday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League, season number 9. And while it may be Thirsty Thursday at your local watering hole, the only thing we're thirsty here for at the UEL is wins, baby. So I've got one question, and one question only. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down. It's time for the UEL to shine. So let's get down to that UEL beatdown.
Hey, logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', here we go.
Oh my God! BMB shot! BMB strikes the goal!
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, so they get stuck in their college view. But
Ultimate Endgame
another
is a person that is defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know,
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Jekyll. Traded, journeyman, expect.
ourselves as like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Your boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy, you can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. Theater Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
Welcome. It's Thursday night. I'm here in UEL with the boy Paco today, and my name is POP, yeah. So look, today is your first game of the season. This is your third season in the league. So what are you expecting today?
Definitely, I'm expecting to show all the growth that I've seen, especially in the behind the scenes. I know I've been pretty hands-off with at least the playing aspect of the game, or of the team. I've done a lot of the social media aspect, things like that. I've kind of taken a step back, but obviously, of course, staying in close proximity with everybody else, helping out with practices, things like that. And then finally, I can come on and show what I've been working on.
All right, so what you're saying is today's going to be a breakout game for you then.
I hope so.
No,
I definitely hope so.
Hope so? Come on, man. Today's going to be a breakout game.
It's going to be that breakout thing.
All right, because you got the 1 and 3 Paladins across you, right?
Yeah.
You got Billy, who's your captain.
Yes,
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Who's the general.
Mhm.
And he said, hey, Paco, it's your time, baby. It's time to shine. So what game are you looking for right now?
There's definitely a couple of them. Need for Speed is definitely a big one.
Okay, okay.
I love me some Need for Speed. Skullgirls.
Coppers or Racer? Which one?
I mean, it's definitely more fun to play racers, right?
Okay.
But either or, definitely more confident as far as cops.
Okay.
Skullgirls, I've played Skullgirls since, man, I was in like high school. I remember actually bringing my laptop to school and playing Skullgirls. So I've played Skullgirls for a very long time.
Time out. I'm
Yeah.
gonna do a technical timeout right now. Hold on.
Yeah.
So you're telling me right now, Skullgirl come on the wheel and it lands, you're going in.
It's raps.
And that's a W?
It's raps.
All right, hey, look, right now, put it in the chat. It's a W if he goes in. Bet all your money on him, on the boss, baby. All right, so look, about to close it up a little bit. So tell me what you're expecting right now for the paddle line to come at you. Like, which game do you think they're going to come at you hard?
Definitely, they're a big fighting team. Right?
Okay.
A lot of their fighters is going to be hard fought. Even Skullgirls. I know that I say, it's going to be raps, and it is. It will be raps. It's going to be a hard fought raps. But that's definitely where I see more of the excitement coming in, right? Fighting games is what I love to do. And there's nothing that makes me more excited, more enthused to play than a close match. So I am looking forward to
Hold on. You say you want a fighting game? You got LA, TLG,
Yeah.
Strix.
Yeah.
You going to take them out?
take them all out.
Y'all heard it. He going to take them out, man. He said first game of the season, baby. He coming out to everybody. Checks, names, everything. Like he said, are you ready? He's ready.
I'm ready.
He's ready.
I'm ready.
Come on now. So now look, everybody out here, the first time meeting you, what should they know right now about you that they don't know right now?
But they don't know. That's a tough one. Because I feel like I put myself a lot out there.
I got a question.
Sure.
What kind of shampoo you use?
What kind of shampoo? Ooh.
You got some good hair, man. You got to shake it.
Yes, sir. Man, I forgot the brand, but it's basically, I think it's an all-natural one. It's got like jojoba oil and things like that. So I always go for the all-natural stuff.
Okay.
And then I use like stuff like Tresemme and stuff.
So you're all natural, and you said you're going to pick all natural behind today too, right?
Oh, 100%.
All right.
100%.
Hey, with him today, man, first time, you know what I'm saying, talking to him. I'm glad I met him. Hey, go out there and do work, baby.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there again, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way. Yes, it is.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
All right, and now I am joined by King Cryptix, the Tier 7 for the Paladins. You are in your debut game for this season. Going up against the Bots, a 4-1 team. Do you feel any kind of pressure from your team or from the other side?
I mean, not entirely. I came here to do my thing. I'm going to do my thing, and I'm expecting to win, honestly. And I'm excited, but the best is all I can do. So, I don't know. Not really any pressure, honestly.
I'm glad you're not feeling any pressure. It's going to be a really good game. You're going to have to bring a lot to the table, but there have been a lot of players in your position so far this season. The Paladins have been trying to figure out who's going to be that final man on this roster. Why do you think it's going to be you? What do you bring for the team?
I mean, obviously, sports, FPS, I'd say I'm very diverse as a player. Yeah, I mean, I really can do a lot. I'm a fast learner. I mean, whether I get that spot, I don't know. Maybe I end up even higher. Who knows? But ultimately, like I said, I'm going to just do my thing, and wherever I end up is where I'll end up. But I'm looking forward to it.
Sounds like you bring some big things for this team, some of the things that, honestly, the Paladins have been looking for right now. They have the strategy, they have the fighters, but you talk about the shooters and the sports. Give us a little bit of info on the background. What are the games in particular that we should be watching you on today?
I mean, FIFA for sure. I grew up in Europe playing soccer, so, I mean, coming back to America, and ultimately that's what I built my career off of. I mean, that's for sure my strong suit. FPS, once again, I mean, I've been playing those since I grew up. Don't really make a lot of content on those, so a lot of people don't really know I play those FPS games, but y'all gonna see.
All right. Well, we wish you really good luck in your game today. We can't wait to see you perform, and hopefully, like you said, we start seeing you move up that roster.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
All right, now a big official welcome to Week 7 of Season 9 here at the UEL. I am Speedy, and I'm joined here today by Pop. We've got this game, Paladins versus the Bots. The Paladins looking to pick up a much-needed win for this playoff berth. The Bots, on the other hand, in a really secure position, probably expecting to win this one. So what do you think the outcome's going to be here today?
Well, right now, I think the Paladins right now is finding underneath the couch right now. They're trying to find loose change, trying to make sure they can find enough money to have a whole dollar. Right now, the Bots are 4-1. The loss that they had lost wasn't really a divesting or a destruction loss. It was one of those like rebuilding. So I feel like the Bots have I'll probably say the 80-20%, but I know half those players on the other side. So I'm gonna say 50-50 right now. I got 12-13.
All right, yeah. 12-13 would be a very interesting outcome. Last week, we saw a lot of the lower-end teams, the teams on the bottoms of the standings, having pretty good showings against higher teams toward the top of the standings, not even just middle of the road. So really, the Paladins can do anything. They've already shown that they're strong in general. They just have to show that they can win now. They have to be able to finish and bring it all the way to the finish line. Their only win so far was a game that they won by 1 point. It has to be a stronger win than that. We're going to head over to Rock, Paper, Scissors and see who's going to get the first technical win of the day.
Let's find out.
All right, it's going to be Magna and Billy the Goat. They've got their backs to the camera. They're going to turn toward each other. And it will be the Paladins winning and taking
the youngin has taken the first one
over Billy
the Goat.
Billy the Goat, unable to take the win in Rock, Paper, Scissors. So what that's going to do is that is going to decide pretty much for the Paladins whether or not we're going to be playing this first game, which it looks like it's going to be, is that NHL? It is. NHL 24. So the Paladins will decide if they want to play this one against the Bots or if they want to respin and get another one of the 33 games that are on our wheel against these 5 different categories.
Well, I see the Bots don't have Billy. Don't have Bubbles. So,
yeah,
there would probably be a good chance to go ahead and try to play against the Bots because nothing towards the Bots, but Bubbles is one of my old teammates from the Cobras, and trust me, his mindset, his gameplay is different. So not having him in the game and his skills and his coachable, this might be the upside of the Paladins on this one.
Yeah, he is a great team player, truthfully, and sports is the category where he shines. But instead of him today, we have Paku
who is going to be in for the bots. And in fact, on the Paladins, we did talk to Cryptic as well. We talked to both of those players. Cryptic seems excited to get into this one. He thinks he has a lot to offer the team. What did you hear from Paku?
Hey, Paku said he's been doing the social media for everybody for the last 3 seasons. He's been behind the scenes. So now that he has his first time to be inside the game and be on here, he's ready to shine. Also, he's ready for fighting games. So I feel like I told him, you got a whole lot of fighters over there on the other side. So he said, hey, he's taking them out. So.
All right. Yeah, both of these teams actually very strong in fighting games. I think it's going to be one of the most contested categories today. So I'm really excited to see which way it leans, or if it's going to be even split down the middle and be all up to the other categories to decide who's going to win this one.
Like, I'm looking at both lineups right now, and I'm not a betting man, but if I had to be a betting man, fighting, I'll go down the middle with both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Sports-wise, no bubbles. So I'm going to go with the Paladins a little bit, but you still got Billy. You know, you can't get wrong with that.
Yeah.
Now you're going with strategy, definitely Billy, hands down with the boss, because you got Raging Cajun. And then shooting-wise, you have to be hand-eye coordination, quick on decisions, split decisions, and most of the guys on the boss are married. So guess what? They're making good decisions, split decisions. So that's all I'm saying. So.
Yeah, well, it looks like from the bots, we're going to be getting actually the tier 5 through 7 to start. So it's going to be Ceviche, Ragin, and Paku going in. So Paku going to be starting his very first game of the day, this season with the first game of the day. Cryptic's, on the other hand, doing the same thing on the side of the Paladins. The only difference is he'll be going in with his tier 1 by his side.
Oh, LA the GOAT on the other side. LA is, first pick, I want to say 2 seasons ago. He's one of those guys that he might not look like he knows everything, but guess what? He knows everything.
Yeah,
so you better be, if it's sporting, if it's shooting, if it's racing, anything that he's going to be in there. That's why he's a tier 1. So.
Exactly. And those tier 1s, we're going to talk about them a lot throughout the day, because I think Billy has already proved that he is a solid tier 1 for his team, a pillar that stands between his team and any other team. You have to get through him if you want to take wins over any of his teammates. The Paladins, on the other hand, I think diversify their roster and put more weight on everybody rather than putting all the pressure on their tier 1. We'll have to see if the difference maker is having Billy be that insanely strong player on the side of the bots that's able to guarantee them some wins along the way.
Well, I'm looking to see what the lineups right now, and I forgot about Ragin, right? Ragin's one of those guys that you might not think that he plays hockey. He plays sports. Trust me. He been with the Crowbers for 2 seasons and with the boss now, and most of the guys that he played with on the boss was already there. So look out for Ragin this game. I'm gonna tell you, Ragin probably gonna have 2 points, 2 goals, just like LA. Calling it now.
All right, well then it should be a high-scoring game. I hope to see it. Paku here going in for this NHL and not Billy makes me think that Paku is freeing up a bit of the space to allow Billy to save himself for games that he's really going to specialize in. I think this bots roster is a little more confident with him in the lineup, being able to put their top 4 players in the games that they think they belong in, and they're able to get wins in easily.
I see that. Like Billy's taking the first game off. He want to make sure that he can see what's going on, you know. So right now we have a technical timeout. So let's talk about the game real quick. So if the first time that you're coming to us, right, you have the NHH is 24. It's a 3v3. You have Money Puck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Money Puck can be in the 3rd goal or the 2nd. All depends on when it pop up. So now you have a chance to lose Money Puck too. You can lose it or you can gain off it. It could be 1 or 2, up to you. So it can be a 4-0, and then you can have a Money Puck for 3. And take it down, -3. So this game could go back and forth, but I feel like if the boss come off early, the Paladins probably can take it in the 2nd period.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be a tough one in this game of NHL, honestly. I think it's going to be down to Cryptic's. Unfortunately, very first game of his season, he's going to have all the weight on his shoulders, so there's going to be a lot up to him. Mad Genius is in as well, who is a sports player, so I guess we're not putting too much of it on Cryptic's right now, but we know that all eyes are going to be on him. People want to see what he's capable of.
I know Mad Genius, I talked to him earlier. He said that he was trying to get back into one of the sports where he want to make up for what the last game. So him being in the first game, I think they're going to make a statement right here. If they don't, it can be one of those things that it could be a mind thing. Like, oh, we lost this right here. Oh, another sports game. No, you lost this one. Okay, get over it and play another game. That's it. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of game to go. We're going to have 4 hours here with a halftime in the middle, so 2 2-hour halves. And the Paladins will have time to respond to the bots. If the bots are winning, the bots will have time to respond to the Paladins. If the Paladins are winning, they'll have 15 minutes in between to get themselves together and figure out where they want to go from that point. A lot of these games have come down to the wire by the half, but then one team in the second half will pull away and dominate the second half, take the win more decisively. I'm hoping to see today one of these teams step out and show us what they're capable of, because I think right now there's all of those 6-2 places in all of the conferences are so closely packed at this point. I don't think 1-3 and 4-1 tells you how close this one really could be. However, if the bots, with this introduction of Paku, have a strategy that works better than the one they had before, I think they could come out on top of this as the definitively better team.
So, bots was last year, I want to say conference, up there in the conference finals.
Yeah.
So they are a veteran team. So, and not saying the Paladins not a veteran team, say they all came together, different styles, right? This might be the turning point for the Paladins, right? Like, we're at that halfway mark where, do we give up or do we keep pushing? Keep pushing. So if they come out here right now and push, there might be a chance for them to turn their whole game over.
They can turn this season around, and it looks like we're going to get the finals, I believe, is going to be the next one. So 5v5 shooter. We know 4 of the players from each team that are going to have to go in. So it's really just choosing from one of the players that's in right now. And I don't think that's too terrible. I think they're going to have pretty much their ideal lineups.
All right, so we're looking at right now, the Paladins are the blue jerseys.
Yes.
LA is blue, King Crypt is yellow, and Mad Genius red.
Yeah, and then we have the bots over there in white, and we will let you know what colors those players are. It looks like Paku is going to be purple. We have Ragin in the... Looked like it was saying yellow. However, we will see. It looks like we also have King Cryptix in yellow. So we'll have to see if these teams are split correctly. It might have been a... Looks like we have a green, yellow, purple on one side.
Somebody... Was that a... Okay. So it wasn't somebody pause button. So... Oh, man. That was quick. What was that King Cryptid?
That was blue and red, which means that was. It looks like that was
LA,
Mad
LA,
Genius
Mad Genius.
LA.
We just talked about Mad Genius coming in LA. So Mad Genius, with the score. Okay, coming out here with the goal.
Yeah, now it's a tight defense coming out. We see LA is going to be that light blue color that you see, that cyan. It's the dark blue, or perhaps the purple. Yeah. I think we're considering that purple will be the Paku. So that's the difference between the colors. We see there's a blue and a cyan there. I will let you know exactly who everybody is, but it looks like that's Mad Genius in the red again. Can't let him get control of that.
Raging with the puck. Oh, should have passed it right there.
Mad Genius alone in front of the net with the
Nice.
goalkeeper.
Oh,
Sends it to
nice
his teammate.
pass.
It's LA again putting that one in the goal.
Yeah. I see you out here, LA. Mad Genius, they out here playing around, man. I see them.
Very clean play from them so far. We are not that far into this one. If they're able to score this next one, they'll be 1 point away from a definitive win. They only have to get to 5.
But this right here is also a money puck.
That'll put them up to 4, and they'll be 1 point away. So what we're going to see is the Paladins goalie there holding onto the puck. That will send them back to the top of the ice, and the bots will have control, but they'll have to bring it all the way back down. They lose control for just a moment. They're giving it away once again. Mad Genius finding that one, and he's going
to himself. Oh, behind the goal.
Yeah, very nice. Now we've got this player kind of
nice little push.
tripping up
by himself. Oh, nice little stick move. Oh, no.
That is not going
interference.
to be
Interference with the puck.
Goal. They put their arms up. Even they thought it went in. Even the players in the game thought it went in, but unfortunately, no, that will not be a point. So it's going to be control back over. Mad Genius tries to take another shot, put it in. LA just barely misses the puck.
One-timer. He missed the one-timer on that.
Almost made the
Mad Genius and LA right now are showing nice teamwork with these two-man game right now.
Yeah, it's Mad Genius in control again, but he's unable to keep it for the moment. So it's going to be Raging Cajun putting it to the goalie, and the goalie's going to send it back out to Mad Genius. LA all the way over.
Nice
Sorry,
pass.
that's... So that is Mad Genius in the dark blue that we've been seeing. We now have the color correction. Mad Genius in the dark blue. That red player that's been scoring, that is King Cryptix. So that's him with control right now.
King Cryptix is showing out.
Very close. Had to slide it out from
almost
the legs.
a own goal. Okay. Oh, nice. Nice Cajun.
Agent almost able to put it in, but the Paladins goalkeeper going to lay on top of that one. Once again, going to send it to the top of the ice, and it's going to be starting control from Ceviche. Puts it over to Paku here. Paku unable to find a pass to a teammate. Picked up by Ragin. Oh, just poking it out now. They're just playing a little bit of a stick poke game.
They cleared out the wrong way. You only got 30 seconds right now in the first period.
We only are going to be playing 2 periods as well here.
With
This
the
new
pass.
format, it's in again. This time, it is actually LA that we are calling out correctly.
Wow.
That one was him.
With the pass to LA. Yeah. Okay, now it was 4-0 right now.
4-0. They only need one more point. The -2 money puck would only be salt in the wound. A beautiful pass. This time it does not get through into the goal. We're going to see Ceviche in control.
Nice little poke out.
Yeah, Ragin unfortunately unable to hold on to control. The passing is going wild here. We see King Cryptic's in control. Tries pass to his teammate, loses control. Ceviche throwing it over to his
period's
teammate.
over right now.
We will make it to the second period.
We barely.
Barely. Just
made
barely.
It. So right now, everybody out there, if the Paladins score, game is over because we're going to 5. But if the boss score, Paladins lose points.
Yeah,
so.
It'll be a 1-2 game. The bots will only be off by 1, so it's up to the Paladins here to close this one out.
And we switch sides now.
Right, so we will see the bots on the bottom going up the ice, and it's going to be the Paladins now coming back down the ice.
Clear it out, clear it out. Good clear. Nice little push by Ragin. Nice little So everybody out there, if you hold the puck with the goalie, right, it's going to take his energy away. So go ahead and try to get out there as soon as possible. If not, the other team get the puck back.
Right. So exactly what we're seeing right now is the Paladins hold on to it, and you give it right back over to the bots. Now we're going to see some nice passing, a hard shot from a little bit far away, and that one's going to go all the way outside the rink, so they're going to have to reset.
Hand-eye coordination wasn't there on that one.
Not quite.
Ooh, nice little poke. Oh, go for the puck.
Team communication not on point at the moment, and it gives an opportunity to the bots, but they're not able to capitalize yet. Ragin still trying to put in shots. The goalie will sit on that one and let them get control back.
Oh, that practice. I see you out there, Ragin.
Going to be Ceviche now with control at the top. Ragin gets it again, but he's checked.
Oh, nice little pass. King Cryptic missed.
We're going to see Ceviche with control, but there are Paladins in the way.
Nice little wall by the Paladins. Oh.
Very close contact.
The bots are also being crumbled up too. They're not staying out on the ice. They're all crumbled. So, like, see how the Paladins are staying out in their lane? It's one down one lane, now on the other lane. Oh, nice little move. Nice little move.
Ceviche just a little bit too close to make that one happen. Maybe he wanted to get the spin a little bit earlier so he could have still been in front of the goal instead of shooting at the back of the goalie. However, it's up to the bots to really get a footing in this game because right now the Paladins can play this keep-away game all day long. That one's going to be in control of the bots goalie. They have to get it out of there, maybe not knowing which player was in control. Ceviche looking for a pass, unable to get it. It's going to be LA now, takes a shot, does not go in, it's defended. Ceviche gets control again, sends it over to Ragin. Takes a shot, and that one's not good either.
He should have passed that. He had an open man on the left-hand side. What could have been a one-timer.
Oh, and off of the pole.
The right corner. Oh, my goodness.
That was very close to being a score, but unsuccessful. That one, however, going to be a quick one in by Ragin.
Okay,
very
okay.
Nice. They're back in this one. That's a -2. This is a 1-point game.
It was just 4-0. Now it's 1-2. Man.
The bots, oh man. They have 1 minute to do it, though. They do still have to. We saw how long it took them to score that time. Now they have to do it again.
Ooh.
Control from the side of the Paladins. The bot's going to hang on to that one. They know that nothing can be scored on them right now. They don't have that same -2 puck that's going to save them in the future.
Yeah,
they have to be very careful.
It's a -1 puck coming in 3, so.
A very close game here. Cajun free at the net, sends it at the goalie. Not going to be able to score. Control for Paku. Trying to find a teammate. He does not. It's control back over to the Paladins. However, the Paladins are going to give away control for free. Now a little bit of a struggle for the puck. Ceviche sends it to Paku. Paku to the goal. Not going to be in.
His old teammate just blocked the puck. Oh. He had to open him.
At this point, everyone has had control. That goalie is low stamina. They have to keep it away, and they will. Matt Genius is up the ice. That's Cryptic from far. Unable to score a goal. 10 seconds remaining. The bots have to bring this one up the ice. Cryptic is able to keep it away. He might save this game for them. 5 more seconds is all it's going to take. They have to get this one to Paku. They won't. It's in Cryptix's hands, and the game will be over. Paladins almost tripped and fell over their own feet in the end, but they take the win.
I don't got no nails now after watching that game. That's all I'm saying.
It was way closer at the end than it looked like it was going to be after that first period.
Well, you know, with hockey, if you start off early and it shows you, I don't know what team they had. I think they had the Lightnings on the box. They was coming back with the money puck. So with the money puck, if you can get an opportunity to score in front of them goal, do so. But Paladins kept pushing. Bots, great effort. Just one thing I have to say, spread it out. You know what I'm saying? Y'all was like this. Spread it out. That's it.
Yeah. Reminded me a little bit of the Reapers playbook, is just play aggressive, play harsh and in their face. And unfortunately, the bots are not the Reapers. When you've got Cutters and Cat, and last season it was even Hollywood in there with them, all pushing it in front of your net, there's no way you're stopping it. However, the bots, it looks like Ceviche, Ragin, and Paku are going to have to play a little bit more coordinated. They had it in the second period. They knew what they were getting into. Just a little bit too slow to be able to take the win. So with 1 minute remaining, we're going to be heading into the finals here. 5v5 on our PCs. It's going to be a first-person shooter. Obviously, we're going to get the 4 players that you see highlighted on the bottom for either side. But we actually have a replay from NHL that we're going to throw up here.
Okay. Which one? Probably Mad Genius. Probably Mad. Let me see. So it's 1-0 right now. All right,
so
going up.
Ceviche in control of that
Ceviche
puck.
moving the puck. Oh, nope.
And that was the takeaway by Cryptix.
Yep.
It got into LA's hands for a moment, but he passed it to Cryptix. It was off of his skates.
Nice little Raging with the stick move. Oh, got it back. King Cryptid. He's pushing on the left-hand side. See how they got 2 right there?
Beautiful.
Hey, listen.
Beautiful.
Hey,
passing.
listen. Hey, I need to see that again because it looked like that he passed it to the other player and then he shot it.
Immediate shot from the other. Yeah,
Oh, man.
and that was Mad Genius. So it was Cryptix to Mad Genius. That was the duo that we talked about being that sports duo for the team. And I think we're going to get Tekken 8 coming up next. Yeah, so another 5v5, but this time going to be a fighter. Fighters are really what we want to see between these teams.
So we already know the 4 went in, right? And then we don't know if LA or Mad Genius or King Crypt is going in.
Looks like it's King Cryptix on the side of, we are returning back just for a moment.
Okay.
All right, but yeah, it looks like we're going to have King Cryptix on one side, and it's going to be Ragin going in on the side of the box.
Listen, if Ragin wasn't going in, that's a problem. Ragin's probably one of the best shooters in this league, underrated shooters, for real. So.
All right, well, we will see what we're going to get into here. We got our wheel spin. We know that Tekken 8 is coming up next. However, we still have to get into this game of the finals. So, who is going to be ready and available for Tekken? It's going to be Ceviche and Paku on the side of the bots. And it's going to be LA and Mad Genius on the side of the Paladins.
Well, Paku's going in for a fighting game. LA fighting game, Tekken.
Yeah.
So
one of those players will be able to sit out, maybe, if that's the player they don't want. Obviously, we're going to get Mordecai. We're going to get Dictator Chicken. We're going to get Billy. So those are very clear and concise. But whether they put in Paku, Ceviche, or La Bomba, I'm uncertain what they're going to do with that mix-up.
I would probably say Ceviche. You have to. So Paladins, I would say you already know LA's going in, Mad Genius. And then it would have to be TLG, Strix, and Magna.
And Magna, okay. So we'll see some of Magna.
Yeah, because I will leave Imperial out just because of his coverage. And I'm not saying Magna can't cover a whole lot, but if a sports game come up, Magna's not. That's nothing towards him, but sports is not Magna's top thing, you know.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you want to be able to cover all of your bases. If they roll another one of these fighters, a lot of them are group fighters, 5v5, so they'll be able to run through a lot of their lineup. It's for those lower games. It's for the college football where you only get 2 players in a sports game that you don't want to be caught in a situation like that. So that makes a lot of sense. We do have a technical timeout still right now. That's the reason why we've come back over to here. I believe one of those players, it looked like, was not filled in on the loading screen, so I believe they didn't load into the game quite properly, but they will get in eventually. They'll get in there, and we have our 5 players from each side. I want to have eyes on La Bomba in this one. He's been moving up and down the tier list a lot through the season, and I want to see him go into one of the games that his whole team doesn't necessarily have coverage on, which would be these shooters. It's something that the Paladins have players across the boards that can fill those spots. La Bomba is really, really relied on, as well as Ragin, to go into these shooters and perform for the team. The rest of the team is going to do what they can to help.
Yeah. I know the finals right now is probably one of the new games that people love to go at because it's not Call of Duty. You know, it's not Apex or anything like that. It's something that, you know what I'm saying, as a team, you have to move around. And then we're not having LA in, you know, for the Paladins, but you got Strix, you know what I'm saying? You got Magna, you got King Cryptic. King Cryptic, you know, it's tier 7. You know, you see him right here. Like he's showing what he's worth right now.
Yeah, he said that shooters and sports are what he wants to come in and show his worth on. And this is a shooter following a sports game. He's gotten both of his categories right off the bat. We're going to start with him. It looks like he's playing that medium character, and they're actually going to go with a triple medium double heavy setup. So they're going for survivability and long-term game planning. They're not going for using one of those light operators and instead opting for less movement.
All right, you said triple medium heavy. Too heavy, right?
Yeah, triple medium too heavy. On the other side, however, we have quadruple medium and 1 light. So no heavies to soak up any of that damage. We will be playing power shift here. There's going to be a platform in the middle of the map, and these teams are going to have to fight for control of that platform to be able to move it in the direction of the other team's spawn. They want to push toward the other side, and that is how you will get your win, is when those 10 minutes are over, whichever side this platform is on, that will be the team that loses, because the teams are trying to push into each other. So right now, already a kill coming out from the side of Cryptics, and we see here, unfortunately, already going to be a death from Imperial. So he's going to be on the respawn screen for a moment. Now it's Magna finding a kill onto Billy the Goat. The revive is coming out, but he's going to be able to put down the shots immediately and help his teammate find a kill there. So it's going to be Paladins with the first control. You can see they're already moving that objective. And Magna on the backside on one of these enemies finding the kill. Now he's going to be able to revive his teammates as well. However, he's caught from behind by La Bamba, who's going to come in and revive his teammates instead. The bots are going to be back in this one quicker than we thought.
See, and you just talked about La Bamba and everybody else. You know, so La Bamba's showing his worth right now in this shooting. So I just feel like whoever's going to be the platform, taking charge of the platform, is going to be the person that's in charge. And right now, the bots looking like their style. Wow, did you see that?
TLG just jumped the roof into a horde of bots players. They were all ready for him. Now TLG wanting to play on the inside. He doesn't have a lot of health to work with, but he is running into one of these light players. Unfortunately, that is La Bamba. He's going to go down. We can see how well he's playing now.
Yeah. I wish I could hear their communication right now. Because like cause right now, you can see TLG is, like, he's not talking, right? But you can look at Raging and them. They're not talking, but you can see their movement of their mouth is a little bit. They're saying certain things. So might be emphasizing, hey, left side, right side, hey, on top, bottom. So call-outs is always great in shooting or any game that you have a team.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to push this objective. You can see all 5 players here from the side of the bots. We're watching Dictator Chicken right now, holding a good position on the objective. He's one of these many medium characters. We can see at the mediums, they're also running 2 turret mediums and 2 healing mediums, which is a really good way to diversify the team. The damage starts early. There is a turret on the objective, but it's not even going to get up in time. We saw one of those Paladins players go low as well, and he's going to go down. That's TLG losing out early. That's actually 2 players out now because they were able to kill King Cryptics as well. That's a huge death for them. Mordecai, however, going down now as well. We see Dictator Chicken fall, so now it's 3 versus 3. That RPG's coming out from one of those heavies. Where is it going to find contact? We won't know. We'll have to watch Raijin, who's able to take down Imperial Raijin there.
Man, I wish I could hear them talking right now. Raijin's over there talking a lot.
Yeah, we can see the platform about to flip as well, back in control of the Paladins. Another kill coming out from Magna. He's on fire right now with that rifle. Finding a lot of these
17
kills.
years old. Nothing else to do besides play video games.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. He is on top of it. Really nice shots while moving from Mordecai. That's a difficult thing to do. Was able to take down half of that health bar. La Bamba picks up the kill, so now it's the bots finding control in the fight. They just have to get control of the objective.
Man.
And here it's going to be the fight.
Communication got to be everything in this right here.
Yeah, we can see that damage. The shield is up, but that player will be going down soon. The jump pad. Mordecai is unable to stay on his feet. The turret almost going down. It's in the goo, so not putting down damage at the moment. They finally get control. Mordecai not only putting down damage, but healing up his teammates as well and getting a revive now. But the damage is coming right back out. The Paladins are finding kills again.
Man.
They don't have control, however, of the objective. Billy gonna be brought back in here. Let's see. Just spawns back in on the objective. Most of the bots back on their feet. I believe that's the entire team now. So the Paladins have to slow down. I'm glad they didn't engage too early. They found a couple kills, but I'm glad they didn't jump on too early and risk the whole team fight.
Yeah, because I think right now the Paladins realize what's going on, but I think the boss setup, what they have, is a nice little setup, man.
Yeah, they've got a solid setup going here. You see the healing that needs to be done from Mordecai, but he's going to put out the damage instead, try to save one of these teammates. That's clearly a heavy. You can see how much health there is, and his teammates are dying. La Bamba is down. Billy is down. Magna's going to go down on the other side, and now almost able to find this kill. Mordecai having to run his way around. He wants to find this kill, but I think he knows that he's not going to be able to beat that shield. The movement is too great while that fight would be happening. They're going to be able to bring down the shield eventually, and there it goes. The kill not coming through.
Oh.
If Mordecai loses life here, that would be insane, but no, he does not. It's Imperial.
Okay, Imperial, I see you.
Going down instead, and now they're able to find kill onto TLG. Mordecai healing himself
Mordecai's
back
going
up.
crazy right now.
Mordecai is doing everything for his team. Healing, reviving, damage. He's got it all going right now.
Call that man a Swiss Army knife.
Yes, he really is for his team at the moment. Definitely going to be a staple for the moment. Magna with these shots, he can't even see these players. He can only see their health bars, and yet he's taking them down to 1 HP.
That's the hand-eye coordination right there.
And object permanence is huge as well, remembering where these things are and how you can track them. Missing a few of those shots, unfortunately. Not as good at aiming when he can actually see the target somehow. But he finds that kill. That's 2 down now. Billy the GOAT, one of those players that went down, and we've seen him get revived time and time again. Throwing these grenades too. Can't put the jump platform in open space, but they find enough kills to engage this objective. They can finally.
He missed the platform.
Oh no! One of his teammates needs a revive as well. We'll see what he goes for, and he is going to go for the revive. Oh, don't shoot your teammate. He doesn't want that. That'll be Imperial coming back up. So now it looks like the team might find control. Magna finding these shots. He just needs one more, and the kill does come through. Mordecai finally down. That's the player you need to hit.
All right, about to revive. Man, hey, Magna is using that rifle real good. You can see LA in the background, you know what I'm saying, as a coach helping out. So nice to have somebody else have a call out.
Oh, and Magna's going to get the high ground now, too, before this fight. He's in a really good position. Good eyes on him to get ahead as well and not just stand over top of the objective. He's able to land some of these shots, and now it's just the sniper in the trees that can't be seen. He's almost got that player dead. That may have been Mordecai, too. We saw the healing come out immediately.
There you go. Come on.
That, I think, is Mordecai. If he can find this kill, he does. That's Mordecai dead. That's it. That is a player you need to find.
Hey, they're knowing who to go after. Oh, he's trying to revive somebody.
Yeah, he jumps in, and he does. He finds the revive on King Cryptix. That's really big for them.
Then he's going back to high ground.
Magna landing his shots, ducking and weaving, and he finds the kill. That is a big advantage.
Look at him.
Still ready. Now he's going to revive his teammates. Make sure they have a chance to get back on. We have meteor showers as the stage effect coming in.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, got a little bit panicked.
You let this guy kill you with a rifle, straight up. Like that.
TLG finishing off that kill, luckily. Magna did have a little bit of a panic moment, but that is not a close-range weapon. It is actually a lot less accurate than it looks. So Magna hitting these shots shows a lot of coordination, a lot of practice with this weapon.
Yeah, he's showing that he's different.
Yes, built different, as they would say. He's pinging out some targets as well, trying to find himself a position, and he finds a really good cutoff here. He just has to find the kill.
Oh, my goodness, La Bamba. How are you getting shot with a – come on, man. He got a – that's a sniper.
La Bamba going down, and now he's healing as well. He's being just like Mordecai, that Swiss Army knife strat that you talked about. Be everything for your team. But Control now going to go over to the bots because of these flames on the objective. Really nice shot from above.
I see you, boy, out here playing. You ain't playing with nobody, man. I see you.
He wants to find another one. He just has to find the shots.
Look at him.
Takes down the turret.
Oh, come on. You got to finish that. You got to finish that. You got to reload.
Needs to land shots on these places. He's almost got another kill. He's being challenged. Mordecai went down again. The jump pad comes out.
Oh,
that
no,
player
he didn't.
Landing
he jumped
some of those
away.
shots.
If he had killed you while jumping away.
He goes back up. He juked him out. He jumped right back up. He said, "You can't catch me." Magged out here being the gingerbread man.
Hey, this boy out here is 17 years old with no curfew. Y'all better stop playing with this man.
He revived his teammate in the middle of the fight.
Look at him. Hey, y'all don't see him? Y'all don't see him? Oh.
Some of these shots. He can't find the kill, but he put down plenty of damage. That's an assist. That's all you need.
Look at him. Look at him. He said, "I got a sniper for you."
So much damage. Still, though, his team not in the controlling position.
Y'all don't see him?
Landing shots. They're just not paying attention. Billy is just running straight at the objective.
I need to see how much Magna got right now. I need to see how many kills he got.
Got a thumbs up to the camera. I believe I saw 13 kills. That's not even counting the assists and all the damage. 13 kills of his own.
Hey, boy, you good, boy.
He's going to land these shots. Those players are dropping down like
1 minute
meteors.
left. 1 minute left in the game. Oh, look at it. Don't
Oh,
run.
my.
He said don't run. He said I got a sniper for you.
1 minute remaining, and the Paladins have control. This is going to be it. This is going to be the last big team fight. He has to reload.
Where y'all doing? Y'all don't see him?
Finally goes down to
finally.
Labamba. Labamba's going to try to take control, but I think he's about to go down. He does. It's going to be the Paladins in control. 36 seconds remain. The Paladins finally brought this one back to the other side of the map.
Wow.
Oh, Strix trying to land these kills.
So at the top right there, so you got 2 and 0, right? That's 2 guys left still on the platform?
Looks like right now we have 2 players remaining on the platform. Yes, only one player right now. Strix joins up to make it 2. Gonna block off for one of his teammates. 15 seconds remaining. They have to find these final kills. It's not a secure position yet for the Paladins. This one's not over. The bubble shield goes down. Strix is going to play on the inside, outside of this. He's been practicing his Winston in Overwatch. Clearly knows how to play those bubbles. That's a lot of control from the bots. They are on this objective. It's sudden death.
Wow.
If the bots are able to hold control, this is going to be their overtime. This is where they're going to be able to push toward the other side. If they are in control when they come back across the halfway marker, they'll win the game.
I see Strix over here changing weapons right now.
It is back and forth right now. The revive's coming out. This is Labamba. Labamba with this team. You can see how much control they have now. Taking out that turret immediately. Labamba falls off. He may go down. He does. Goes down to Cryptix, who's just able to keep his life. We'll see if he's able to put down all of the damage needed, though. Right now, it's almost the bots about to cross the halfway point. Will they be able to steal this win right back? They're in control. They're coming up with a point, and they crossed it. They've won the game. They stole it away from the Paladins. We thought they had it. So much of that time was in control of the Paladins. The bots taking it away early on gave them so much room to work with.
Hey, listen. Hey, second game of the day.
We're on fire.
Hey, I want to see the next game.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see Tekken, because back and forth, tug of war. How you doing? No, I can't go. Give it to me. It's mine. Little brother, big brother, oh no. And the boss pull it off like that at sudden death?
Yeah. Big props right now to Labamba and Mordecai. We saw the 2 of them more than anybody putting out all of that impact. Billy, truthfully, as the tier 1, going down quite a bit more than I would have liked to see, but this is not his category. It's not something you like to hear about your tier 1, but not necessarily his category. He likes to think he's great at everything. However, there are talented players on the side of the Paladins. Cryptix had a good showing in his first game.
Yes,
he showed up a little bit by his teammate Magna, who just went off leading that game for them. However, the Paladins were not able to pick up the win, despite, honestly, I think most of their players were doing amazing. TLG, Magna, Cryptix, they were all in control, but Mordecai and Labamba were serious difference makers in that game.
I'm going to be on, like you said, Magna was over there with the sniper rifle, just pop, 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 pop. I see you, platform jump, pop, 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 pop. Oh, I'm going to run away, come back, got you. And then you got Labamba, who's out here, man, just jumping into the fire. So, hey, great job to both teams on that. Anybody who's watching, you see what they did in the finals, right? Hey, get your team like that, all right? Because they were going back and forth, and the boss didn't know what was going on, and Paladin didn't know what was going on. Great job.
We're almost half an hour in, no timeouts and no forfeits used. A clean game so far from these teams. You talked about their experience earlier. I think that's where it really shows, not having to use timeouts yet on the setup. We only have 7 seconds, though. We'll have to see if the first one is going to come out now, if it's going to have to be used for this setup. It's a Paladin setup, and no, once again, we're going to get into this one in time. So those were 2-minute setups back-to-back, and these teams are getting into them quick. So being very, very clean with it, and I think now we're going to get our need for speed. No! We got robbed again.
Hey, listen, Wreckfest is the UEL game that everybody's got to love.
Yeah.
All right?
It is hectic. It is a good time, but it looks like we have Mad Genius in here on the Shaheen, actually.
Okay.
And it's going to be, it doesn't look like we can see who we're seeing right now, but it's going to be on the Oscar for the bots. We see the grab coming through Mad Genius, finally getting a little bit of damage out. Going to go for the drive. Impact does not find the contact, and he's going to get thrown again.
Dictator Chicken might be in for the bots.
Okay, so Dictator Chicken maybe on
I think he played with
Oscar.
Oscar, if I'm not...
He's no longer in control of this one in terms of the health lead. He finally finds the damage to put him there. Can he finish it out? He can. So Dictator Chicken, you were correct, yes.
It was Dictator Chicken, all right? So now I see somebody with their, what's that pad? What's that? That's the hit pad?
I don't want them to get mad at me. I think it's a hitbox is what they call it.
Hitbox or hit
there's
pad?
a few different kinds, and I don't want to get grilled if I called it the wrong
Look,
one.
hey, listen, I can go ahead and get grilled because guess what? I don't own one, so I see that he got one. Is that a better chance of winning in a fighting game?
I think it's an intimidation factor at the very least. Coming in with one of those, I think it says that I play fighters. I don't just play this game. I play fighters. I have a reason to own this piece of technology, so going to be going in on the Yoshimitsu as well.
Yoshimitsu. Okay.
Yeah, very nice to see.
Okay. I like. Is that the Buddha costume that he got on?
Yeah, looks like it. He does
Nice.
do the hover as well sometimes, the legs crossed hovering in the air.
So just hopping, and
Yeah.
swipe. I don't like that.
Going to be the Yoshimitsu versus the Asuka here. It'll be Imperial versus Dictator Chicken.
Okay. Who's better, Imperial or Dictator?
Yeah, let's see. It's going to be
button check.
Very smart. You don't want to mess up your button check.
Hey, listen, everybody's out there, right? If it's a fighting game, if it's a sports game, if it's a strategy game, if you have a button check, use your button check.
Interesting. They went back to the stage select. So I believe somebody called for a stage and it didn't get chosen. So it looks like we're going to go to the arena here. We used to see this one a lot last season. I've been seeing some other stages this season, but looks like it's making a comeback here today.
Well, I mean, I know with the underground you have the if you hit the barriers, it blows up.
Yeah.
So now it's time for a button check.
Yes. Now we're going to get into a real button check now that we are on the correct map
Button
here.
check.
It's going to be Imperial checking his settings, making sure he's got everything on the correct one.
Look at him. He's making sure. Is those cat ears behind him?
Oh, yeah, on his headset. I think it is.
Okay.
All right. We'll have to talk to him about his fashion choices after the game.
I mean, I know Halloween is coming up.
That's true. Ooh,
So-
really good excuse. I like that. You probably just saved him from a lifetime of criticism.
Yeah. You know.
All right, now we're going to find first contact. It's going to be a little bit of damage going out onto Imperial, and it looks like Chicken now taking heavy damage to start, and it's going to continue. He wasn't able to come off of that stun. Finally, Dictator Chicken able to find some control. He's going to keep carrying this one, not able to continue the combo from the ground, though.
All right, spin around. Stop playing with me.
That's big damage. Chicken has to be really, really clean here for the rest of this fight. You can see how slow he's going. He has the heat gauge right now, so he just has to block a little bit. Goes for an attack, but Imperial plays it slow. Doesn't go in on it yet. He may pay for it. We'll see. Not a lot of damage from Dictator. The spin to win comes out, and it's Imperial.
That was give me my Waffle House waffle right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now we got Paku coming in, and guess what? He has a hitbox hit pad also, but his is bigger.
Yeah, that's true. It does have a bigger base, so I think that's the one they call the hitbox, and I think the one that's really thin is like a hit pad.
So
it's not bunny ears, by the way. That is like a demon mask that he has on the side of his head. Very different. And now he's playing Alien.
Okay. So. He's switching it up. So did you see the difference how Imperial was holding his hitbox or his hit pad? To Paku? Because Paku had more of a left base where he's holding that in.
Fight stick is what they call it, not a hitbox. A fight stick. Okay.
Gotcha.
So a hitbox and a fight stick.
So I think that Imperial might have a fight stick, and then Paku might have a hitbox.
Yes,
or a hit
I
pad.
believe that's what it is. So we will not be grilled now because we know our terminology. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
production correcting us on that one. All right, we can see
Okay.
now we are going to live, and Paku here coming out first on the lead. Quick kicks. Hey, when we're live, we're live.
Hey, he was making sure after that pause, but he was, gotcha.
Oh, Imperial still looking really good, though. A lot of contact. He's going to push to the wall and keep the combo going on the ground. It's huge damage. You talked about that push off the wall. There it is. Now the Rage Art coming out. It doesn't connect. It was blocked. This could be the last bit of damage, and it is. It's going to be Imperial taking a second round. Oh, man. Getting that hitbox called
Another
out now.
hitbox coming. There's another hitbox. Hey, what are they doing over there? Is that did you see that? TLG just did a little, I don't know if that's, you know what I'm saying, a Demon Slayer move, but I saw it.
You can see them in the back setting up Wreckfest as well, so we'll be able to get into this one quickly.
Are we going to see buses? All buses for Wreckfest?
No buses allowed. Buses have been banned.
What?
Yep. Buses have been banned. Yeah, it is more of a racing game now.
We don't do buses no more?
No, no more buses. We are now making it more racing control. Don't worry. We're going to see plenty of wrecking still. There's going to be a lot.
No more bus?
Yep, we added the speed.
Man.
We added the speed back into the game.
What happened to the bus driver? He got in trouble?
I know. He did.
Got in trouble, man.
He was falling asleep on the job too much.
Dang. So now we're going to race. Ooh.
Oh, man, right off of the grab. Now, this King, notably a grappler. You're going to see a lot of that heavy damage come out. Good tech coming out from Imperial. He knows where to spot those.
Ooh.
Again, teching the grab.
Hey.
Oh, a third in a row.
said
Ceviche
stop
just
playing.
can't get his hands on him. That's going to be a fourth. Now he's just showing off. The spin to win. It's going to be a short
hey, don't
one.
Get hit. Oh, my goodness.
Charging up that sword as he approaches. But we still see damage going out, even though the throws haven't been successful. It's Ceviche still at the life lead right now.
Yep.
Gonna see if he can find a grapple finally. He has to be more unpredictable, throw out some of these jabs, and he does. He's trying to look for his grabs, but he's giving up health in the process. Now we're about even in health. It's gonna be Imperial taking the lead. He just needs to close in.
Get off
the grab does get teched. Once again, that's 5 techs, and that's going to be a finish. It's gonna be a grab instead from Imperial. He says, this is how it's done. Tech that. Ceviche, and Ceviche will not.
TLG is in his on his demon side of his side and talking to the demon right now and telling him, hey, you're doing great right now. Keep it up.
Speaking to the demon, because apparently that's the side of him that they need to come out right now.
Billy the Goat is out here in some flip-flops with no socks on, like he's at home.
When is he not?
He said, I'm home.
Yeah,
Stop
comfort
playing.
over fashion is definitely the way that Billy goes. And as a tier 1 who has a very good win rate throughout his multiple seasons, clearly it works for him.
Yep.
Now we're going to see him coming in here on the Victor. We've seen him play this before, and actually, I believe, able to finish his most recent match of Tekken for his team in the final slot.
So I think we only got one more after this, right?
After Billy, it will be only Mordecai remaining, which is a really good player to have as your anchor.
LA, TLG, and Strix on the other side.
Yeah, that's a lot to get through. We talked about how both these teams are fighting game teams. When you have to get through the Paladins lineup, you have to get through a lot of them. It's not just a few anchors in the back. Every player it can play. This is only their second player. We usually see the better players going later in the lineup. This is their second player, and he's steamrolling through the bots right now. He's taking out 3 players.
No tier 1 right now, or two, 3. And then the other guy, we ain't even talk about that's not here right now is TK Badmo.
Yes.
And if they was practicing right now with him, he'd be telling them, hey, low kick, high. He's doing it 1-2, back up, 3-4, I got you.
Yeah, and it is just all control for Imperial right now. Even as the heat gauge activates, he's still putting out the damage. That was his quickest round so far. He said, give me Mordecai, I'm moving on. This could be a full sweep from Imperial. If he's able to take this match against Mordecai, that'll be a full sweep on the entire team of the bots.
So right now, Mad Genius and TLG is like little brothers in the back right now. Go ahead, you got this. Yeah. Talk that mess, talk that. And look at Imperial right now. He's like, yep, yeah, it's almost done.
Keeping it cool. He's got to play if they're going to be excited behind him, he's got to play the cool guy.
Yeah.
So it's going to be another King coming out. We saw him already able to tech all of these grapples, but Mordecai does play a very different King. He knows how to get the mix-ups in there.
Are we going to see a button check here?
Yeah.
I'm about to
Smart
say,
players.
If I don't see a button check off of each one, something's wrong.
Very, very. All right. So, all right. Looks like we are just about ready, and we hear the live call. We're going to be going into this one. And, immediately it's going to be a counter from Mordecai, putting out the early damage. Unable to find a grab off of it. So Imperial's able to answer back. Going to see some more strikes come out from both sides. They're trading them right now, but it's Imperial in the life lead. He doesn't have control, however. He techs the grab. We already know he can do it. Mordecai's going to be forced to play a certain way, and it's not going to be with these grabs, with these grapples. And Imperial just has to finish, but right now Mordecai's in the lead. He finally gets a nice grab. One more shot will finish this for Mordecai, and he's able to find it. It will not be a sweep from Imperial. Imperial even looking surprised there at the end.
So it should be tier 1 LA. LA coming up next.
Yeah,
Nope, Strix
No,
is.
it looks like it'll be Strix.
And look at Strix box is bigger too, huh?
Yep. I believe that is a hit box that he is using as opposed to the fight pad. Is that what they call it? The fight pad?
Fight stick?
Fight stick. There you go.
Fight stick.
Fight stick. It's something. Atlantic, Pacific, Western, Eastern, whatever.
I don't know what handshake that was, but they need to redo it. All right. Y'all missed the first two first.
We can try again next time.
Yep.
And it's going to be the Fang coming out from Strix.
Uh-oh.
Strix does not go into fighters playing the same character that everyone else plays. He always wants to have a one-up on you, have information that you don't have. So he'll be playing the Fang. It's a little bit more of an unusual character, but will it be able to match up to Mordecai's King?
Button check? Yeah.
Of course a button
I'm
check.
about to say, if we don't see one for each fighting game, it's a problem.
Yeah,
Look at him.
and Mordecai's not going to call it for him. He would love
Nope.
nothing more than for Strix to not get a button check here. However, it is going to be set, and now we're going to see the Fang versus King matchup. This will tell a lot of people about the way Fang works in this league if they're watching right now. There was time for Strix to engage there, but he wasn't able to find anything. Starts out with the lows very early. Health lead for him, and you can see the damage is quick coming out from him as well.
Stop playing.
Pushing Mordecai all the way to this
Stop
wall.
playing with him.
Finds another place for contact. His blocking is coming out quickly. Finally gets hit with...
Stop playing with him.
Oh, no. They trade them and block both ways. However, Mordecai able to drive him into the wall.
If he had did that power bomb to the wall, there you go. Catch it. Oh, he could have caught him right then and there. Oh, he said, come here. Gotcha. Come here. Grab him.
Oh, he's just juggling him, and now he grabs him.
Oh, he missed it,
very,
though.
very low damage.
Oh.
Strix trying to come back in this one, making a little bit of a juggle. He doesn't connect the combo. Each of these players can take about one more combo, and it'll be Strix going down first. He was so close, but Mordecai still keeping his team in this one. He is not crumbling to the pressure. He's got LA and TLG. LA is coming up now.
Look at LA. LA is like, all right, man. All right, I'm here.
Time to show you what a tier 1 can do.
Let me go ahead and show you. Look at TLG. Like, if you don't win, I got it.
Yeah, I'll be there, but for now, I'm chilling.
We're going to make sure that everybody know that we're going to come in together.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep. Following up, anchoring for this team. Imperial put in so much work for them. If I were Imperial and Mordecai were able to run through the last two teammates of mine right now, I would be extremely upset. Somebody's got to take this guy out, and it's going to be the Dragunov coming out from LA. Got to get his button set as we usually see. Dragunov very popular in the end of the Tekken 7 life cycle and now being picked up again in Tekken 8.
Oh.
It's going to be that first counter again from Mordecai. Everything landing from LA so far. Able to keep up the pressure, going with these overheads, pushing him back against the wall. Mordecai knows he can't get caught there. He's going to find the spins. This could be big damage, and it will be. That's about half a health bar.
For real.
Still, though, we've got LA in a life lead. Oh, the connection is good. That's big damage. One more hit is all it'll take. He finds it, finishes it off for his team. The Paladins take the win.
That boy LA came in and said, I got it. Tier 1, baby. Let's get it.
Yes. Tier 1, that's what you want from your Tier 1. You want to be able to finish out the game for you.
And look, and nothing towards Mordecai. Hey, great effort, man, for a Tier 3. You went out there and did what you were supposed to do with everybody. So great job today.
Yeah, absolutely. A huge showing from him. And I think we have a little bit of a word from AV on the floor right now.
Okay.
Bro, Raging is feeling him, not Raging, Imperial is feeling himself. He said that I got combos. He said I don't even play fighters, and I took out most of the bots myself. Paladins are really hyping this game up, so I'm hoping that they're going to keep up this momentum. However, Wreckfest is next, and as we all know, Wreckfest is not their strong suit when it comes to Wreckfest. so there's that.
Yeah, Wreckfest is the weaker part of their Wreckfest game, unfortunately.
So we take the fest out, so just wreck?
Yeah, it might only be them wrecking. We'll see what happens. They do have Cryptics in here. Maybe Cryptics will bring, maybe he can race. Maybe he's got good car control. We never know. But when it's a 5v5 wrecking racing game, one player isn't enough to change it.
So I see they put their tier 1 through 5 in.
Yeah, looks like it.
So they left Mad Genius out and King Cryptic for any sports-wise. So
yeah, they'll get a really, really strong sports showing here if they do spin that. They'd be really lucky to get that in the end. It looks like we have Dictator Chicken, La Bamba, Ceviche, Ragin, and Paku going in. So not putting in Billy and Mordecai, two of their stronger players there, saving them for anything that comes next. If we spin something like college football, yes, Mad Genius and Cryptics are on the other side, but Billy is one of those strategy players. He knows how to play the clock, how to play the positioning in college football. It wouldn't be a takeaway. So I think this is really good lineup management by the bots.
Well, I talked to Mad Genius earlier, and I told him about football, right?
Mm-hmm.
The last time they played football, they lost, right?
Yes.
And I told him, I told him it's gonna be a technical timeout. Like I told him this, right? I understand we play the UEL way. You want to take the time off, but guess what? If you want to make a effort out here and let everybody know not to play y'all, come out here and blow them out the first half. Blow them out the first half. Score. Interception. Score. I hate to say this, but my boy Vape that's on the Ravens, he always tag me in all his stuff that he does for football. Hey, go out there and show that you don't want to play us in football, any sports game. If you play the UEL way, everybody's going to play.
Absolutely. Yeah. And as we are in this 3-minute technical timeout right now, that reminds me of a little show we've got over on the UEL YouTube channel called Technical Timeout. It's hosted by Logan Summit on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Eastern. No, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. I don't know which way directions go, but I did get Pacific Eastern this time. 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Check out Technical Timeout on the YouTube channel. We just had an episode come out yesterday. He talked a little bit about the Paladins. He talked a little bit about these bots as well, complimenting how well Billy's been doing this season. We all know the Paladins are on the up and up. So to get what's going on in the league from week to week, check out Technical Timeout on Wednesday evenings. We've got a little bit longer here in this Tech Timeout, and they should be getting this Wreckfest soon. I think the Paladins would like to at least show that they've worked on this game. You have to practice your weak points when you go into every single week, and this is one of those spots that the Paladins just have not shown up well in.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it, right? Wreckfest is one of those games that have been through the seasons here, and everybody, Some people like it because of the buzz. Some people like the race. If you want to be a in-gamer, a UEL in-gamer, you have to know the games, all the games. So, know the cheese. That's it. Just know the cheese. Practice the cheese. So,
yeah, it's an easy into anything. You start with what works, and then you build up your knowledge from that point forward. That's the best way to go about it. So hopefully the Paladins have found something that works. If they have a map that they really like to play, or if they have some players that they want to keep secure while they race, we'll have to see what happens from them. The bots, on the other hand, I think have had pretty good showings in this game. Not perfect by any means, but they're near the top, just like they are in the league in general. These oddball games are what separate teams like that.
So are the bots picking this right here? Do they have the map choice, or do the Paladins have the map choice?
That's a good question. We'll have to see when we get into... It is a bot setup on this one, so it'll be up to the bots where we're going to be going right now. And we are getting the ready calls as well, so as we get to the end of this technical timeout, we're going to be able to head into this game very, very shortly. 5v5 racer, a lot of wrecking. Some of these players will not be able to finish the game as well. We're going to get a wheel spin.
It's going to be a fighting game.
All right, I'm starting.
Oh, looks like it's going to be Ejected Rivals coming up next. So another racer. Very different racer. It's definitely out there. Very different game. And now we're going to start off on Paku's point of view. We've seen him in a lot of racers before, coming in contact with LA there, pushing Strix out of the way too. We see Billy in here on the pickup. So he's actually not going to be in one of these racing vehicles. He's going to be on a tankier vehicle that can still make its way around the course with all of these smaller cars.
Yep,
and we can see it working out from on Magna already. Paku doing the same. They're putting out a lot of damage on that one player.
Billy right now, only he still got, I'll probably say 1, 2, 3, 5 bars right now.
Yeah. Oh, and these top 3 players as well are all bots. So in this first lap, the majority of the points are going to be going to the bots. It's Billy pushing Paku to stay back on track. Paku pushing Imperial Raijin into the wall. I don't even know if he knew he was going to do that as he came around the corner, but he was able to. Calling out TLG is at half health. That's got to be the lowest player in the lobby so far. Imperial now wanting to make contact with Paku as they come over these hills.
Paku right now, say first game in, so he wants to make sure that he's making an effort, making a statement. So I like how he's driving. I like that he's making an effort right now. Also bumpy. So keep it. Ooh.
Whoa. Yeah. Has to be careful there. He's able to stay stable for a moment. And now he's going to drift around this corner. Strix coming in with a big damage. 34 damage. And now he's only down to 34 remaining.
Wrong.
Oh, and more coming out as well. Going to lose 7. He's down to 27 now.
Lost the bender. Fender back there. Critical damage.
Man. 13 health remaining.
Look at Billy out there.
Yeah. Billy's hanging out in the middle. I think he's waiting for these players to come back around so he can try and wreck some of them. Some nice drifting coming out.
see
Strix very
Oh,
low.
Paku ran to the wall.
Paku, if you're going to eliminate yourself, at least take a player
Look
down
at
with you.
Strix. 1 bar left.
Yeah, both of these players want to keep racing right now. Strix on the back may be able to spin him out, but I'm not sure if he wants to risk his life. LA is going to take out Paku.
LA said, come in, let me talk to you.
Paku no longer able to race. That'll be 4 DNFs, 3 of which are for the bots. There's only 2 bots players remaining. There are 4 Paladins.
Whoa. What's going on? So 80 to 87 right now.
Oh, man, the Paladins are going to be able to have so many more players cross the finish line now. They've taken the lead in points for the first time, and they have more players. This is critical damage on LA.
I think that's LA trying to make sure that nobody. So,
Mordecai does not look good.
So you still got TLG, still got LA in there, and I think you still got Imperial.
Yes. Yeah, so as long as they play safe here and don't wreck themselves out, look, Mordecai, it doesn't look like he can even move at this point. That front right tire is shot. I don't think he's able to move very well, and I think it's one of the issues with that vehicle as well, because Billy, when we saw him in the middle, I believe he was in the same situation.
Look, he said, hey, right now, Billy don't have it. Look Billy got 1 tire. Billy got 1 tire.
Billy can barely move. Yep, you can hear Strix letting them know they can move so slow. All you have to do is avoid them.
Look at Billy. See, it's that tanker, man.
Yep. Yeah, this
Wrong
is
side.
all.
Hey.
Oh, man.
Hey, they out here just riding around for a joyride. Look at LA got his hood out, his back bumper out, his trunk open.
Yeah, he better be careful. If that thing's flapping like that, he might take air. He might start flying.
TLG just said, hey, I want to be petty, and I want to hit Billy. Hey, that might be a bad choice, man. You might need the points, man.
Yeah, you always want to play safe. You never want to be sorry. Mordecai has made some difference. Hey, we've heard the tortoise and the hare. They're trying to pinch these players in right now. And it's just going to be a 60-point lead going the way of the Paladins now. And they're only going to extend it by more at this point.
See, right now, if I was Billy and Mordecai, I'll try to block them off.
Oh, my goodness. There is no hope right now for these players. They're not going to be able to finish this map by any means.
Look, hey, where's his other 2 tires out? He's missing a front tire, man.
Yeah, Imperial Raijin finished as well. He's done. So these Paladins on the final lap.
Tekken 8, Imperial. Wreckfest, Imperial.
Yeah, that's true. Imperial with the most points for his team, finishing in first place. Very, very nice. It sounds like a record was just beaten maybe on this map as well, which is nice to hear.
So you beat my record.
Yeah, I hear that coming out. Now we're going to see TLG finish as well. So it's going to be a very strong finish for the side of the Paladins. They're going to be able to take this one away.
LA looked like he said, hey, man, look, I'm just trying to get home.
Yeah, Paladins do claim the win here. Mathematically eliminated are the bots. There was no way that they would be able to win by points anymore. So that one's going to be over. Now we're going to Dejected Rivals. Another racer, not quite the same. Although there is a wrecking mode in this game.
It's 2v2, right?
It is 2v2.
So Magna still can go in. I will put Magna in and Mad Genius, or Magna and King Crypt.
Yeah, maybe it's time to test your new Tier 7. Bring him in and see what he can do for the team outside of his main categories. Usually a Tier 7, you really only rely on them for their main categories. You don't want to push them too far. That's what your upper tiers are for, rounding them out. But if a Tier 7 can cover games outside of their main categories, they become a lot more valuable. And he mentioned in his pregame interview wanting to move up the tiers, so let's see what he's got. Maybe he'll go in for this one.
I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a reserve, you know what I'm saying? And trust me, once you get in, just show them what you can do. You know, if it's not a game that you're, quote unquote, your game, and you go in, just show them. So everybody can know, like, oh, I thought he wasn't that person for that game. No, you're wrong.
I'm the person for every game.
Yes, because I'm in UEL. I'm an end gamer. That's it.
Very much so. And if you want to be an end gamer, there's only one piece of equipment that is made for you, and those are the SurfThing PCs. They power the UEL here. They let all of our players play these highly optimized games to the best of their ability. They're the best PCs that you can get for gaming. 33 games across 5 different categories. If you want a game like the pros, go over to surfthing.com and get yourself a SurfThing PC. That is surfthing.com.
I'm sorry. You said 33 games.
33 games
So
here in the
so
UEL.
not just one or
Nope.
two.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Also, if you want to run multiple games in the Blizzard library at the same time, you can. We had Overwatch and StarCraft running at the same time, with thousands of minions on the field in StarCraft because somebody forgot to close out of the game, and they didn't even notice. That's the performance of a SurfThing PC, that nobody even noticed that there were thousands of minions spawned in on another application.
That's good.
Yeah, that's the best. So, case of a SurfThing at SurfThing.com.
It didn't slow you down?
Nope, not even close. You could have any game going you want. We don't recommend it, but it is possible.
All right, so we got Magna and Mad Genius going in,
Yes.
Eminem, and then we have Billy and La Bamba.
Yes,
Is that a
Billy
song?
and La Bamba as well.
La 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 Bamba.
Billy La Bamba. I think that's his song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right.
Billy La Bamba. All right, so we're going to start off on Mad. Sorry, not Mad. That's going to be Magna. Now I'm going to get their names mixed up because you called him Eminem.
Oh,
We got FC
man.
coming up next, and they have Cryptics available. How perfect is that? I'm really
Man,
excited to
listen,
see that.
I'm not a coach,
Ooh, Magna.
not a GM, but guess what? Give me that position. What happened?
Magna. He took a beautiful shortcut and stalled himself out. He's got no fuel. He needs to get back into the car, hooks onto his teammates, and now he's going to try to fly through this shortcut. We see so many players failing to get through. He's going to make it cleanly. He's not ejecting from his car right now. See him be able to transform back into this car now. And he's currently in second place. It's Billy right now that's in first, and it's only the first place winner that takes the win. It's not a combination of points. Whoever finishes in first will take the win in this game. Now, when you're free-falling like this, you have to hit all of those lit-up blue rings.
Because
like
it won't let you move forward, right? If you miss one?
It'll reset you, yep. Yeah, it'll reset you, so you have to hit these blue rings. And we see Billy able to hit every single one. On this map, there is, I believe, another section toward the end where they'll have to do it again. It'll actually be coming up after this. They'll be going forward instead of down a waterfall. But good progress being made so far, hitting all of these checkpoints here. Billy pretty far out in the lead. Magna is in second behind him, but not too much contact with anything dangerous. It's really up to Billy to take the win right now. He just has to get this last flight section clean. We'll see him launch himself out here. Now you see those blue rings again.
Oh,
He'll have
man.
to pick up
Don't miss one.
fuel as well. You always want to get the fuel, make sure you're not too low and you're not going to stall out. Finds another, gets the fuel, getting the call out that they're pretty far behind, so it should be Billy finishing this map as long as he doesn't mess up. Getting through one of these rings. Now he has to weave the gap between these two stones. He does.
Nice.
Able to make his way through the valley
Most
very
people
clean.
miss that.
One more. Yeah, it's a tricky one. Another one down low. This is where it gets really hard. You got to not make contact with the ground, but still be able to get these rings. Billy coming close to
Low
finishing.
fuel.
La Bamba as well. He's really not that far behind in third, able to back up his teammate. We can't see Magna right now, so Magna might be closer to Billy than we thought.
Oh, no.
That'll be it. That will be Billy winning and putting a quick win on the board for the bots. Now it's only a 3-2 game. However, Cryptics would like to change that immediately.
Man. Billy was like this.
He was. I wasn't really sure if he was in the game or not.
And then after he won, he said, like, bro, who you winking at, bro? You won, man. Come on, man.
He's that guy. He's Billy
the Goat.
the Goat. Yep, middle name the,
BTG.
last name Goat.
Yeah.
BTG, I like that.
BTG.
Like the BFG, the Big Friendly Giant. He's the BTG,
Billy
the
Goat.
big teddy bear giant.
Yeah, I don't know about Teddy Bear. Have you not seen him flip somebody
He
over?
likes to hug people.
Yeah.
Usually they end up getting thrown over his head, but he hugs them
Hug
first.
and flip.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. I don't need no flip.
Listen, if you met a bear in the forest, wouldn't be too different.
I met one here, Billy.
Yeah. You don't need the forest. We've got our own
Nah.
resident bear. So
And I can't run fast, so I'm good.
yeah.
I'm
Can't
gonna lie
outrun him
down
either.
and play dead.
It's amazing how quickly he can move in those flip-flops.
Yeah. So we got King Corrupted going in, Mordecai going in, and now if I had to choose, I'll put Mad Genius in or Imperial.
Mad Genius would be a good choice here in this sports category. It's one of those players that you want to have by his side, but we'll see if this is the game for him right now. It's going to be Mordecai going in as well on the side of the bots, and he's going to have to be teamed up with somebody. Let's see who they choose. LA is going to be the side of the Paladins. Okay, very nice. Put your tier 1 in with your tier 7. Good chemistry that you don't expect would be really nice to see here. Paku and Mordecai should be a good team as well, both experienced players here. Getting to choose Paku here for this FC should be a good team. Should be a good back and forth as well. we do cap off at 5 goals now. So it'll be first to 5 goals, and it's only 1 half. So if it's 4-3 at the half, whichever team has 4 will take the win.
Ooh, this is like, do I pick cheese pizza or pepperoni?
Like be a timeout for the Paladins.
Because you got the Paladins who, I know LA know how to play this game. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about King Cryptic, but King Cryptic has been showing up in sports-wise. And then you got my boy Paku who want to show his, his worth. And then Mordecai who's already showed what he can do. And we're only going to 5. Oh.
Yeah, Paku wants a solid spot on this team right now, and this is a place where you can prove it. Tie your team up 3-3. The Paladins still in a lead. They want to extend it by more. We're going to be sitting in a timeout right here. If they want to extend the lead, they have to actually get into the game, which is why they call it a timeout at the moment. They want to set this one up right. So this 2v2 will be starting very, very shortly.
If I had a coin right now, I'll flip it. Because right now it's so hard because, like, LA's in, and I'm not going to go against my GOAT. That's my GOAT. But then you got Mordecai.
Yeah, Mordecai's tough competition in almost anything. We saw what he did in Tekken.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Talented player. And that's only their tier 3. That's only their tier 3.
Put my money on the Paladins. Put my money on Michigan.
All right.
I'm going with Michigan.
Michigan Paladins for the win. I guess, you know what? I'll give the bots some credit here then. I'll say on their side, having Mordecai, that tier 3 player, both teams I feel like I should give credit to, honestly. They're putting in their tier 7s by choice on this one. The Paladins, they would have put him in even if they didn't have to. Yeah. They had to for this one, but no, they really didn't. That's exactly who they wanted. It's a good thing that they kept him out for that one, and now they're going to be able to put him in with LA. The bots, on the other hand, choosing to put in Paku, their tier 7, in his first game of the season here. I commend both teams for knowing what they've got on the entire length of their roster.
Well, if I'm looking at the lineup right now, right, if we talk about the first 1 through 5 for the Michigan, they're covered probably your racing, your shooting, your fighting, and strategy, right? And then your 1, 6, 7, and probably your 4 might do sports. I'll probably say I know 1, 3 is. I know 1, 5, and 7. 1, 6, and 7 does sports.
Yeah.
Right. Then Imperial might come in and help out. So.
All right. It looks like we're going to be playing.
Come on, chess.
Paris.
Come on, chess.
Whoa. All right. So it's going to be F1 coming up next. It's going to be a 1v1 game.
So we have FC 24
and F1. Yeah.
F1 24.
Exactly.
We just sunk your battleship.
Wow. All right. So that's going to be an early lead from Real Madrid. LA and King Cryptic putting one in
King
early.
Cryptic just scored.
Yeah, the smile on Cryptic's face, you got to believe it. Cryptic in the yellow there, and it's going to be LA on the purple. Paku is going to be the red, and Mordecai will be the blue, and they'll find a goal as well, so they'll answer right back. Maybe a little home field advantage. We are in Paris, and they're playing Paris FC. Paris FC. They're playing PSG. A quick shot coming out from LA now, and he does the penguin to celebrate. That'll be an answer right back. So now we've got Real Madrid staying up. If it goes back and forth like this, it's going to be the Paladins up by 1 taking the win first.
Plus, right, there's no wall, so that's all about right here skills. Make sure it's the right pass, the right. Oh, ain't nobody there.
Uh-oh. This one has to be on target, and he's going to walk it in as well. Very smart not to risk it too much. LA with his 2nd point of the game. About to see if LA can close in for a hat trick on this one.
All right, you said 5, right? We
First to 5, yeah. All right. Very good start. 3-1 scoreline now. Bots do have control. For the moment, it's Mordecai. He tries to find his teammate. Paku from the corner.
Come on. Throw the flag, ref. Throw the flag, man.
Not going to get any
kind of foul
who's
over there?
Yeah, that's going to be Mordecai intercepting it. He gets a pass to Paku, and Paku finally able to put it in after putting it off the shins of the keeper.
They're just like hockey, right? They're together. Spread it. Spread it. There you go.
Got to work on their game
plan. Nice little pass. Kick through.
Cryptic's with the shot.
And he's open.
It's Mordecai off of the post.
Wow.
Now we're going to see Cryptic's with control again. Puts it off to the side. Not able to close that one.
So it's 2-3 right now.
Paku putting the goalie way up to the half. Goalkeeper just passing it toward the net. Nobody came in contact.
They got to start seeing the guy that's sitting low. Most of the guy who's sitting low is going to be where you need to pass it to. Just like a low post in basketball.
Uh-oh. That's King Cryptix, and just off the wrong side of the post, going to send that one out. Be careful, Paku. Don't put that one in your own net. Still have only
He's
1 point down.
By himself. By himself.
Yeah, and that's the goalkeeper as well. Mordecai got to find a teammate. That's not the right teammate. It's going to be Cryptix with control.
Nope.
Not going to get a good pass. Mordecai in control. Gets it to Paku. Paku heads it to the keeper. Right back out. Paku again. Another shot doesn't go in.
Boy.
Now it's a fight for the ball, and it's Mordecai in control. Oh, unfortunately, King Cryptix unable to put that one in the net, but he's going to come right back with a pass to his teammate, LA. Tries to put it in the net, just gets it into the feet.
They're trying to sneak it in on a little area right there. Should right now, boom, it should be right in the middle, and try to bring the goalie out. Right now, you can see the dip. See how right there? See how the goalie was out for the Michigan? If you don't keep one back there, they're going to attack you every time.
Yeah,
Bring them out right here, middle. See right there, boom.
Oh, so
nice,
clean.
Nice pass.
Every time it's just answered right back. The Paladins are always able to just keep themselves at least one up in this one, and now 1 point away from securing the game.
Middle.
Pass it. It's going to be a beautiful pass.
Back.
No, the communication wasn't there. LA was passing it back, wanted to confuse the keeper, but he did not communicate well enough. Cryptix wasn't able to close it out.
Give and go. Come on. Let's go.
Chance here.
38 seconds.
Cryptix putting it to LA. Cryptix keeping it in the back right now. Will he pass it across the field? Not at the moment. He's going to dribble it in himself. Getting close. Pass it to LA, and LA puts in a beautiful shot to close that one out. The Paladins go up 4-2.
Hey, listen. Like I said, I'm not a betting man, but good job,
call.
Michigan. You know, just showing because, like I said, I play with LA. I know sports-wise with LA, so I know that that's one of the things that he wanted to work on when we was on the teammates together, and it shows you that he has been. So
now we'll see if Magna is going to be the player going in for the Paladins for this F1. Maybe Cryptic has something we don't know about, but I would expect it to be Magna. The bots, on the other hand, couldn't really tell you exactly who's going to go in. I would say Dictator Chicken. Most likely. You think La Bamba? Okay. I would have said Dictator, but La Bamba, we'll have to see. We'll see if maybe it'll be
Mad Genius in, man.
Put Mad Genius, maybe. Maybe. We'll have to see. There's nothing secure. And when it's a 1v1, sometimes they just throw stuff at you that you are never expecting. So we'll see which this player is going to go in. But right now, the Paladins with a 2-point lead. They've only used one timeout, and we're already done with the first hour of the first half.
1 hour already went by?
Already. Yep, 6 games. 1 hour gone. We'll pass double digits at this point.
So 20 minutes for each game?
About, yeah.
No, take it back.
10 minutes.
Take it back. 10 minutes.
Yeah.
10 minutes.
10 minutes for each game. Yeah, it looks like about... So the bots have made worth 20 minutes of their time, while the Paladins have made 40 minutes of their time worth it. When you put it in that perspective, it is a lot different. This 1v1 is a chance for a player to really show up and change the course of the game, though. The bots could be saved here by one of their players to get them back in this one, or the Paladins can have a really significant lead. All of the Paladins games have been so close this season. I would love to see them take away an early lead and not just have another close game that they end up losing.
I said 13-12, right?
I believe you did say 13-12. We'll have to see if it ends that way. Right now, I think we're on track for that. If we keep going at this speed, we'll have about 12 games done by the half, and we'll know if we're on a course.
Like, I mean, we have almost 24 games, give or take. Right?
Yeah, that would be nice to have 24 games done. You'd get a good majority. There would only be 9 games unplayed. You would be pretty secure that the right team ends up winning. Because some of those close games, it comes down to the wheel.
And we're looking for right now that like the Chessmate Showdown will be a 7v7.
Yeah.
Right? And then I think there's one more other out there. I think it's 5v5. Overwatch.
There are a few 5v5s out there. Overwatch, Rainbow Six. A lot of these fighters, Street Fighter, we have them in a 5v5 format. So the 7v7, the full team, of course, only one of those. The 1v1s, there are 2 of them because there is Blaze Blue as well as a 1v1. And then here, this Racer F1. Between the 2 of them, I would personally have to say this F1 is my favorite of the 1v1s. I like when we get a really good racing player playing the tight corners, and just I could never play that cleanly in any video game. And these guys have to practice 33 games and somehow come out looking like pro racers.
I hate to say it. I'm gonna go ahead and quote one of the other ghosts in UEL. If you just put some music on and just drive, you know what I'm saying? Hollywood said it. Hollywood told me last season, hey man, just put some music on and drive, man. That's it. Enjoy it.
They call it Hollywood Boulevard for a reason. You take it slow, you take it easy, you put on some music and enjoy your time while you're there. Hollywood, on the other hand, in this league, doesn't take it slow. Doesn't go easy.
What? It's Hollywood.
Hollywood's Hollywood. He's a very fast-paced, aggressive player. So not nearly the boulevard that he should be named after, but a fast-paced works. Name of the city, name of that town. But La Bamba, you were correct about there with the bots. La Bamba will be going in. It'll be Imperial Raijin on the side of the Paladins going in.
Hey.
Very, very interesting.
Hey, listen, man. Look, hey, I don't watch video on nobody, but I do. Just letting y'all know.
He's been scouting.
That's all I'm saying. So if you're looking for a coach, you know what I'm saying, GM, a scout, I'm here, man. I got the notes, but it just shows you what you have. You know what I'm saying? What you have. Mad Genius, King Cryptic, they're all showing you what. If a sports game pop up right now, it's great. But Overwatch or Rainbow Siege, come on.
Well, it looks like it's going to be StarCraft. Oh, my goodness. This StarCraft 2 is going to be brutal.
Is Billy in?
Billy's going to be available, and so is Strix.
Yep, Mordecai does.
Mordecai's available.
So you got Billy, Mordecai, then you're going to have Paku probably go in.
Yeah. If he's is he still no, they selected him. So I believe we're going to be coming back just for a moment so we can get this game set up correctly because we're going to get a timeout here.
All right, so all 5 right there. Mordecai, Raisin, Dictator Chicken.
Yeah, so Paku won't be available for this one. I think the 2 in-game leaders for this one we can confidently say are going to be Billy and Strix on either side. TLG has been in the league a while. He's been playing video games competitively for a long time. I would expect that he was able to grab StarCraft pretty well.
Man, I'm doing technical timeout. His brother's better than him. I said it. I said his brother is better than TLG.
All right. When it comes to StarCraft, I guess we have... if we ever do another staff versus pro, I want AV on my StarCraft squad.
Tell you that right now.
Yeah.
I just want him on my squad. That's
absolutely.
it. On my squad. Not StarCraft, but on my squad.
But he's got nothing to say about it, so we won't be hearing from him.
I have plenty to say about that. Absolutely not. I am good on that. But coming out from the floor, as you guys know, StarCraft rolled next, and the Paladins are already saying, this is the day that Billy loses StarCraft. They are ready. Hold on, let me check. Yep, they got Strix going in. Strix has always wanted to play against Billy. He wants to be the one to beat Billy.
Is this the first time ever?
This is not the first time ever that they've played against each other. No, they got a little bit of history. So when Strix was a part of the Bucks, they made it a point to go against Billy. And that was when they found out that Billy is a menace when it comes to StarCraft. But now we have the unlimited building. So Strix has already brought up a strategy. I'm gonna let you guys take it from there.
That's what he's good at, but at the same time, that's also what Billy is good at. I imagine Billy has adapted to this style of StarCraft and also has something up his sleeve. You mentioned Mordecai as well. Billy has some really reliable teammates. I don't know if Strix has the teammates that are as reliable to take the win over Billy.
Listen, if Strix can teach me how to play StarCraft and I never touched the game before, I feel sorry. Look, Billy and the boss, I appreciate what y'all do in StarCraft, especially you, Billy. Everybody know when StarCraft come up, you don't play against Billy, hands down. What? Strix, on the other hand, is different. He's wearing he got his gray Scully on today.
He does.
That's all I'm saying.
It's game time, Strix, that we've got right now.
That's all I'm saying, man.
All right, well, we are getting down into this F1, this 1v1 between Imperial and La Bamba. Both similar placements on their rosters. In fact, I believe both their number 4 for their team. Yeah, so the Tier 4 is going head-to-head right now. Not often that we focus on a Tier 4 matchup. So this will be a cool pacemaker for them. And just as our timeout ends as well, we're going to get into this game, which is really cool to see.
Oh, got it.
The top POV here will be Imperial, and he's going to start in first place. It's going to be La Bamba starting in that 11th and immediately losing the front right fin.
He got hit.
Yep. Not losing it yet, but it is damaged. So La Bamba's going to be starting in 12th. Now, we just have to see if on this Austria map, Imperial knows his turns, and it looks like right now he does. He knows when his turns are coming, even going uphill. It's really difficult sometimes to see when they're coming. I think he knows this map well enough.
Need to start slowing down though, because he's not getting around to see how the turns right now.
Yeah.
See how he's slowing down a little
job.
bit too quick.
Yeah,
Let's
now
get
it's
a motion.
Labamba.
There you go.
Labamba's following a really good line right now. He's keeping the speed, but he's so many places behind at the moment. We have to see if he's going to be able to catch up.
Well, that's good though, because I think Labamba knows what he's doing. He's letting Imperial go out there and try to get ahead. And I love racing. I can't do this view.
Yeah.
I want to be there. I want to see me driving.
I see.
And he's taking the corners a little too slow. Look, you know what I'm saying? That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, still leading his line right now. He's got about 4 other cars behind him, and he always gets off to the fastest start. So now he's finished his first lap. He only has to do it 2 more times. It's a decent-sized map, but it's not too long. So Labamba has to start in this second lap, making way on the rest of these other cars and racers. And right now, that is not the way you're going to get back in this one. We see LA on the top. He is flying. He's coming up to these corners. Took that one with a little bit too much speed, but he is still in first place. He doesn't even drop back to second.
So everybody that's out there in racing, please do me a favor, right? If you have the lead, don't be passive. You're already out there. If you're going to win, win. You know what I'm saying? Right now, he got cars coming behind him, so it's only take one bump. Only one bump to lose it in F1.
Now, honestly, LA can play as, Imperial can play as free as he would like to. Labamba has fallen back to 20th position, and it is Imperial in the lead now.
So you got 3 laps, right?
Yes, 3 laps.
Where's my coach right now for Michigan? I'm telling my coach should be in his ear. He's in 20th place. 20th place. Take your time. He can't catch back up. Slow down. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy the game. Enjoy the race. You know what I'm saying? Open the windows. You know, catch the fresh air right now.
Yep, plenty of room for Imperial to take this one away. And he is in the lead not only in this UEL game, but you can see they're not even on his tail right now. 2nd through 5th place. They're catching up as he slows for this turn, but they're going to fall behind again as he speeds up right here. He's got a little distance from the rest of the pack. He's looking to take this one in first, just finish the race with an overall win. Now Labamba finally catching up with the pack. He's behind this 19th, 18th place.
He's too late.
Tries to fight his way in, and he's not going to be able to. Loses. He's got damage on both fins now.
Yeah. If you see the left-hand side at the bottom, see the red, that's already showing how much damage. So he's one more bump on that side, and he's actually done on that side.
Yeah, he's not going to be looking good at all. Get his way up, still in 20th position. We'll have to see if Imperial will finish this match before Labamba is even able to take 19th place. And
nice. Turn it, wide turn, come on. There you go. Because last time he took the inside.
Yeah.
He's like that, you take the outside. So look at him, standing up, talking. Oh, he almost crashed. Whoa!
He almost risked it all for the biscuit.
He almost wrecked by trying to be all big. But guess what? 5-2 right now.
Big lead for the Paladins.
Imperial came in, and he's showing that he's been ranking up in his, you know what I'm saying, area. So I'm happy for him. Tekken 8, he showed out. He just showed out right here on F1. And then the other game that he was in, I'm going blank. What was the first game?
The first was it the finals? Was the other game that he was in?
Yeah.
Did he play in that one? Okay.
Yep.
It was either that or it was NHL.
No, NSA was Mad Genius, LA, and King Cryptic.
Mad Genius, right? It was LA. It was LA. Yeah, not Imperial. So it would have been the finals. Was the first game that he played.
Because Magnum went crazy in the final with them. That's
several categories now that they've been doing well in. Just Imperial himself has been doing well in 3 different categories that he's taken wins in already.
Yeah, right now Imperial is leading the way for right now. You know.
Yeah, maybe leading our entire game. Honestly, I think he's 3-0 at this point. Maybe even better. So. Looking really good, Imperial. Keep up the good work. I know that there have been discussions about TK being the best ranked player on their team and how losing him is going to impact them. But Imperial filling his place and doing a great job right now to keep that lead for the team. Actually, a lot of these players have been moved up as well. Strix has had his position moved up. Magna as well. A lot of these players pushed up the ranks because of losing TK, and they're filling the position well right now. Speaking of those players, they're going to be going in for this StarCraft. And it sounds like we're already getting calls for ready. I believe these teams are about prepared to head in. You've got Billy Ceviche Ragin and Dictator going in. So no Mordecai, but Ragin and Billy, both great strategy minds. Dictator Chicken as well. They're saying this is the day Billy dies. They want to take him down in this one. Fortnite's going to be coming out next. 5v5 shooter.
Magna.
Magna. You always think of the young guys whenever Fortnite spins.
I mean, you know,
you have to.
I think of my youngin out there, you know.
Yeah. All right, so this is going to be TLG that we're going to be watching first. We see setup Pylons coming out here first, making some space in his own base, not pushing out too far.
Yeah, but if you got time to build, you know, it's unlimited. This is the time right here that you get everything.
Yeah, some of these players move real quick. Oh, look at all that. I think those are Magna's Pylons.
Look at Strix and Billy. I like this right here. Look at it. He's like, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's the head-to-head we want right there. Strix with the light-up mic, going to be communicating with his team. Has to be an in-game leader here. It is a 4v4, so he has to make sure he's leading his team. We know Billy's been developing strategies. We know Strix has as well. Looks like right now neither of them speaking much. I think everybody knows their early game plan. It's only going to be when the combat begins that they're going to have to make adaptations.
If you look at Strix right now, like he's locked in, right? Then if you look at Billy, Billy just looked like he's back at home right now. Look at him, see?
Yeah, it looks like a lot of Protoss right now for the side of the Paladins. We'll have to see if the bots are going with something similar. They are. It's Billy on the Protoss as well, so they'll be running similar units. It's going to be about who plays it better. You can see the building is coming out in droves from Billy. He's lined up all of his resources, all of his spawners. Getting a few of these drones out right now. Starting out slow, honestly, pulling back some of these drones from the scouting. We can see that he's already spotted out Mad Genius and Magna's Pylon's going to be getting those destroyed. Moving his units around a little bit, but he doesn't have a ton yet. He has to keep working on it. All right, now building some of these Stargate warps. He's able to get set up here. Going to put even more of them now.
They're
pulls his
attacking
units
the pylons,
back
like,
and
in
it
the
cancels
center,
the
I
build,
think,
but
but
going to get those builds up eventually, and now all around that pylon, he's going to be building plenty. Yeah, this is where it's all going to be coming out. So it's going to be these Stargates that he's going to be building big time. You can see all these pylons he has set up.
So is that Billy or is that
to the right of,
So that is Billy. Right now, if you take a look at the right side of your screen for everybody watching at home, you can see that we are live now on Billy, lit up in the bottom right. When we go over to Strix's perspective, I'm sure we will take a look at him at some point. It will be lit up on your top right. You will see Strix there, who is grayed out right now. We are not currently watching him. You can also get the live now arrow will tell you who it is that we're looking at. So Strix over here, it looks like not building quite as many massive amounts of Stargates as Billy, but he's got his strategy in play. Looks like he's moving everything slow right now. Not on the building cycle, so I think he's got a lot of what he wants set up. And we got to start worrying about these Paladins grouping up their units and starting to make an early move on someone. We hear Magna calling out, tell me where they are. Strix is making the call-outs as well, being a good team leader right now, but getting prompted by his teammates.
Communication is everything. You can see right now Magna's asking about where they at, so he can go ahead and find them. He just said Billy the Goat is on me.
Yeah, Magna does not want that player on him, and you can see all of these right now. Those are, it said Mordecai, but I have to think that might be Dictator Chicken or one of the other players on the team.
So, like Billy used
That is them, right?
I don't know what they are right there.
The
But
Stargates,
the Stargates to close everything else out, though. Like the outer defensive.
Yeah.
So, I like the setup, though.
Yeah, he has a lot of space on his side of the map, so you have to push really, really deep into him. There's so much combat that you have to take before you can push any deeper and start to try and take a win. So, yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And all these Stargates
And you
set
see how
up.
he's set up that, though. Like, in his area,
Mm-hmm.
he made sure to figure out where they can come at and where they cannot come at.
Yeah, and it looks like now Mad Genius and Magna are moving their way up, putting a push onto,
How do you destroy a structure again?
this may be Magna in his own, I'm sorry, I think this is Magna in his own base right now, being collapsed on a lot of those aerial units, putting down damage onto him. So that, I think, was the call out from him that Billy is on him, and this is Strix right now. Just trying to build. He wants to play for late game because he knows that even if they target his teammates early on, if he can build up resources right now while Billy's not building resources, he can try to take the late game by outnumbering them.
Attack into it, so
A and then click it.
Yeah, we see once again, he's checking up on his teammates. He sees that some of these teammates here look like Mad Genius pushing out. And this is close to where Strix has his builds as well. So Mad Genius right now actually defending Strix. Maybe some of Strix's own units out there, unless he's trying to build for the late game. 5 more minutes until no building, but I don't know if that's going to be a ton of an issue. TLG calling out, I'm dead here. That's not good. They may have the first loss. He is not happy.
Mordecai, stop.
He's saying Mordecai, stop. Mordecai is not in the game, so Mordecai must be outside of the game making fun of him. Very unfortunate for TLG. Yeah, that is a lot of buildings getting taken down. That might be TLG there just getting melted.
So they still got 5 minutes to build, right?
Yeah, they
and
do.
He's dead.
Not even in the reserved combat phase at the moment.
He ain't got no reserve?
Oh, there's definitely no reserves. He doesn't even have a front line right now. He certainly doesn't have a reserve.
He just said it's not fair. What's not fair? Because you're going against Billy the Goat in
Yeah.
StarCraft?
Guy that you said you were going to take out. Looks like right now they have an early game strategy to take the win. Paladins wanted to play for the late game. You can see all these units grouping up. They're starting to target down Strix. Strix has to be really, really careful here. He's got to move around his own units. He's got to hope his teammates are helping him out. And do his teammates have the units right now? It looks like a lot of those are his teammates' units in on his own spawn. So you can see he's much further back there. Move up a little bit, and you see where his teammates are defending from Strix, putting up his units there just to try and help them out a bit. But right now, not getting the job done. They are playing very defensively.
This right here look like Black Friday right now.
Yeah, Magna makes a very good point. You call out Billy in StarCraft, he's going to make sure he's not going to drop the game.
Oh, yeah, I'm done here.
Getting even more call-outs.
He said that's a wrap.
That's a wrap. Oh, goodness.
Even a 17-year-old know. He said that's a wrap. Go on. Look at Billy. Body his lip.
That man has Unibeam.
Yeah, I mean, that's
whoa.
Strix putting on a defense right now.
Working on Mad Genius.
Yeah, we see some of these aerial units on the outside getting taken out, and now it's just Billy sending in a wave.
Yo, Armageddon just happened.
Yeah,
Okay, well,
truthfully, that is a meteor falling from one of the meteors from the finals exited the game and came back in the form of Billy the Goat.
Is this Independence Day?
Yeah, certainly looks like it.
Oh my goodness! Look at them.
Is anybody left? I'm
Even
just checking
pulling
message
back
Strix
for a
stuff.
moment, showing a little bit
It's
of
in the corner.
respect to
that should be
Strix's side of the
in
field here.
games.
And that is a victory. It's going to be the bots taking the win off the back of Billy the Goat and his well-trained
Billy
teammates.
had 708,000 damage.
It's nuts. Yeah, it's a lot. And that wasn't even a full game. That one ended real early. So you notice we didn't even get out of our building
They
phase.
still have 2 or 3 minutes left to
Yeah,
build.
exactly. We didn't even get out of our building phase, and he was able to put out that
So
much
you didn't
damage.
even use all your building time, and Billy said, cut that out? Gotcha.
So for Strix and the Paladins, I got to ask now, how did you think you were winning?
First of all, don't call. Hey, anybody out there right now, all the teams out there, listen. Come in closer. Hey, stop calling Billy out in StarCraft. All right, just stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
We shouldn't even have to listen that closely because people should be shouting it from the rooftops at this point, warning others.
It's like a button check. When you see StarCraft, hey, button check real quick. Hey, we going. Hey, Billy. Hey, we ain't gonna do it. We ain't gonna do it, bro. We're gonna let you go ahead and set it up. We're gonna play for a little bit, and they're gonna. We're done. Not gonna do that.
There are a couple of fantastic StarCraft players in the league. Billy is the most notable of them all. Strix is one of the other ones. We just saw the gap between those two players.
That was a gap?
That was a huge gap.
That was a landslide.
That was a mountain between them. Billy is simply on top, and I believe it's the way that he's trained his team as well. The Paladins, I think, are trying to round out the entirety of the wheel. I think Billy has trained his team to be able to dominate in that game so that they have a solid way to win every single time.
Listen, Billy is one of those guys that's back in 1960, take it back, 1600.
He called you old, not me.
Yeah, I did. I don't care. 1600, right?
Don't
Billy
hurt
is an architect is making moves that nobody ever seen. Like, his mindset is crazy. And then having your teammates build off you. Hey, Billy, keep doing what you're doing, man. BTG, bro. BTG, that's you.
And they're still in this one because of it in the first half. It is 5-3 now. It's a pretty close game overall. I don't know that a Paladins lead for this long is what people would have expected, but it's going well for them so far. The bots have rolled some of their games that they would have wanted, but we're going into Fortnite. We have Cryptics available. Mordecai going in on the other side. We will see La Bamba. We'll likely see Ceviche in as well. The Paladins, on the other hand, I think LA will be going in here
Magna.
for them. We see Magna, obviously. You're going to put him in first and
I would
foremost.
put Strix in.
Imperial
and Mad
Raijin
Genius.
going in, Mad Genius, and Strix as well going in. No LA for this one. That is your tier 1. You want to save him for more than just a Fortnite. Very good
Fortnite?
calls.
Tier 1 playing Fortnite? Come on.
Yeah.
Nah.
They're like, leave that in 2018. If you liked the game when you were a kid.
We got Mortal Kombat probably coming up next. Some fighting game probably. That's why TLG and him staying out, you know? Or it might be football or basketball. Let's find out, you know?
It would be very interesting to see LA and TLG in a game of college football up against what would likely be Billy and, I don't know, Mordecai maybe?
Nah, tier 5.
Oh, Ceviche. Okay. All right.
Ceviche.
Ceviche would come out of very, yeah.
Ceviche sound
cool name.
like it's a like guacamole.
Yeah.
Ceviche.
Ceviche. Like a French dish.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, 5v5 Fortnite. We know who is going in. We got Dictator Chicken, we got Mordecai, we got La Bamba, we got Raijin, and we got Paku. So saving Ceviche for anything that could possibly roll after Mordecai and Billy as well. I think that's a solid 3 to hold off on.
I mean, Billy just came out of StarCraft, man.
He needs a break. You called him old, not me.
Hey, don't call Billy out, man.
He can come for you, not me. I didn't call him old.
Matter of fact, look, if you're going to call Billy out, call him on a wheel. Oh, no, ain't nobody doing that.
You're in so
Herb,
much trouble.
Cutters. Ain't nobody doing that.
Oh, you're in trouble.
What? I say it.
He's going to judo throw you at halftime.
I want to see tier 1s against tier 1s on the wheel. What's up?
I'd love to see it.
Tier 1s against tier 1s on the wheel. Like, who's the best tier 1?
Yeah, I think that's a hot debate right now. We have a lot of these tier 1 head-to-heads that we look at, but who the best tier 1 is overall is very contentious. Going to be another timeout for the Paladins because, they run the entire clock down in Fortnite. They have to get this game set up. When we come down to the 2-hour mark, they will be... That's interesting. They've lost 3.
Yes.
I believe one of those technical timeouts we talked about may have actually been a Paladins timeout because they've lost 3 at this point. So I want to say...
So it was 2 technical timeouts by the Paladins?
Well, there were 2 technical timeouts and then 2 regular timeouts. But as we talked about those tier 1s before, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the head-to-head matchup now. It's going to be 4-0 for LA right now, and 3-1, still a respectable score line for Billy on the side of the bots. This means that Billy has been a part of every single win that team's been able to take so far.
And the loss.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the 1 loss in Tekken. It is a team-rounded game, but you expect your tier 1 to be able to put in work on everything. However, Shooter for the finals, Strategy for obviously StarCraft, and Racer for... Was he in for Wreckfest? No, I'm sorry, Jected. Of course, he won Jected. He won it himself.
Yeah,
yeah, great play so far from him. It was only the fighters that he didn't really carry in, which is fine. But the bots have to learn right now. You absolutely cannot be carried by your tier 1. So it's up to these other players, your tier 2s, that are really going to be the deciders on how things are going to go. And look at that. They are even right now. Let me get a little point at them right there. That's going to be our tier 2s. They are 2-2 at the moment, going even. The tier 1s are doing a lot of heavy lifting right now.
Wow. Fighter and it's Racer, TLG?
TLG, you expect... Oh, yeah, we can move out of the way a little bit. Let them see the names there. That is TLG and Dictator Chicken. Dictator Chicken being a little bit of a robot there, as we
he's
see.
a bot?
Yep.
And what's TLG look like somebody's dad? Like, look, man, I'm just here to pick my paycheck up.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, so far, doing a decent job. He's fulfilling his role, definitely. The tier 2s we talk about often get picked on by their own team because when the tier 1 needs to be saved for something, it's your tier 2 that has to go in for anything, no matter how comfortable they are. So the tier 2s oftentimes are going to take a hit to that win-loss record, but it's about how well they perform and what they specialize in and how much they can round themselves out in the newer games on the wheel. That's the difference maker for tier 2s.
So TLG covers a lot, right? He's been in the league for a good minute, right? I don't think nobody want to see that tier 2, for real.
Yeah.
Like, it's a whole lot of tier 1s. Put it like this. It's a whole lot of tier 1s through 4 that people think should, go a different way, right? But at the same time, when your time to show up, do you show up for your tier? Do you play as a tier 1 or do you play as a tier 5? Do you play as a reserve or do you play as a tier 2? Do you only show up when the big team's here or do you don't show up when the little team?
Yeah, it's very contentious deciding whether or not a tier 1 losing is on their back or because they're supposed to be carrying the team. Now, when a tier 1 goes in with an even or losing record after winning a game, that's the players that we've had to really dissect and look closely at to see if they're going to perform to the best of their ability. Your tier 1, even in a loss, it should be about even.
So if you think about it right now, right? 1-3, Michigan, 4-1. They both played, well, Michigan played 4 games, Boss played 5. So the Boss have one more game ahead. Is this Dead by Daylight?
It's going to be Die by the Blade coming up. Yeah, Die by the Blade going to be coming up next. 5v5. It is in our fighting category, and it is 1 hit for a kill. The round will end if you make contact once. It is
the game that reminds me of For Honor.
Yes. Yes, that would be the one. So we're going to first be looking here. Oh, very interesting. We're going to be looking at Mad Genius first.
Look at that. Is that Rick?
Looks like it is. So these players are going to run into one of these 5 spawns. There will be 4 spawns chosen. 3 players from each team will go into a spawn, and then the remaining 2 will go into another spawn. Then it will be up to the teams to come out and communicate with each other to, well, destroy each other and find the win. Now, I find it very hypocritical here from the side of the Paladins. We do have Strix here often on commentary, and I have to make a little bit of a call out right now. Nothing personal, keeping the personal things aside. He often talks about using the same skins to be able to identify the characters and who everyone is playing. Notably, the Paladins are not playing with the same skins right now. So they're not following the strategy that Strix always talks about. His own team not doing so. Now, there might be a reason for that. Those were not all UEL players. No. That was a public lobby that we accidentally just loaded ourselves into, so we're going to get ourselves into a private lobby, play that one correctly. Maybe I called out the Paladins too soon. That's going to be a penalty timeout. Now for the Paladins, we're not even at the half, and they're only down to 1 timeout.
So, all right, hold on. This refresh my memory real quick. So they got 5. They got 5 timeouts, right? For the first half.
Yeah.
Second half, do they get 5 more?
It drops them down. If you haven't used 3 of them, you get dropped down to 2 automatically. So your 5 timeouts are for the full game. But if you haven't used 3 of them and dropped it down to 2, it drops it down to 2 automatically for you at the half.
So
we will cover that when we return. We're going to throw it to an ad real quick and then come back for our game of Fortnite.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the Bandits. And there and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
All right, and we are back. Unfortunately, this is what we returned to. Yeah, I mean, I just listen, man. The next generation is what do they say? Cook. They're it's not looking good for them.
I would say it cooked. It was uncooked. They're pasta.
They're not fully developed quite yet. Now, as we load in, I think we do see some of those matching skins. I don't know if it's all of them, though. I don't know if all of the players. All right, so Magna very vocal about making sure that people do not go to the wrong team. Yes, okay. So I believe that the Paladins do all have the same skin. No, I'm sorry. It's not the Paladins that all have the same skin. Maybe that was the bots then. That's very, very disappointing from the Paladins. You got to adapt to that style. I mean, there are default skins in the game, or just get everybody to play to the first level of the Battle Pass, so you can have that skin. But it'll be Mad Genius that we start off here on. He does have this long-range rifle here that he's going to be trying to land shots with. Builds himself up a little bit to start. Gives himself a little cover.
He's down already.
Wants to confuse him a little bit. Yeah, wow, a player already going down that early on. Now he's going to land these shots from afar. Doesn't have the sight on that rifle, so he's not going to be able to scope them down. Even though the gun is accurate, he's not going to be able to find the sight. So a little bit of building coming out from him here. Not sure which target he wants to focus. He's going to try to find shots on this third spawn. Now, you can see building on his right. The reason he wasn't shooting at those players on the right side is because those are his teammates that spawned in on the other one. So they're technically on another team in-game, but they're still working together in this match. Now we're switching over to Magna, who I believe just found a down. He finds another player. Playing it real slow. Wants to get his shields back. The zone is coming in, so he's going to build himself a wall. However, the player he's engaging on is building very slowly. He can probably engage on this player if he rushes him down. That's what he's going to do. He's coming in from above as well. Lands these shots, finds another kill easily. The Paladins are in the lead. I was going to find some long-range shots as well. No, I think just called out that that was his teammate. Very good trigger discipline. Now shooting down onto one of these other bots players. Gets it down again. Magna with really nice shots so far. That's even more players down. That is an entire team in-game wiped. We'll have to see. I think Magna's building up now. That might be a win for the Paladins. Oh, he's just going high at the moment, making sure it's not going to get taken down. Yeah, it's the Paladins. They're celebrating. They're celebrating at the moment. Now the kills are going to come through. The Paladins had all 5 players alive there at the end. Magna looked down on 4 of his teammates who were also alive. They wiped the bots.
They did what?
Fully wiped the bots.
Was the bots even there?
I think they were deprogrammed.
They wasn't moving correctly.
Yeah, somebody pressed the power switch. Paku looks like he might have fallen asleep. He's got to get back in this one. Still watching Magna here. We'll see what he picks up this time. He's going to get one of those automatic rifles, something that he did well with last game. He was at that medium range, and he made good use of those rifles. Now he has one with a... Oh, it looked like for a moment he had one with better range. Squatted up with his teammates here. He's got a rifle. He's got a shotgun. Now it's going to be about utility. What do you want to bring in that's going to be a game changer if you get into a sticky situation? And it looks like he's going to use one immediately. Going to warp himself in here. I would be amazed if he went for the aggression. He does not. He falls back to his base. Very smart decision. Looks like one of our players, I believe, crashed out of the program. So we're probably going to get a technical timeout here, and we'll head back into it. But thankfully, that was early in the round. So we know the Paladins have 1 round. They need 1 more to take away the full game of Fortnite. You get 2 rounds, you win Fortnite.
But the Paladins only got 1 timeout.
Yes.
So,
true. All right, so it sounds like one of the bots was stuck on the score screen, weirdly enough, unable to load into the game. Very strange.
Was they stuck, or was it a bot play?
Yeah. Hopefully it was not a button issue and they didn't button check themselves. But I believe we're going to be getting into this one again. And just going to head right back into it as the beginning of the round. So nothing really that we need to reset. We don't need to have any players lose their lives or anything. Magna got a little bit of scouting early on there, which was very interesting to see. I'd love to see him have another heads-up play like that early on. Clearly, he's the player that understands the mechanics of that game the best and can use those items to get himself set up for the later rounds.
He was very vocal. I mean, you've been hearing him lately, you know what I'm saying, games that he know about, like the sport, shooting games. He's very vocal, very, very, very. I hate to see if Dead by Daylight come up, because if he's in for it, yeah, I won't like that. Please, just forfeit, because he's going to be the killer, and he's coming after you.
Yeah, I think the bots in that situation might want to actually have the killer of their own. They'd probably put in, I imagine, well, I would think Ragin. Ragin last time did fantastic for them as the killer. A really quick win for the team.
I mean, if Ragin up in there, yeah.
Magna has now changed skins. Probably not the best here. He does have some cereal on his back as well.
Lucky Charms, though. Can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, can't go wrong. So it looks like he's going to get
Charms?
shotgun. He's got the plunger gun as well, so he's going to be able to make his way across the map. Is he going to engage on this? He scouted this out last time. Can he get the engagement? He's going to get himself contact. Now he's behind one of these players. He could find an early kill. They've already been engaged on. They've already lost one.
You like that? Oh, man.
They have already lost the player. The bots are down by 1, but now Magna's getting hit. Took a little too long to find that kill. Yeah, we'll have to find out who that was that went down first. That was a very unfortunate way to go.
Oh, who's that right there?
His teammates engaged with him, so now 2 players down for the side of the bots. Maybe more, we'll have to see. At the moment, it is once again huge control for the Paladins. You have to imagine after the way that last one went, this is just like the knife in the heart right now. Gonna check to see if there's anybody still in spawn. They don't find anybody at the moment. You can see Mad Genius was there jumping into that spawn, gonna collect some more. A little challenge completed, never hurt anybody, but I think Magna's gonna engage on this other spawn now. He knows that the bots have to move in because the zone is on its way in. Has to build a little bit quicker, has to make sure he's defended, drops down a little. That was not the plan. He was trying to build in front of himself. Another bot going down. That's 2. Magna, I believe, trying to find the last player for the bots. Yeah, the Paladins win. Those are their teammates. They're taking them down. Maybe one of their quickest Fortnite games I've seen. They dominated. They didn't lose anybody.
Magna had a rifle again, a sniper. If you had a sniper, guys, run away. Just run.
It's 6 for the Paladins now. They are up by 3 against the bots. We have 3 players available for this game of Die by the Blade. It's going to have to be Billy, Mordecai, and Ceviche going up against LA, TLG, and Cryptix. There will be 2 players available to be chosen from the remaining on each side as the roster reset.
Probably Magna.
Now, the way this game works is you are trying to actively counter your opponent. You are trying to put in directional inputs on your gamepad in order to be able to block incoming attacks.
Okay.
Now, there are also special attacks that will show up as a red glow on the blade. Those have to be perfect parried. It's not just about directional inputs. You have to actually time your parry on that, and it gives a huge opportunity if you're able to parry it for you to find a kill.
So what you're telling me is that it's more of a one hit or a super hit.
Oh, yeah, it is. A lot of players unable to block, to parry those perfect combos. Those not perfect combos, but you don't even combo really in this game. A combo looks like whiffing 4 hits and then connecting 1. It's kind of a mind game the way the combos work in this one. There are stamina bars as well, though, so you don't want to whiff too many of your shots at the same time and then just be able to be killed easily.
Listen, I've seen some guys play this, and guess what? I'm in awe. I don't know how they move that quick. Hand-eye coordination, split decision, but guess what? Somebody's going to lose, and then we only got 26 minutes left in this first half.
Yeah, we're coming to the close of the first half here, and the Paladins are still in control. I think the bots would like to bring it back here. They probably want to go on a streak in this end game here. It would give them momentum in the second half, and they would probably be about tied up by the end of our 30 minutes here.
Well, most of the bots this season has been playing from behind, too, though. There's only been a couple games that I have seen them have had the lead before the half, and then in games that have been behind, they had came back and won. Fashionably, like, good, like eight games in a row. Like, come on. If you're going to beat the boss, you need to start beating the boss before the first half. Do not give them a chance to come back in the second half. And right now, you're giving the boss right now a chance. So
the Paladins have won games in, I think, every category at this point. So the bots don't have a solid hold on anything against the Paladins, except I think strategy is the only thing right now, because they won StarCraft, is the only game that they have, the only category that they have up on the Paladins. Yep. Everything else, I think, at this point is going the way of the Paladins.
Sports-wise, Paladins. Racing, Paladins. Because they won Wreckfest in F1.
Yep.
They won.
They lost Jected, but they're still in the lead there.
And then they won hockey.
Yeah, they did. They won NHL, yeah. On the sides of the shooters, the bots have won the finals. I'm trying to think about any other shooters that we got here. So we have a lot coming up. So I think those are going to roll a lot in the second half. So that's pretty dangerous. You've got Halo, you've got Rainbow Six, you've got Overwatch, you've got Apex Legends. There's a ton of shooters that are still going to be coming out. A lot of them team 5v5 shooters. Overwatch, historically, not been the Paladins game. In fact, I would say they've probably showed the absolute worst in Overwatch that we've seen this season.
What?
I don't know if I've seen them win a team fight. They've gone games where they haven't gotten a kill by the end of it. Yep. Not a single
So you telling me they left their house without their wallet?
They did indeed.
Okay.
So bad, in fact, that in their previous game, at the end of Overwatch, TLG stood up and said, "We got a kill." He cheered for the fact that they were able to get one kill. In a 5v5 shooter where you have multiple team fights throughout the course of a map, he was happy that they were able to kill one player.
All right. I'm saying this now, right? If they play Overwatch, I need to know how many kills they're going to have in the chat. I need y'all to tell me how many kills they're going to have.
It's got to be at least 2, right?
I mean, more than what they did last time.
They've got to be practicing.
Right?
They have been practicing that game. So we will see if there's any improvements. Now, it's going to be very, very interesting. All right, so we're going to have...
Don't do it.
Oh, it is. It's going to be 2K25. Now a really early kill out from, I believe, what is the Paladin side there.
Are you serious?
Here on the Ronin. And is this Cryptix sitting down playing first? That's a trade back. So, no, I believe Cryptix is going to be on the player 2 side. That's the Paladins on that player 2. They're cheering for Cryptix getting that kill. He tries to go for another quick one. A perfect parry is going to open him up. He parries as well. And now coming in with that same overhead. Finally gets taken down. It's going to be Mordecai securing them a win. At least gets one for the team. And he does only have 1 life now, though. If you lose, it's a 2-life game. And if you lose one, you will carry that over to the next round. So he only has 1 life remaining. Now he locks in the Tony Monk. That That'll be Magna, I believe, now, locking in the Tony Monk. Actually, no. It was just, I believe it was a button press that he did not mean to do. He'll get his setup. Clearly, it's going to be, on this Chuck, though, here, it's going to be Mordecai playing the Ronin.
How long do they have to do their checkup? Like, is there a time? 30 seconds?
So they'll be able to do a button check. They should be getting into the game shortly. Yeah, I mean, you can't stall for time here, but you have a moment to select your weapon and select your character. You definitely don't want to stall. Had to get his controller plugged in, I believe is what it is. They'll be sharing a PC on this one, so they'll be switching out. So if you're playing on controller, which I believe they all will be, you'll be playing it. I believe there's one player. I don't quite remember who it is. Maybe they'll let us know in chat, but I believe there's one player who plays on mouse and key. And now Mordecai with early aggression. Magna's going to come in, but get stabbed in the stomach, and Mordecai's going to take him out. So taking the life off of him. Mordecai, notably, 1 life remaining still. He has to be careful, but he's just going in aggressive at the start of every round. Magna's able to take that final life off of him, and while Magna will only have 1 life remaining, Mordecai is at least out of the picture.
So he go ahead and kill him?
Yeah, so they'll go back to the change character screen now, and it'll be Paku coming in, sitting down, ready to go. His first game of the season. He's ready to play this new game on the UEL wheel, Die by the Blade, and he's going to choose the Butterfly as well. We'll see what weapon it was that he chose. You talked about how long they have. He knew what he wanted because that was a quick setup. Oh, and it's going to be the Naginata here that he's going to be using. This is a very long-ranged weapon. He's going to have a lot of reach. The overheads with this weapon come out of nowhere. They are very dangerous. You have to be careful of them. Backing him into a corner here, putting a lot of pressure on Magna. Goes for a stab, but it came out a little late. Magna, on the other hand, not late at all. Coming out very quickly with a response, finding a kill, taking down one of Paku's lives. Now the teams are even. 1 player and 1 life down on each side. Magna wanting to take the lead for his team. Paku wanting to get his first kill in this game ever in the UEL. It will be Magna picking up the kill. Paku will not find a kill in this game just yet. He's got a little practicing to do.
This guy can't even leave the house yet. Y'all let him lose? Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah.
You gotta look. See, look, he's talking mess right now. Keep talking, Mag. Tell him. Y'all lucky this ain't tabs.
Ooh, and it's gonna be a mirror matchup. Tony Monk for both of them, both on the Wakazashi here.
But Magna got 1 life still.
Magna has 1 life. He has 3 players behind him. Dictator Chicken only has 2. Dictator Chicken needs to even this one up by taking Magna's final life in this game. Once again, Magna being backed into a corner, but that's never really scared him before. His stamina was way down. Dictator Chicken was super patient, engaged with the long-range attack that these Wakazashis have. Able to take him down on low stamina very easily. Now it's even. 3 players for each team. This one's back and forth.
And we have 20 minutes left in this half.
All right, we're going to get the Ronin. And is it gonna? Yeah, it's gonna be the choke though here. But with the Ronin combo, very interesting. This might be new meta developing. We didn't see a ton of Ronin being played at the beginning of the season. Now we're starting to see him more, and using the Chokto as well. That's a weapon that we don't see that often, so maybe this is just his combo. Now you see how huge that stamina bar is for Ronin. It's rebuilding slowly, but when he's got it, he's going to be able to put up pressure like no other. So Strix here coming out with a little bit of strength. Goes for an overhead and unfortunately gets taken out his first life by Dictator Chicken. So Dictator Chicken wanted to take this win without losing a life. Ooh, instant aggression. Strix is like, listen, the first round you were able to take me down, but it's not going to be that easy, all right? I'm going to fight my way back. His team's even again. 2 players, 3 players, only 5 lives in total. Whoever takes this one gives their team a 1-up in the matchup. Not going to be Strix. He thought the engagement was coming. He was a little bit too quick. Dictator Chicken very calmly leaning back in his chair, taking that win. Looks confident, looks patient, calm.
I never see him doing any emotion. Just rocking back and forth. Okay.
Yeah, now it's the Nodachi Ronin coming out. So a little bit of a change up. LA going to be playing the same character, but a different weapon. They don't go into game yet. Maybe he'll make a switch. No, I think we're going to get readied up here. Dictator clear staying on the same weapon. No, it will be... he will make a change. It's going to be the Butterfly on the Katana. For a second, Dictator was going to try to counterpick. I don't think that is an option for you, buddy. We're going to be going into this one. Tony Monk versus the
same
Butterfly.
person, right?
Yeah, Butterfly here going to have a little bit more stamina to work with than Tony Monk, but Tony Monk going to have a lot of quickness. He's able to bring out these attacks quickly. Oh, it's going to be a trade. a 1-for-1, which means that Dictator is out of this one. He only had 1 life remaining, but yeah, they're going to go back to the change character screen. LA did lose a life because it was a trade. They engaged at the same time.
That's crazy.
All right, so 1 life remaining here for LA. However, the Paladins... Oh, no, I'm sorry. The Paladins not in the lead right now. LA has 1 life. TLG is the only player in the back. Ceviche coming in with 2 fresh lives, and Billy still in the back. Is there any man that you'd rather not see in the back waiting in the wings than Billy?
Cat, Cutters, or Hollywood.
Ooh, there you go.
And Jekyll.
And Jekyll, there you go. So it's Ceviche here repping that Peruvian flag on his left arm. Gonna show us what he's got. He's here on the Tony Monk with that Naginata.
Oh.
Engages, somehow able to block that while his weapon's in the air, but he will eventually lose a life. LA was able to follow through with just the end of his stamina bar.
LA cut through that, the board.
An immediate, you see what the range can do in this game. LA was just getting started. He's like, check it out. Check out what I got. Look what I can do. Check out my fancy nunchucks. Nope. Not even close. Ceviche is just going to take you down where you stand. No showboating here.
He just got hit like, I've been watching this anime called Black Clover. Yeah, he got hit like that.
There you go. It'll be TLG trying to wrap this one up for the Paladins now. Still going to be the Tony Monk Naginata here for Ceviche. Going to be the Butterfly with the Katana. Got overhead right now, waiting. Yep. Very nice block. Good positioning on his part. And you see the low strike coming out from overhead as well. He's got a low block as well. Engages from the front. It's blocked at first. Ceviche staying calm. He knows that he has the advantage here. It's just extra work for him at this point. He's taking as much as he can. The overhead is slow. It's not going to come through. Finally, an overhead strike goes through. Just repeatedly, the same thing over and over. TLG's got 1 life remaining. Ceviche still has a life remaining, but a whole player in the wings waiting to come in. An immediate strike from overhead. Ceviche just wanting to keep going with that same attack. Finally switches it up. A lot of strikes coming out. No stamina, but TLG's taking it easy on him. Not going in yet. He has plenty of opportunity to strike. Blocks that one. Now he's going to engage, and he finds a strike on the low stamina. TLG, with 1 life remaining, has to take out Billy's 2 lives.
Yo, this is something else.
Gonna be a tough matchup.
Has been disconnected.
Yeah,
so now you have Billy, tier 1 against tier 2.
Yeah, let's see if TLG on 1 life can show him up. It's got to be a perfect game from TLG. Can't make any mistakes. We know Billy's going to capitalize on any incorrect inputs, anything that he doesn't see going right.
I don't know, man. I think Billy, is Billy really that good in this game?
In this game in particular, I wouldn't say that he is especially notable, but I also wouldn't say that he doesn't know what he's doing. He knows what he's looking for, and Billy is one of the smartest players that we've seen in the league, so I think that's going to benefit him here. If there's a fighting game that you want to have wit in on this wheel and ability to adapt, it's this one.
It's TLG, though.
It is TLG. That is you make a good point. That is a tough opponent to go up against in a fighter. He's been playing fighters for a long time. He knows how to make quick reactions.
It's a fighter game, and it's TLG. So, I mean, if TLG had 2 lives against Billy, and it was something else, not this fighting game, I would say TLG hands down. But is Billy the GOAT is going to show up and tell him to kiss his ring today?
Yeah. He's got 2 lives to work with. It's not just the 1. So it looks like Billy going to be moving himself over.
Look at Imperial in the background.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's shaking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, does he have a shake weight back there?
Look like it.
It does. They might be heating pads. He might have some hand warmers in there. So it's going to be the Daisuke versus the Butterfly. Now we see Daisuke with the Naginata as well. Butterfly here with the Katana. TLG, you got to be clean, you got to be perfect. Got to come out with a block. That's a good start, but Daisuke has so much stamina. He's going to be able to throw out a lot of strikes, even with this large weapon. So much room to work with. Nobody getting an upper hand yet. Billy is playing safe at the moment. TLG finds contact. 1 life per player. This is it. Man. We're down to the wire. Oh, TLG, look how confident he is now engaging. taking slashes, running his own stamina bar down. Oh, he's able to block that strike in from Billy. Billy connects and finishes the game for his team. The bots are going to win and start closing that gap in the score line.
Well, we just talked about it. Good win for the bots. Billy took another one.
He did. That's true. Put another one up on the record. He's 4-1 now. He has still been part of every single win that they've had. And, I mean, he was a significant piece of what just happened as well. It's not even just being part of the team. He was very important to finishing that game out.
He beat TLG.
He did.
I'm sorry, TLG, because you took one off him, and then he took one off you.
Yeah, Billy was able to adapt. I talked about how smart he is, how intelligent he's going to play these games. And TLG came out with more aggression in the second round. He thought that Billy didn't have the capability to play the game necessarily. Sure, he's smart, but maybe this just isn't his game. That was not the case. That's not what ended up happening. We're coming down to the end of this one. I don't think 2K is going to be our last game. We'll likely have one more game. This is going to take up 12 minutes of our time.
So we should have 12 games. Well, about a half.
Yeah, yeah.
And 2K, I think 2K is only 8 minutes or something to that.
Yeah, there's a time limit on it, and they might have brought it down. I'm not 100% certain, but we do have a time limit on it. Some of them have gone slow, and we don't always make it to the 21. But it'll be first to 21 or first to our time limit. La Bamba going in here alongside. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Ragin. So Ragin Cajun versus La Bamba going to be going up against against Imperial Ragin and Mad Genius.
You don't put LA in for 2K?
LA not going in for 2K. Cryptic's not going in. He said sports games or something that's up his alley as well.
LA's not going in for 2K. It's like The Rock not saying he's The Rock.
I think they don't believe they need him. I'm going to be honest with you. I think in a 2K game where you have Imperial and Mad Genius, they might just be saying, listen, La Bamba and Raging Cajun aren't really what we're worried about. So it's going to be Cryptics, not Mad Genius. They actually corrected it. That's an interesting adjustment because I would have thought Mad Genius Cryptics. But it's going to be Imperial and Cryptics. Now this is...
Imperial has been balling today.
Yeah.
Ride the hot hand, you know what I'm saying, the hot wheel, you know, and ride it till the wheels fall off. So
yep. Yeah, we saw him in FC. We saw him in the finals. He's covering exactly the categories he said he was going to be good in. That finals game was so close, he was unfortunately unable to take a win in his first shooter of the season.
LA not in 2K.
Yeah. I do think it may be a case of just not needing them. I think they want to save their tier 1 for anything else that he might be able to cover. He's got more versatility.
You about to go at half. You're going to play another game, right? So if he did win in, right? Let's say he went in, right? You would still have had TLG, let's say Cryptid, and Mad Genius. It would have been a reset coming around anyway, so he would still have been able to use unless it was a 3v3. So 3v3, Apex, you know, what else we got there? Like, could have been roller derby.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just saying, LA not going in for 2K is like going to a chicken place and asking for a steak. It's not normal.
But maybe you'll be surprised with the quality of what you find. You never know. Cryptix is a new player coming out here. Very possible that he could help this team go to a win here in 2K. We'll just have to see. We don't know what his abilities are right now in this particular game this season. So La Bamba and Raging going in leave Ceviche, Mordecai, Billy. I'm starting to notice a trend over there on the bot side. This is not the first time we've seen Billy, Mordecai, and Ceviche be the 3 players remaining on that side.
But you got, I don't know, man. You got Billy. You knew Billy wasn't going in for on 2K. Oh,
man, and that may be our last game of the half. We did get a little bit of time added to our clock here. We have 2 minutes and 18 seconds now. It's going to be Checkmate Showdown.
A reset.
Next. Yeah, it's going to just completely reset the lineups.
So we would have been. Ooh, hey, real player. Yeah, real player cannot be on there.
Oh yeah, you want that low risk reward most of the players are playing with. So
yeah, I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. The real player, you know, should not be there. But the high risk, like the layup timing, the high risk reward should be what you do. You know what I'm saying? Because I play in a league right now that they cut the rhythm shooting off, so you can't use a stick. Because it gives you a 70% green window.
I see.
But this is, 2K25, so why not use the...
All right, so we're going to see, this is going to be Raging here on the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and his teammate is going to be there on the Kobe Bryant. So black jerseys are going to be the bots, white jerseys are going to be the Paladins. Harden is going to be Imperial Raijin, and Cryptic is going to be on Giannis here. And Cryptic going up with the first point in this game as well.
I'm do my Leo DiCaprio.
Uh-oh.
Yep, he was supposed to do a button check and go back, and he scored.
All right, so I think we're tying this one up 1-1 for that, I think, is the decision that we've made.
King Cryptic, so eager to,
Yeah, all right, well, Cryptic
See,
puts it to his teammate. Yeah, we hear a little bit of a whoa.
Hey, there you go.
There
you go.
it is. All right.
See?
So it is supposed to be the bots starting with the ball here. So that is why we're getting this set up. So now it's 1-1. We've made the decision to go even instead of any kind of other punishment. They better be careful with those low batteries.
Somebody about to not be playing the game.
All right, so the bots now getting that layup means that they'll be up by 1. That's the first real point of the game here. All right, now we have the Paladins trying to get control, and from the 3, we're going to get Cryptic on the Giannis. Gonna sink that one.
The Freak is shooting threes.
Great job, Cryptics. Very nice sinking that one.
Abdul-Jabbar with the cross. Foul by James Harden.
Yep.
Keep your hands to yourself, Mr. Harden. This is not Houston.
Imperial giving control back away. Now we see Ragin trying to approach again, being defended by the other big man, but he is far bigger. Now we see La Bamba here trying to find his positioning. He wants to take a shot from far, but it's going to be from the middle, and he's going to sink it. So now 2-2 is what our game is at. Just
I see you, La Bamba. I see you out here,
We'll
man.
call the numbers as they are, but just act as if, we're down to a 2-2 right now. Each team is down 1 point.
James Harden with the hezzy.
A little bit of positioning. The big man for the layup, and it's once again going to be Cryptic getting the points. It's not often you see them utilizing the big man this well.
Anybody who uses the big man as a great asset.
Yeah,
because all you want to do is shoot greens.
A nice defense being set from Cryptic. La Bamba trying to find an opening. He wants to find a layup. Big man's in his way. We see Cryptic getting that arm up. Gets it up again. Oh, now La Bamba from the 3. Not going to sink that one.
No. Oh, get the rip.
Recovered again by La Bamba. Can he get under the net?
Good rip. Potato chip. Oh, no.
Tries to get it off to his teammate Cryptic. Going to pass it over to Imperial. Imperial trying to find position at the top of the key. Going to run it in for a layup. A dunk. That one's going to be in there, up by 2.
James Harden.
Cryptic here on the Giannis on the defense.
Hands up. Good.
Ragin sending it to La Bamba. La Bamba going to drop back just a little bit. See if he wants to go for a 3. His teammate not setting a pick for him right now. Ooh. Blocked by Cryptic.
Goaltending. Hey, yo, ref. You must be a game master somewhere, huh? That was not goaltending, man.
All right, well, that'll be another point on the board for the bots. Now they're only down by 1. Paladin still with a little bit of control. See if he try to go for a shot here. I doubt Imperial would go for it. Going to send it over to his teammate, who, if he can get under the basket here, he's got the space to do it. No, I'm going to send it back to Imperial now, who's going to approach. Weirdly enough, had a position. A nice pass mid-shot. The layup is not good, but he does recover. Sends it over to Cryptic, who puts it up. That one is good. They're up by 2 once again. See what La Bamba can set himself up for.
We got 2 minutes and 13 seconds left, Phil?
La Bamba from downtown, not going to get that one. We do still have 2 minutes, 13 seconds. Definitely enough time to get into the checkmate.
Abdul-Jabbar. He missed it. He goes back up. Oh, get blocked by Greek the Freak.
Yeah, Cryptic with a lot of blocks here. Now he's open. I don't think he's going to shoot it. He's going to drive to get under the net. He's unable to get there. Talk about a block. Both of these defenders playing really well. Now Imperial trying to get himself set. Sends it to the 3. Cryptic not able to sink that one. However, it's recovered by Imperial. Cryptic again driving under the net, passing it. Imperial not able to get it in once again, but now under the net. Cryptic finally able to put a point there, up by 3. I think both teams are. We subtract 1 from both teams, right? So up by 3 now.
Oh, okay. Could be 5. Is it 5-3?
It is a 6-3. It's a 6-3 game. Now it is 6-5. It is a 1-point game. All right, we see Imperial here getting himself set. Looking to get Cryptic. Cryptic set up on the outside. There's a little bit of freedom. Now Imperial can get himself some room. It's a really slow approach from Ragin. Not making a lot of progress here. A really nice spot from Imperial. He tries to lay it up from about halfway out to the key. Now let's see if La Bamba can finally make something happen. He has to get himself set. Some nice rolls here on the outside. Continues it going in from the 3. Unfortunately, a 3 while you're moving. Not very easy. Now on the outside, gets it reset. Can Imperial get anything done? No, it gets taken away. La Bamba is once again not set. Scrambling around at the top of the key. Finds himself under the basket. Gives it to his teammate here. Ragin just falls back at the 3-point line. Faking it, putting up a 3. La Bamba unable to get that one in once again.
Ragin. Oh!
No, unable to make the point.
Go up, Ragin.
And
see you, Ragin.
3rd time's the charm.
Big body, man. Go ahead.
We're going to tie this one up now.
6-6 right now. Ragin is showing people, hey, man, I don't play basketball, but I do.
Woo! Right under the basket. Just gave that one a
James
to him.
Harden?
That was Imperial on Harden.
Hey, Imperial's balling.
Yeah, Imperial's getting in there right now.
Uh-oh. Ragin with the, ooh. Hey, man, listen, if y'all playing basketball, man, please attack. Just attack, especially you got a big Kobe.
La Bamba with a really nice fade for 2 points. They're up.
You gotta say Kobe when you shoot, man.
Bots are up by 1. I believe the Paladins need to score here, and they get that point to tie it up. It's 9-9. All right, now it's the Bots. Next point wins. It has to be a solid defense from the Paladins. The Bots can wrap this one up. This is it. Last chance. And that point goes in. That is a buzzer beater going in for the Bots. That'll be it.
Ragin with the win. I see you, Ragin Cajun with the win. Hook shot. A cream dog do a job.
10 minutes remaining in the half now. The Bots are only down by 1. They were down by 3 not too long ago. Now they're bringing it back. They could tie. Sorry. Yeah, down by 3. It was 6-3.
It was 4-2.
4-2. Yeah, and then it was 6-3.
Yep.
Yeah, so they were down by 3, and now they've come up by 2 more. They're going to tie this one up here. If they win Checkmate Showdown, Paladins can try to get some separation here in the last 10 minutes, though. Before we get into this next game, we're going to go to the floor for a quick interview.
What's up, everybody? It's Lockdown here, your host today, and I'm here with Imperial. Imperial, you've had a pretty good showing with the team so far today. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Today we're finishing. We're doing everything we came in expecting to do. Kind of honestly surprised, but everything's working out fine.
So I got to ask, when it comes to Tekken, you showed a lot of improvement today. You did a great job in Tekken, and you had to be excited about that, finally getting a chance to show it.
Yeah, I was super excited. So my first time actually playing, I wasn't able to exhibit that I was like working on it. So today I was able to show all the hours that I've been putting in. I just got a hitbox like a week ago, and this is what I can do. So.
Okay, nice. Next level. So what are you looking forward to playing today? What do you think that game is going to be that's going to help you really shine and kind of take the initiative for your team?
Everyone's always going to expect Apex. I do love Apex, but honestly, I'm excited for Forza, to be honest. I'm in a racing mood today. I mean, Apex can come any day. Like, I'm not worried about anybody in Apex. So
you got a score prediction? Last question.
No, honestly, no, I don't. I just know it's going to be a lot to lose.
All right, thanks for joining us.
Appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
All right. Well, you heard him. A lot to a little. He thinks they're going to take this one big time. Checkmate Showdown 77. Every player is going in. It's the whole team on the board right now. Maybe this will tell us what we got going on for the future of this game.
So you're telling me, right? 7v7, that's everybody. So it could be 6v6 right now, or it could be a 7-5. But we did get 12 games.
Yeah, we did. This is going to be our 12th game. Very possibly come down to 24 at the end of this one. Very possibly 25 even. It depends if the quicker games roll and the longer ones don't. We made it to 12, and StarCraft was included in that. So Those are some of the StarCraft and Checkmate are some of the longer games already out of the way.
StarCraft went quick because of Billy.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. And
Timeout bots?
that's always the answer. Finally, the bot's using up one of their resources. They're going to lose the timeouts anyway, so might as well use them.
They're like, forget about it, right? So time is stopping on the timeout?
Yes, time will stop on our clock. So where we saw it at that about 2 hour, 7.5 minute mark, that's where our time is going to stop. We will reset it to there when we come back with it. But it really doesn't matter too much. I think Checkmate Showdown is going to be the last game, no matter how long it takes. I don't think it goes any shorter than 7 minutes. We've seen last week there were some pretty quick Checkmate Showdown games. Some bishops and queens challenging kings right in the back open area. So the furthest point on the board. I am excited to see the chess aspect of the game, but if one of these teams wants to go with full aggression and just attack the king right off the bat, it could be a quick one.
And look, I love chess. I don't like fighting. All right? Like, if you're going to tell me that you got to take my pawn and then you're going to beat me up at the same time?
Yeah.
I'm good, man. Just take the pawn, bro.
Yeah, really. No need to get aggressive. So, yeah, that's actually a good segue into the way the pieces work in this game. Each of the pawns will be usable for taking pieces, and they can be taken as well, but the pawns will not be fighters. However, every other named piece on the board, the rooks, the knights, the bishops, the king, and the queen, will all be fighters. So when these pieces engage each other on the board, they fight to see if one is able to take the other. It is not a guarantee that you take by just positioning your piece.
Okay, so who's going to be the queen for the bots?
I think on the side of the bots, it'll probably be Mordecai, unless Mordecai is going to specialize in that bishop. The queen is a really important case. It's going to be Mordecai on the king and the bishop, okay, because that bishop is a really, really strong piece. Maybe not the most versatile. Dead by Daylight coming up after that. Very interesting way to open up.
12 is the bots, right? The boss setup, right? So this is the boss setup. Check down. So check.
Yeah. All right, so they still have a minute left in the setup, so they're going to go over their buttons here just for a moment to make sure everything's correct.
Well, this is the 12th game, so this should be the bots setup. And then we got Dead by Daylight. And so, all right, so we got chess, right? Then we got Day by Daylight coming back around. And if it's the Michigan setup, I'm calling it now. Magna's going in as a killer.
Magna, I have unfortunate news for you, will not be available for Dead by Daylight. Unless they choose to play Survivor.
Are you serious?
Yeah. If they choose to play Survivors, Magna will be the only player that they'll be able to choose when the roster gets reset. However, as it stands right now, Magna will not be able to play Killer because they have to choose between LA, TLG, and Mad Genius, the players that are still left in the lineup.
All right, so the last game that we played, right, was what?
That was 2K. Yep.
But Magna didn't go in for 2K, right?
Magna did not go in for 2K. No, he went in for the game that was before 2K.
I know he's mad.
Yeah. Yep, not a great position to be in. But maybe they'll play Survivor. Maybe they've got some strats for it. It'll have to be Mad Genius, TLG, and LA. However, we have some on-floor information to get real quick.
Breaking news.
Oh, we're back with another on the floor update right now. It's locked down here. This building is hype right now. The Paladins are up by 1, 6-5. We had a technical timeout where they had some controller issues going on. So 300 did call a technical timeout and gave them 2 more minutes of setup timer to get the problem corrected. Hi, TLG.
Hey.
Back to you guys.
Gotcha. So we just got a special appearance by TLG. You know what I'm saying? We're going to wave back at him, you know what I'm saying, the same way he waved at us. So, checkmate. Showdown. King for your side, for bots.
So for the side of the bots, it was Mordecai playing the king. And he's also going to be playing one of the bishops.
Okay.
We see oftentimes because one of the players gets doubled up on a piece. So what happens is you usually get your best player that's playing your king so that they can play the defense when they need to. Will also play the queen because they can move in any direction and they'll be taking the most fights. However, as a fighter, players are starting to notice that the bishop has the most potential for damage and overtaking all the other pieces. So what Mordecai is doing is playing the king and one of the bishops rather than playing the queen.
All right, so we're probably going to have TLG probably as a bishop. And then LA probably as a queen.
It's going to be Strix playing the king.
Hey, good choice.
Very interesting.
Strategy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if yeah.
He'll be playing the king and the knight. I think that says a bit about the play style that Strix is going with as well. Some of the more unconventional fighting play styles. The knight with the range. And that's the Paladins in purple as well. I believe it's Magna piloting their chessboard right now. And on the other side is possibly Mordecai, I believe is who I see piloting for the bots, that's always a good idea when you're playing the king and the queen, but that's not what we see right now. We actually see two of the bishops are doing the piloting for the chess for this team. So decent opening for the bots. The side of the Paladins, very interesting that they're opening with a bishop pawn and a knight to the far side. It's the king pawn being used as an opening with the queen being able to escape here for the Paladin. So getting the queen out on the board quicker, whereas the Paladins wanted to get that knight out a lot faster. Now we're going to see it's going to be the queen pawn going out. No. Looks like they might want to keep moving Strix. If this is Strix's knight here that we're looking at. Magna taking his time, figuring out what he wants to do. Already eating into a bit of his clock. We can see that almost 40 seconds gone already. So just moves up the king pawn by a little bit for defense. It's going to be one of those knights moving out for the bots. It seems like the bots already have their plan set. They know what they want to do. Magna is playing very slow and steady. Just creating a wall at this point, blocking off that bishop on that blue. However, that bishop in 2 turns could move to take the king. They're not going to go for that. Instead, it's going to be a pawn overtaking a pawn. Now it's going to be another. It's going to be the Paladins using a pawn to take a pawn. So now, see, this bishop is going to have to move.
Take the pawn.
Yeah, it's a really interesting position right now where he does not exactly have to do that. Well, he made a decision. If he would have moved one up, one to the left, diagonal to the left. Oh, man. Well, that was fast. It is going to be LA sitting down here on the queen. We hear a button check called. Which is this going to be? This is probably going to be Mordecai's bishop.
So,
if they could take out Mordecai's bishop early, that'd be huge.
So right now, right? Let me ask you a question with this, right?
Yeah.
Would you want to fight early, or would you want to play strategy?
I think right now I would want to play for the board state and not for the fighting. But I do think that the Paladins kind of forced it on the bots to have to defend. Sorry, the other way around. The bots kind of forced the Paladins here to have to defend. And now LA's queen taking damage, almost 100 already. You see those 5 bars at the top. Each of those bars will not be able to be reset, even if you win. So if you lose 2 bars of HP and win the fight, you stay having those 2 bars of HP lost when you go into your next fight. Still LA playing a good defense. Both sides having lost bars so far, but LA taking down a second, working on that 3rd bar. A really nice combo. The defensive queen assist coming out is very nice, but Mordecai's unable to transfer it into any kind of aggression. See Mordecai finally landing a hit. Doesn't turn into a combo, just moving around the board right now. LA mostly still in control. He's taken out 3 of those bars. That's a 2nd bar now for the Paladins. Queen being taken out. The throw brings her down even lower. The damage is out. We're about even at the moment. LA trying to find anything. He finally connects, and it's going to be a disruption. Now this is really close. Mordecai finally goes down. Mordecai on the bishop. Big player, big piece eliminated. However, 2 bars remaining for the queen. So LA there is only going to have 2 bars. Oh, we're going to go right into it. This is going to be Dictator Chicken on the queen for the bots. Immediately taking a fight. We didn't hear a button check. Did we get a... We didn't hear any kind of button check. They are right into this one. They're just going to have to take this fight. And LA doing a good job of defending himself despite having less health. But now it's going to be Dictator Chicken coming out really big. Loses 1 bar of health, but able to eliminate the queen.
I didn't even see Dictator Chicken. All I saw was Mordecai, and it looked like he was playing. Somebody said, how you playing, man?
Yeah.
You just playing, man.
All right, what position can they set themselves in now? The Paladins have to figure out a spot for this queen to not be able to take a fight against the king. And are they going to move their bishop all the way across the board? Not playing any defense for their king. That's putting a lot of faith in Strix. After what you just saw Chicken Tech do on this queen.
I would have moved up one. Oh, I would have moved up one to make sure, you know what I'm saying, to slide down to try to close in the other, I don't know, right there, the bishop probably. And then after that, see how to write down, move them up. That's a checkmate.
There will be no consequences for moving this queen into that position.
Right.
That is check. That king is going to have to move diagonal and to our right. We see him take that position. However, there are still
fight.
Yeah,
Stop
there
being
are
scared.
still non-punishable positions for him to move into right now.
See, now take the pawn away. You know what I'm saying? It's easy access. Now it's a fight, but you still got to move the king. I'll move the king up to the right to hide it. But you didn't do that. You block right now, so now they're gonna move to the move that way to try to close it out.
I like that positioning, blocking the queen from being able to move, because this means that if the queen wants to move up a position, interesting spot to take, and to keep moving across these pawns. Right
So
now, not in a
now
position.
closing.
If you move that rook, it does give the queen another opportunity to take a pawn. I'm not too sure why you would do that. Magna giving away his entire front line. He doesn't have any board state defense now. It's going to come down to a point where the Paladins are going to have to fight everything.
Like right now, just knocked out all your little minions, size 3 of them, right? So your little stuff that you was already giving out to go ahead and die, it's not. So now you're gonna have to fight.
Finally, the bots having to set up their pawns for this. They have 2 pawns in the way, so even if that bishop wanted to take, they would be taken by the pawn. You never want that to happen because you don't even get a fight out of it. Now the king going to castle pretty preemptively, if I do say so myself. Now, gonna hold back on that.
Move the pawn up.
Looks like maybe gonna move this knight into a better position. It's gonna be the pawn in the center. The queen pawn is gonna finally move their way out. Really good line for those pawns to be setting now, although it does maybe give it now. Still not a position for the bishop on the purple side to move in, the Paladin bishop. Once again, the bishops have to make their way back. These pawns are being so threatening, and that's why it's so terrible for the Paladins that they lost their pawn so early. You can see how much of a defensive line they can be. Think of it as like football. That's your O-line right there. Now, do you want to contact that? This is not a bishop. Moving the bishop this deep is probably not wise because that bishop can't threaten the king. That bishop cannot threaten the king on a gray piece right now. Right, you still have a lot of room to work with. This knight maybe going to move up. Try to find a position to threaten the king. I don't think that you're going to be able to find one too quickly. You have to do a lot of maneuvering around the board if you wanted to. It's the rook right now, pulling all the way back to the king. They're making a hard defense, and that's a check for the king as well because that center part is open. Staying on the gray pieces will allow the king to not have to fight this bishop still.
So Michigan has 3 minutes and 35 seconds left to make a move. And Boss has 3 minutes and 26 seconds to make a move still.
Yes.
So after the time run out, what's happened?
That would be a forfeit and a loss. You would end up losing the game. Not a UEL forfeit, mind you, but an in-game forfeit. You would be giving up the game by coming down to the end of that time. We've never seen a game come down to time limit yet. Is this going to be, we don't hear a butt check called, but it is. It's going to be an engagement on this night. So I believe that is going to be Magna taking the fight. Or this may be TLG's bishop. Magna, of course, sitting there because he's playing the chess side of the game. However,
TLG.
Yeah, it is TLG. Magna, no controller in his
So
hand.
Magna talking to him. Hey, buddy, get it together. We need you.
All right, sliding out of the way a little bit, giving TLG his room. This is a fighter. He does know what he's doing. Of course, teammate assistance is always helpful. Able to find some early damage. So far, very decent. This is, by the way, Ceviche on this night, playing pretty defensively right now, starting off that way. Sends out these long-range attacks as well. Has to hold back a defense. TLG found the engagement. Right now, just putting out simple strikes. So he's trying to whittle down the health bar slowly but surely. Doesn't have any combos to bring out. None of that big movement that we can see out of the bishop. And he really has to zone himself. Otherwise, he's going to find a lot of damage here.
Nice.
Finally finds contact. Oh, just throwing out basic strikes. Yeah, not what you want to see right now. The defense coming out from Ceviche is pretty good. He's able to find a counter as well. A nice strike from TLG brings him down to low health, though. They're near similar health bars. TLG able to find the contact, unable to find the combo, however. So Ceviche going to continue to go slow. Throws a little bit of that distance at him. doesn't find anything from above. TLG with a nice heads-up play to go upward there with the strike, and continuing to find those strikes as well. A disruption coming out, but not going to land. Ceviche is in dangerous territory, but so is TLG. TLG, however, finds the strike. It's the last health bar for just about both players. TLG finds the win. It costs him 3 of his health bars, but he still has 2 remaining, and he finds the win.
TLG, yeah.
Just have to see if they're going to throw him up immediately against Labamba's Bishop now.
Why not? He's already beaten up, right? Go attack.
Yeah, now it's going to be a Queen pushing forward here. That would be... Oh, that's going to be Chicken. Dictator Chicken going here on Magna is the other knight. So this is going to be Magna's full health knight, right?
Nah, it's Crypt.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. This is the knight, not the bishop, right? So that's Cryptic. Yeah, Cryptic sitting down now. This is not Strix Knight. This is Cryptic. New player for this team having his very first game now. See where the engagement comes from first. You can see 1 bar of health already gone for Dictator Chicken from one of his previous fights. Finds good contact and a throw, and he's already got the health advantage, but Cryptic answers back quickly. Going to keep throwing out these ranged attacks. Those are all overhead. Those are not going to find contact. Trying to find him on a jump right now. Really good patience from Dictator Chicken. Continues to find the contact. We see a disruption come out, but still able to put out so much damage. Building up all of that bar. Throws out the ultimate as well and cleans up shop. Doesn't even lose a health bar for it either. That was Dictator Chicken against Cryptic.
Hey, who won?
It was Dictator Chicken.
Yeah. Cryptic, hey, man, go ahead. Pass the joystick.
Yeah, going to pass it on over to his teammates. Was not his game. We see that he is dead now.
Dead.
So it's going to be this knight moving for position. Or sorry, this queen moving for position. Going to try to find... I mean, you can put that king in checkmate right now.
Yep.
Yeah, that is exactly the position that you need. The knight can't engage you. The rook can't engage you. The knight's only way out is to actually take this fight, because then you have the advantage of having the ultimate.
Take the fight, man. Come on.
It's got to happen. You want to have the advantage of having the ultimate, so it's going to be Strix getting past the... I'm not sure if it's a fight stick or a controller, but it's one of them. Yeah, it is Strix on the defense now, changing up his options. Dictator Chicken has taken 2 fights and only lost a single health bar. So out of 1,000 health, he's only lost 200. Already putting out some quick damage, and the health bars are even. There's a disruption already early on. Strix has to play real defensively now. This damage, whenever he ground pounds, Dictator Chicken has to be defending, otherwise he will lose health. It's a good defense, though. He's not taking Strix lightly. His engagements have been a lot cleaner. We're going to see him continue to put out that pressure. He's able to break through the block and continuing to find the combo up against the wall. He's trying to close this one out. He's going to bring Strix down to his last health bar if he finds more contact. Yeah, he does, and now it's 90 health remaining, 66. Strix with 1 more disruption, but he gets checkmated by Dictator Chicken, who still did not lose that second health bar. A great showing by Dictator Chicken, able to tie up this game between the Paladins and the bots. It is 6-6 now. We are so close, and it's been a great first half.
So we're tied up. We're 6-6. We're going to halftime. And then second half, who's going to pull away? Bots or Michigan?
Yeah, either team. It is very even. Maybe more even than people thought it was going to be. Bots may have had the advantage in terms of popularity here, but it's the Paladins taking it to them right now. It is a 6-6 game, completely even, and we will see how this is going to go when we get back from the half.
I know it.
The person that just arrived was the GOAT, the MVP last season. Cat came straight off of a plane from China and walked straight up in here, and he's ready to play. I don't understand how he's about to do it, but hey, he's about to do it. I guess that's just what GOAT people do.
Just got toasted in Tekken, but we moving on to Lumina Rush. Ricky and Lance have assured me that they're nice at this, so we're about to find out firsthand. I haven't seen them play, so we're going to figure it out together.
All right, tough loss. We're going to get back into it. Just need a little bit of more communication. That's all there is to it. We go get back into this game. It's only 1-0.
All right, 3 people is lined up. You got 30 seconds. All right. Yes, Cordy, are you playing?
Yeah.
All right.
Wait, so who's picking?
So, who's picking? Who's our host?
We do. We want Matt.
All right. So you get to choose who goes in for them.
Do you want to go first?
No, you just whoever you.
You gotta be quick.
All right.
Gotta be quick.
Kevin versus which three?
Those three.
I'll play against him.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, we got it.
All right, let's go.
Which map?
1-2.
Okay, 1-2. Level 1. Level 1. Second match. All right, you ready? Corey, you ready?
Yeah. We good.
Staff, you ready? All right, start.
Yo.
All right, Reaper's finished.
It's
What's the
all
time?
good.
35-50?
12. Hey, yo. I got the least amount of time. I got to play 3.
Oh, yeah.
DVD, 4-minute timer's up.
Just let my team do their thing. That's all done. I have complete faith in them. Right now we're down by 1. It's 1-2, but we'll give them early games. Nothing to worry about. We won though.
Okay, take that dub and go.
So the main focus of the UEL is to find the best all-around gamers, to become an end gamer, so to speak. So your objective as a player is to be able to play every game that is on that list, every game that's on that wheel, versus other tournaments, other collegiate sports, esports, whatever, what have you. Their focus is 1 or 2 games. Their focus is, I'm going to be the best at Overwatch. I'm going to be the best at Street Fighter. I'm going to be the best at Mortal Kombat. So they'll play that one game nonstop. And maybe they'll get top 100, 500, whatever. But then they'll go to EVO. And we all joke about it all the time. Is like, at EVO, their prize pool is like 40,000. I mean, maybe I'm making it up, but it's like 40,000 for all the winners, whatever. So first place might get 10,000. Versus you come here and you're a tier 1 player, you're gonna get paid to win or lose 2,500 again. Right. So Chris G, he's a former EVO champion, I want to say. He came in here and got smoked, but he's gonna come in here and still get paid 2,500. But it's funny because Chris G, former EVO champion, is getting paid the same as Bosi, dude nobody's ever heard of. We'll find a game that wants to be a part of our tournament, wants to be a part of something new, versus Overwatch and Valorant. They already control everything that they got. It's a monopoly for them, for the game developers right now. So this is a new concept to make it fair to the players, make it fair to the owners. Like you look at a lot of these esports teams now, like Ghost Gaming just joined with us. It's failing in these other leagues because the game controls the leagues. The game controls the events. The game controls the money, essentially. The game controls everything. Versus here, the league controls the league. Exactly. 100%.
How did DBD go?
It was easy, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. They picked a bad killer, though. That's really what it was.
Who were the killers?
It was, well, nobody likes just one killer, but it was Ghostface. And he's just, like, not that good because his whole ability is that he has to stalk you. But if you just look for him, he can't get his stalk up. Because if he stalks you, he can insta-down you. But we were just looking for where he was, and we got all the gens done.
Kalui, I don't know what the heck.
I just call him Clue at this point.
Hey, call him just the weird one.
The weird one? And with your team here, he's the weird one? Okay, that's...
Nah, I feel great about it. I mean, I can't wait to play with Midnight, especially. But just, I really love this team that we got going into this season. I'm super confident. I'm not going to say undefeated, but I will say champions, for sure.
All right, calling for the 4P. And then the last question I got for you, what game with this composition are you looking forward to? What games you're like, we got to play this today? Give me 3.
I thought we were going to win Rainbow. I was proven wrong. So I don't know what the heck happened. I'm not good at Rainbow.
Give me 3 games, Kat. What you want?
3 games?
3 games.
I wanted to play MK. Got that.
All right, so MK's out the way.
I would like to see Overwatch.
Great performance, though.
I would like to see Overwatch.
So Overwatch, all right.
Fortnite. When Fortnite rolls, I'm standing up. I'm going crazy. All right? I'm cheering Cordy on like crazy. I'm putting that dude on a pedestal.
All right, so you heard it. MK, Overwatch, and Fortnite. They already got MK out of the way with a strong performance.
Yes, sir.
But we can get back into Halo. Kat, thank you for your time, sir. And good luck with the rest of the game.
All right. This is my first time with everybody in person. Very grateful that everybody joined this team, whether you were drafted or I mean, all y'all free agents, so everybody chose to be here. So I'm super grateful for that fact. Super grateful. You all believe in the fact that we can get that 4th championship, right? I know I do. The rest of the league don't believe it, bro. I know y'all been hearing it already about how, you know, we lost Hollywood and we got no fighters. And it's just not possible this season, bro. They said the same thing every season I've been in this league. Every season, me and Ricky been on this team together. They said the same exact thing. But it reminds me of our first season. Like this season reminds me a lot of our first season. When we first played Karma, I told everybody, like,
When we had Lance.
no, Lance, I'm talking about, yeah. When we first played Karma, I told everybody the same thing. I'm going to tell y'all now. This league does not believe in this team. It's a fact. Ask anybody in this league, they're going to tell you all the reasons why we're going to lose. I already named them out for you, bro. Cutters is old. We got no fire. No, but on a real note, the biggest thing I can say right here today that's going to win us this championship, do not listen to the losers. Might sound fucked up, but it's a fact. Do not listen to the losers of the league, bro. They're going to tell you why the rules suck. They're going to tell you why they're better than you at every single game. They're going to tell you why that coaching decision wasn't the right decision. All of those things, bro.
Come on, MJ.
Do not listen to the losers of this league, bro. That's the biggest advice I can give. But look, we've been doing great in this half. Let's keep it up. We're gonna go out there. We're gonna smoke their boots. Cordy's gonna go ahead and win some checkmate showdown. He's gonna go out there and win it by himself. Nobody even got to touch the controller. So, but no, let's get into it. Cordy, take us out real quick, bro.
What do you want me to say?
You tell me.
Reapers on 3.
Oh, no.
Just a breakdown.
Reapers on 3.
Nah, bro. Come on. Come on with that little white girl.
We need your battle.
Reapers on 3.
That little 13-year-old white girl stuff, bro. Come on. Bring it up.
Reapers on 3.
Where's the energy, bro?
Reapers on 3.
No.
With your chest.
We're not leaving until you give us something, bro.
We're not leaving until you give it. All right. Reapers on 3.
Go, Cordy. Give us some energy.
What up? What's the energy that we should have?
Hey, bro.
Shy?
I ain't gonna lie. I'm tired of this bitch.
I'm tired too. Bring us some energy.
Yeah, Cordy. I need that energy from Cordy.
Don't be shy. Come on.
I don't got energy.
I need that energy
Come on, bro.
like you gonna have on Sunday when we ball.
Hey,
Cordy.
Fortnite just rolled.
Cordy, come on, Cordy.
Come on.
Reapers on 3.
We'll take it.
We're gonna work on that. Take us out, bro.
Count us down, bro.
1, 2, 3. Reapers.
Oh my God.
Are you running it back? He wants
Hey,
to
run
run
it
it
back.
back. Come on.
Do better.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Cordy. Give me your energy, Cordy. Cordy, I need your
They
energy.
gotta be able to hear us in the other room and be like, oh shit.
Yeah.
That's the point, bro.
Come on, Cordy.
Hey, bro. Fortnite just rolled, bro. Come on.
Hey, bro. Who are we? Reapers! Who are we?
Reapers!
Hey, Reapers on 3, let's go. 1, 2, 3.
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie Bully Proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress. They
Critical.
know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna know how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the master cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the master cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the master cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu.
but it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of Jiu-Jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it
Or
yet.
you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
Home. So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what? It's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
Hey, logging in games, we lit the squadron, ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them, falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server a camp, know when they see us, we stand, we never lead till we end, lead till we champ, once we logging in games, we lit the squadron, ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them, falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server a camp, know when they see us, we stand, we never lead till we end, lead till we champ, beat them advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these new bodies still we replenish.
Welcome back from the half, everybody. I am Speedy, and I am joined here now by Mobster Matt. Everybody give him a warm welcome to the UEL on his first cast here today.
Thank you.
For this game between the Paladins and the Bots. So, You've been watching our first half. You've seen what's been going on so far. What do you think of the rundown of the game so far?
Honestly, I'm very impressed with Paladins' performance more so. Oh, I should say, like right now, the bots, I'm looking forward to seeing more shooters come out because I want to see more shooters. I've heard personally that they are a little bit better at shooters. Paladins seem like they have a roster of a lot of FGC players on there. Very impressed with what I'm seeing, but the fact that it's tied up right now at half, couldn't ask for a better first day.
Yeah, truthfully, the bots and the Paladins game being this close is not something that everybody would have predicted. Some people would have thought that the bots, being such a long-standing dominant team in this league, would have had a better kickstart. It's up to them in the second half to pull away and prove that it was just the wheel not going their way in the first half. You mentioned those shooters. I think a really interesting one to see here between these two teams would be Apex Legends. I think that that's one that both teams have players that would be excited for.
Now, do any of these players currently have a, I guess, a Rolodex within Halo? Is that something that any of them are looking forward to? Is Rainbow Six something they're looking forward to? I want to see bots. I want to see that level of excitement come out of bots. Are Paladins going to be able to sort of keep up with that same energy if those shooters start coming out?
Yeah, I think the Paladins would be more excited to see Rainbow Six here.
Yeah.
Not only for the strategy aspect of it, but for the fact that that's a shooting game that I think they really click with as well.
Really? Okay.
The bots, on the other hand, while they have strong strategy minds and are known as probably the strongest strategy team in the entire league, that would be their strong suit in that game. I don't know that the shooting would always go their way.
Okay.
So that would be a really interesting matchup. I'd be curious to see whether the better shooters or the better strategists would win in that case. Speaking of strategy, we are going into Dead by Daylight now, and I do have a little bit of a spoiler alert, and that is that the bots are going to be on Survivor, and the Paladins are going to have the Killer. Paladins have set up on this one, so they elected to choose the Killer side.
Okay.
So we do. I'm not going to spoil who's going in for what yet, but clearly the bots having 4 survivors, it means that they're going to have to put in Billy, Mordecai, Ceviche, and one other player as well.
Now you said that the bots, who's going as Killer?
So the bots are going to be on Survivor. The Paladins are going to be on Killer. I do believe I know who's going in on Killer for the Paladins, but I won't spoil it until we get the lineups in. And on the side of the bots, we have Billy, Mordecai, Ceviche, all of the 3 of them. Their names are still lit up. Their pictures are still lit up. It means that we have to get them to play before we can reset those lineups and get back to the beginning. So
between these two teams, who would you say is the more aggressive team? Because within Dead by Daylight, it's going to be interesting to see if the bots, per se, are a very aggressive team. Are they going to be going for those generators? Are they going to be taking those risks? Are Paladins going to shut that down? Who would you say is more aggressive?
I think the bots are going to be confident in their ability to strategize as a team and place their players in the correct place on the map to be ready for those generators. The Paladins, however, I would see if they were playing Survivor, I think it would start to move really quickly. I think that aggression you're talking about would come out of them on Survivors. And I'm interested to see if the Paladins Killer in this matchup is going to play with that kind of aggression and confidence in this game, because the bots are going to try to move pretty quick. They're going to have their guys positioned where they want them. Everything's probably going to go the way they expect it to in the early game. So it's up to the Paladins Killer to really disrupt that flow.
Okay. All right.
Whenever there's a strategy game and the bots are playing, truthfully, disrupting the flow of the bots is exactly what you have to do. You have to get in their way because they're going to keep moving until you stop them.
Yeah. Now, is there any specific perks to be on the lookout during this match?
It's likely going to all be one thing and one thing only. We're probably going to get 4 petrified oaks from the sides of the survivors, and then 1 petrified oak from the side of the other side, the Killer. But while we wait, we are going to have a timeout. So starting this half off, looking at our pretty faces just for a little bit. We'll stay here just for a moment. Yeah, they just want to keep it 6-6. They just want to keep it that way for now. Neither one of these teams wants to go down. I think they're a little bit nervous, and that is a bots timeout as well. Sorry, Paladins timeout. So that was their last timeout that they've used. They now have to go 2 hours flawless, because if they make it to the end of a setup timer, if their setup timer is 2 minutes long and it gets down to that 0 seconds, they no longer use up a timeout to stop the clock. They forfeit that game immediately.
Okay. Now, is there any specific players out right now that are looking to sort of, I guess, make more of a name for themselves? Maybe they haven't been performing. But yeah.
Yeah, so those 2 players would be Paku and King Cryptic. The tier 7s on both teams are players stepping in right now that haven't played for their team yet this entire season.
King
it's both of their
Cryptic
first day.
Right?
Yes, King Cryptic being a rookie as well. And we're going to have somebody to talk to right now on the floor with Lockdown.
Okay, we got an update from the floor. Welcome back from halftime. This is Lockdown, of course, joining you. What happened was it was Paladin's setup for the game. However, they did not ask the bots what map they wanted to use, and it did random map choice. So they were forfeited a timeout. So they had to lose a timeout and reset the game and then let the bots choose the map. So we just gave them they had an additional timeout for that, and then they will be playing the game. Back to you guys.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that info, Lockdown. Always nice to have information from the floor.
Absolutely.
Now the bots getting themselves set up for this one. We were talking about those perks earlier. Probably going to be that Petrified Oak for 4 of them, which for those watching at home, what that's going to do is that's going to separate the hooks further away from each other. It'll be countered by a killer Petrified Oak as well, which will bring them all closer together again. Now we have Street Fighter 6 coming up next. So going into another fighter. I think both of these teams are excited
that's
for that.
going to be good.
All right, so starting off on this mystery player. Oh, no, there we go. It looks like we are going to be on LA to start it off here on the killer. Already making good ways. Already got a player down.
Mm-hmm. Going to try to pick him up here. I'm assuming put him on a hook. It's going to be interesting to see if...
Wow. That's a forfeit from the Paladins. It seems like a delay of game because they did not put the correct player list in.
Wow.
That is really unfortunate.
Now, is that going to be the whole game? Is that just Dead by Daylight?
That is the entirety of Dead by Daylight that they just lost. Yep.
Okay.
They just lost Dead by Daylight, and you see down there where our timeouts and forfeits are. They have no timeouts remaining, so they can't have those taken away from them as a punishment anymore, which brings us down to those forfeits. Usually you want to forfeit a game you're not feeling confident about. LA started that one by already downing a player.
Now, the Paladins, in terms of the tiers of their player, did they lose what, like just having to forfeit that match specifically? Did they lose out on the potential of their lineup going into this next game?
They did. So LA is not going to be available anymore because he was the killer in that matchup. And you can see right now, it's actually a dead giveaway is that our lineups at the bottom were not changed at all because production did not have the lineup sent in yet. So we didn't have all of our information. Actually, we probably should have known when we saw that. But LA is going. Now, the interesting thing about Dead by Daylight in the league, there used to be multiple games that did this. Now, Dead by Daylight is the only game. When you have a 7v7 matchup, full rosters, Dead by Daylight is our only asymmetrical game. So no longer will these teams be working off of the same rotation. It's not going to be 3 available for each side, 7 available for each side. Now, there's going to be 2 available for the Paladins, while 6 are available for the bots. It's going to be advantageous positions with more members of your roster available at different times. They're not going to be synced up anymore.
Okay.
So Street Fighter 6.
Moving into Street Fighter now, that I have to imagine Paladins, they don't have LA on their team. They have TLG, correct?
They do have TLG remaining alongside Mad Genius there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I know TLG is very experienced within fighters. From what I've heard, he started his first combo on Smash Brothers, Super Smash Brothers, way back in the day when he was young. But they have a pretty deep roster in terms of just fighting game players. And knowing that they just lost that game, moving into Street Fighter, they need this in order to tie things back up and drag us deep into the night.
Yeah, and TLG is going to be a good start for that as well, and pretty much any. I know he probably would have liked to make a bigger showing in Tekken. Unfortunately, we didn't get around to that. But LA will still be available because of the fact that TLG and Mad Genius will go in. It'll reset the lineups. And then we're going to have all of our players available again. And it's a 5v5, so they still have to choose 3 players from their reset lineup. Obviously, you cannot choose TLG or Mad Genius again. It would be nice to have TLG in 5 times. I'm sure they'd do it if they could. But they cannot, unfortunately. So we'll see TLG, Mad Genius. We'll probably see Strix. We might see LA, maybe TLG, Magma.
Strix. Talk about bots with regards to who is going to be the top fighting game players on bots.
We're going to be looking at, honestly, down the whole lineup. They like to round themselves out in their strong categories rather than separating their players. So I'm going to say Billy, Mordecai is going to be a really big one here that you want to pay attention to when the fighters come around. We almost got that Apex, but it's going to be Roller Champions coming up next.
Okay.
Yeah, we were all clenched up over here waiting for that.
I love it. I still love Roller Champions. Underrated.
Yes.
Great game.
Yeah, it really is.
It is.
All right, now it looks like we're going to get the Terry right off the bat. That is going to be that player one side, which is the bot. So we will see who that first player is. And it looks like right now we've got Paku sitting down as the first player for the team. So Paku on the Terry. And that looks like Mad Genius in on the side of the Paladins. That is on the E-Honda right now.
Right.
All right. Button check's over, apparently.
So Mad Genius or Paku's on Terry?
On Terry, that is going to be Paku.
Okay, so we got Bots on the left, trying to apply as much pressure as he can. He's waiting. Nice little blocks. Gets in the low chip in order to get the frame advantage, and then he just sort of, okay, playing a little bit of footsies, getting the zone out here. Nice way to close the distance, dives in, but doesn't maintain any sort of pressure, and now he's taking a little bit of damage for it.
Yeah, the range advantage is going to go over to Paku here. You don't want to play at distance too long if you're Mad Genius, and this is what you're going to pay for it.
Nice grab. Starting to back him up. Sort of backing him up into the corner starts to mitigate his potential in terms of the attack. He can either jump out, he can try to apply pressure, which he just did, steals back the advantage. Now he's pushing him across back into his corner.
Ooh. Mad Genius is coming right back out here. Luckily, Paku able to stop him for just a moment.
Nice
This
pop-up.
could be the finish. We'll have to see. He's not able to carry it through, so
he's
another
playing
chance
it
for Mad
patient.
Genius.
Playing it patient. Goes in. Nice jump in, but he breaks.
Let's see if
Is
he can
that gonna
carry
be
this one
it?
through. Gonna have to be all contact. It's heavy damage. He's and just a little bit of health remaining. Paku's still in this one. But he finally goes down. Mad Genius able to clutch it out.
That was great.
Beautiful
Paladins
play.
need that off of a forfeit. They have a little bit of momentum moving into this now. We talked about that, though. Paladins feeling very comfortable within those fighting games, showing it firsthand right here.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say Mad Genius is one of the players they want to look to for these fighters. Mad
crazy
Genius
is
is the
that?
cannon fodder that they threw out there, and taking out Paku that early on, I don't think Paku's too happy
That
about
was
that.
great. That was great.
Really, really good start for the Paladins.
Okay. So maybe some nerves coming out of Bots now after sort of a free match, if you will.
Yeah,
maybe
very,
a little
very
bit of nerves
possible.
coming out.
Now we're going to have Dictator Chicken sitting in. He's coming in on the Luke now, so a new character to Street Fighter 6.
Mad Genius still in. Remember, guys, this is a 5v5. Doesn't get much health back.
Yeah, it wasn't much. That was a pretty long first round.
Yeah,
and
it was.
He might just be paying for it right away, the fact that he didn't get all that health back. Able to stay alive for a little bit.
Nice. Just that forward dash pushing in. Nice uppercut.
Going to be full health
Yeah, I love
regained
that.
now on the
That was
side of
good.
Dictator. So
That was good.
almost as if nothing happened. We're pretty much even.
That was a solid
4%.
read, too, right there by Dictator. Didn't have a lot of health necessarily to take away. You can tell he's doing that forward dash because of, not only does it give him a little bit of distance after it's blocked, but afterwards he tried jumping in to shrink that distance again. Solid read, just landing the uppercut immediately afterwards.
Yeah, maybe should have taken to that strategy a little bit quicker. He took a little too much damage from afar against that Paku playing Terry.
Yep.
So if he would have had more health in that round, would have been nice. Would have serviced him more to take down some of Dictator Chicken's health.
Mad
but
Genius was very aggressive, though, during that first round.
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine if he gotten just 1 or 2 hits off, he could have mitigated some of that health, and just left his teammates in a better position. But solid read, nonetheless, by Dictator.
yeah, now we're down to 4-4. Not really a big deal, right? Mad Genius did his job. He got his man, and then he went down himself. We're going to be even again. It's going to be Magna and Dictator Chicken, and I think this is where you start digging into the actual trained fighters of both rosters.
Okay.
So Billy, I'm curious to see what Billy's going to play. But looking down the line here on the side of the Paladins, we're going to have a JP coming in. So talk about range. That is the range character of Street Fighter right there. That's going to be Magna. Then we have a DJ, Akuma, and Jury at the end. So a very interesting lineup. 5 different players. You don't often see that. Sometimes with teams that have strong fighters and weaker fighters, you'll see them double up on certain characters because they want to train some of their less lower-tiered fighters, I would say, in characters that they're experienced with.
Right, and there's also always going to be characters on specific game rosters that are a little bit more, shall we say, cheesy. They have moves that are a little bit easier to use, so maybe being able to utilize those characters for your less experienced players is going to be really advantageous as you're trying to pick up a few more wins, especially if it's even, right? If it's 6-6, if it's 6-7, you're sort of fighting to as it goes later on into the night. So it's going to be interesting, like you talked about, that specific character getting ready to come up. A lot of zoning tools, maybe a little bit more faster paced than what we saw from Mad Genius in that last round. A little bit slower of a character, a lot more powerful.
Yeah.
Two different fighting styles.
We do not get a lot of inexperience from these two rosters here, and we're actually going to be throwing it over to one of these experienced players here in just a moment for a live interview.
What's up? It's Lockdown again with another update on the floor. So basically, after halftime, they had the forfeit that happened on Paladins. Now they're in Street Fighter, and Magna's having another issue with his hitbox not connecting. So unfortunately, their tensions are getting high on the Paladin side now. They had a great first half, and starting off this second half, it's been a little bit of a stress stress bomb right now. So hopefully they can get things back in order and get going here soon. So they are trying to get the controller issue figured out. Hopefully they will get it. Back to you guys.
Appreciate it, Lockdown. Thank you for the update. Hopefully these players can keep it in check as they go back into this one. We cannot have them messing up back-to-back games. We don't want either of these teams falling off right now. We want the best possible game. With the Paladins playing this well, you cannot throw away points and have one of those games where you're so close to finishing and just barely taking a loss.
Right, and they just sort of got a little bit of momentum starting off this game of Street Fighter 6 really, really well. The timeout, maybe it stifles that. Maybe it stifles that momentum a little bit. So we'll see. We'll see when we get back to it if they can maintain it.
Yeah, luckily for them, Dictator Chicken had not picked up too much steam yet. Was able to eliminate one player, but maybe a little bit of a warm-up. He's loose and ready to go. I'm sure Magna will be coming in doing the same. Playing that zoning with the JP, which is not going to play into Luke very well. It's going to be a back and forth between them. I think both characters, I'm not the most well-versed in those matchups, but I do think that they each have something on each other. Luke does have some distance attack that he can throw out, kind of his own form of a fireball, really, really fast, like air punch that he can throw forward. So we'll have to see if being able to utilize that range means that Magna won't be able to play so aggressive the entire time.
Right.
Even at a distance, he still has to play safe. Maybe Dictator Chicken can take advantage of that.
Okay, so and moving on into just as we talk sort of down the line for tonight, moving into this next match, which team would you say is a little bit more equipped for Roller Champions? Because it's a whole different style.
Yeah, Roller Champions, that is a tough one. It is a sports game, but it's very unconventional. You just mentioned it's so different in style. I would want to give it toward the Paladins, but I would not be surprised if the bots were able to come out with something truthfully.
Right, because it's interesting. It's a lot of team mechanics within that game. There's so many different things that you can do. When we branch here at the UEL, when we branch from one genre of game into the next, you can see sort of how well-rounded some of the teams are because you're going from a fighting game. It's 1v1. Sure, it's 5v5, but when you're on the stage, you're going up against one opponent, and you can start to see where specific players shine within that genre. When you get onto a game like Roller Champions, there's multiple teammates that are on the stage at the exact same time when you're doing slingshot maneuvers and all sorts of stuff, passing the ball, like in a lot of the other sports games like NHL, NCAA, some of the other games that we have within our roster. That's when you start to see the synergy really shine. That's when you start to see the coaches come to play. The GMs are getting excited. That's what I like to see, man. So although we're on Street Fighter, it's going to be really interesting to see like those things later on tonight. These games are so close. It's 6-7 right now. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we're going to be able to keep the hype, I think, the entire way through, honestly. I don't think there's going to be any dropping it.
Yeah.
Roller Champions is going to be a tough one for both of these teams. I don't think it's going to be easy to score. I think they both really understand the mechanics of the game. And with it taking so much time just to start getting points on the board in Roller Champions, kind of similar to the way that we had NHL going. Yeah. It's tricky to get points on the board quickly. I think it's going to be an absolute brawl between them.
Yeah, and, you know, from what I've noticed with these teams, not just these teams that are playing tonight, but a lot of the other teams that are within the league, when they play Roller Champions, it's very straightforward. You're racing that around that arena until you get that 1 point, and then you're going for the score. You don't see a lot of teams trying to go for 2 points, 3 points, and what have you. So that should be fun. That should be fun.
Yeah, I think it's probably the most original sports game we have on the wheel. It's very out there.
Ubisoft for putting it together.
Yeah, when players go out and they talk about being a sports game player, they're usually not talking about this. This could be anybody's game. This comes down to being a team game, honestly, in the end of the day. You mentioned how many team mechanics there are in the game. We don't always see them fully utilized in the league, which is why I think it's tough between these two. These are two teams I think are going to do it.
Yeah.
And there aren't many that will, so they've both run into each other's most difficult opponent maybe in that game. I know the Reapers are also very talented in that game. Yeah. But at this point, what are they not?
Yeah. So with regards to just Street Fighter 6, of these two teams that are playing right now, are there players on these teams that you think have gotten significantly better at Street Fighter in general?
At Street Fighter in general, I want to say no, actually. I want to say the players that are good at Street Fighter are still good at Street Fighter.
Just always have been.
There's nobody here that's a specialist in that game necessarily. Okay. There are Tekken players that I see in here. There are Guilty Gear players that I see in here. However, I'm not seeing like a Street Fighter player. Fighters, yes, we have fighters across the board, but I think this one is going to be close because the fighters are going to go back and forth. They both know the game well enough
Right.
but not to the point where they've perfected it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think that they're really tough in this one, and the bots have. I mean, Paku is down. You have Ceviche. You have Ragin. No, I'm sorry, you don't have Ragin. You have Ceviche. You have Mordecai. You have Dictator Chicken. You have Billy. That's going to be a really tough lineup. Billy has been really tough on Street Fighter in the past. I believe Ceviche. I almost want to say that this is his fighter of choice, but it's not. Like, I'm not fully recollecting it. So I want to say with so many players and so many games to keep up with, it can get tough.
Is he pretty well adept at like Tekken as well? Mortal Kombat.
Man, he's kind of all over the place.
Really?
I got to be honest with you. Ceviche is one of those players. It's hard to highlight some of those tier 5 players too. That's the reason why they got to show up in something. Showing up in Street Fighter here today would give us a reason to remember him. But when you get down to those tier 5, 6, 7 players, it becomes really, really tricky. That's why it's always great when we have some of the players come in here to remind us what they're doing. You get to those post-game interviews, pre-game interviews. I mean, I even asked Cryptic straight up before the game started, hey, man, what are you good at? I mean, luckily he's a rookie, so that's my cover.
Yeah.
But
it's funny, I actually met him in the parking lot coming in today. I did. I said, hey, man, what's your name? How long you been around here? I just got here. I said, oh, me too. It's cool
you
guy,
guys
man.
are having
Cool guy.
you and Cryptic are going to be best friends. You guys have your first day here together. Very nice to see. So our only rookie in the game right now, is that right? Yeah, only rookie in the game right now. These are all veteran players. Wow. Not even just a first day rookie, but all of the players, even on the bots. Paku hasn't played all season, and he was here last season. So, Paku, very infamous for bringing a steering wheel for all of the racing games and coming in last place in just about everything. So he went all in on the equipment.
He's putting in the effort.
He's
was making the authentic experience happen.
I think he forgot to. I was kind of worried because I was like, Paku, you drove here. That's
carries
not,
a steering wheel in.
Yeah, that's not great. I really hope you have a controller in your car because the steering wheel's not working. So maybe swap them out. We have no idea. But
now Labamba he's not playing.
He is not playing this one. He's going to be the only player. What we would call an anchor when you leave 1 or 2 players out and leave them for whatever is going to spin next. He has to play.
Is that specifically because Labamba doesn't specialize in these fighters? Because I think a lot of the viewers watching right now, as you guys are starting to learn about a lot of these players the same way that I am, you're going to start to recognize certain players like Labamba. I'm assuming he's not much of a fighting game.
He is mediocre at fighters.
Okay.
He's on the bots, so he's learned plenty along the way. But yes, you're absolutely correct. Not a specialist in this category. He's the diversity hire for this team. He is the shooter, and he's good with strategy. He's good with sports. Really good at shooting.
Nice pressure pushing in here. Now, is that going to be Dictator on Luke?
Yes, that is going to be Dictator on Luke. We see Magna on the JP. The distance has already been closed.
Yeah, absolutely. And now he's got him locked into the corner. He's close to the corner. This gives him a lot of options in terms of how he can play this. He can jump in. He can go for low chips. His main thing he wants to maintain here is that corner pressure so that he can keep that frame advantage. That's so common throughout all of the fighting games that you see here. So to force those recovery frames, how to keep that person pressured in the corner so they can't get a move off.
Yeah, we see some of that distance coming out again from Dictator, and he gets countered on his jump in. Very nice to Magna to play the close range as well. You have to play both modes of this character. Look at him doing it, going from close range to long to close. This is going to be big damage.
Almost across the whole stage here. Just dragged him across the entire stage.
Now it is a tough situation for both players.
And he's using those zoning tools well. Watch the way he plays footsies. It doesn't matter. He's got some zoning of his own.
Yes, he does in the form of a super. Close that one out, and he'll be moving on to whoever the next Paladin is going to be to step up.
Little bit of health.
Little bit of health. Yeah, little bit of health back. Once again, not the quickest game we've seen, so not too much, but at least he's not on one-touch death anymore. I suppose it depends who the player is. It's TLG coming in. He might be on one-touch death, truthfully.
Now, is DJ a fast character within Street Fighter 6?
DJ is a fast character. He has a little bit of range of his own. We talked about that range that he can play. He's similar to Luke in a way that he's going to have a range that he can, follow up on. We'll see how he's going to grab. And there you see it right there, throwing out the fireballs of Ona. It moves quickly. They are small. They're a little bit less damage than a full fireball that moves a little slower.
Now, is that considered a high or a mid? Can he duck under that?
I believe that is a mid, judging by the looks, but I need one of the fighter guys in here to really tell you.
No,
now he's going to connect with a little bit of a blocking break as well.
Juggles him here a little bit in the corner. He almost He almost lost position by jumping over him, but he can still apply a little bit of pressure if he gets a solid block off here. Goes for a low, whiffs, maintains that zoning that you frequently have been talking about.
Such
Nice.
intelligent play for He plays slow when he needs to.
Right.
He's such an intelligent player.
Right, and Dictator needs to just get, I think his main goal right now is just really to get off a little bit more of his health. He's already won at least one game. He started with about a third of health, and he's got TLG low. He may just clutch this right now.
Oh, that connect is going to be the
that's
end of it.
Yep.
TLG is going to catch the
Absolutely.
jab, but definitely did enough. He was able to take out Magna and now put TLG down to a half HP point. So whoever's teammate is coming in now, TLG, we know that that's like the strongest fighter on this team. So being down to half health isn't like a great situation to be in, if I'm being honest with you. I don't think he wanted to lose that much against Dictator Chicken. I
Right.
think going up against Ceviche, Mordecai, and even Billy, he wanted a lot more room to work with. So now he has to be cleaner against what I would call more difficult opponents.
Okay, all right. Now, both of these teams have the same character roster, correct?
They have the same characters available. They do
Right.
not have the same characters in-game, though.
In-game, okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
this is going to be a DJ Mirror by chance, not by...
Okay, just by chance.
Yeah, not
All right.
by definitive...
There we go.
Yeah, we see that there's a
okay, I
Marissa
see
and
it.
a
Yep,
Zangief
okay.
as
We got
well,
Akuma.
so-
Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
coming in with the hard hitters at the end.
Look at the way he's
excellent.
faking the zoning tool, making him guess. That's a solid trick, and a lot of FGC fighters you guys are going to see, you can fake any type of zoning attack in order to bait out a move from your opponent in order to make sort of reading your opponent a little bit easier.
Yeah, 10,000%. Now it's a battle of range here. This time
Solid
opting
low
to
attack.
jump over.
That low attack that you guys are seeing, the way he slides in that way, not only is it a low, so it's a little bit more difficult to block, but it also covers distance to get you closer to your opponent. And if it happens to hit, boom, you've got the pressure on, and you can start pushing him into the corner.
Yeah, range is about much more than just being able to attack. And speaking of
Absolutely.
which,
Oh!
not going to be a connection,
Full
Ceviche.
screen whiff on that one.
Yeah, a little bit. That super is a close range.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not going to be able to hit from that far out. Ceviche able to take the round. TLG down. Only Strix and LA remaining now for Street Fighter. Paladins down to their final two players. It's going to be LA sitting down first. He'll be the tier 1 on the Akuma. We've seen some good Akuma players so far this season. We'll have to see if LA can step up. And from what I remember in his previous showings, he does have a good solid hold on this character. This is not just a pick out of tier listing or strength or wanting to play funky characters. He really knows what he's doing here. Going into this DJ, he's already got a little bit of a read on what Ceviche is going to go for. He's going to try to close that distance often.
Okay. Let's see what happens.
Oh, low block.
Goes for that low again. It's also just something, whether it's a zoning tool, whether it's some type of like low strike, you want that tool in your repertoire to sort of make your opponent, I guess, a little bit scared, I would say. Just a little bit more hesitant to sort of close the distance on you, because you close a little bit too much distance, you're vulnerable to those attacks.
Yeah,
you want to maintain the health advantage as well.
See it trading right now, and a little bit of distance that the Akuma has from up top. Now he's finally going to engage. It paid off, but he doesn't carry through with it. He had a little too much spacing. Wow,
Oh,
none
here
of
we
those
go.
connecting. A really
Is
good
that gonna be
counter.
it?
LA not able to close it out just yet. Ceviche
Didn't
finding a
maintain
little
it.
bit of his own.
Didn't maintain the pressure while he had it in the corner, but the low chip is just going to take him out.
Really, really nice connection there from LA. He's able to hang on to that one. Now we're down to two players for the bots. Not a full health regain for LA.
But enough. I think he did his job, kind of jumping in there, you know, taking out the little bit of health that was left. Put his team in a good position for this next matchup.
Yeah, Strix anchoring on this Street Fighter for the Paladins. He's on that jury. Now it's going to be Mordecai, and he's going to be coming in on the Marissa. Mordecai very... Oh, sorry. He's coming in on the Zangief. It'll be the Marissa for Billy.
Wow.
But
All
Mordecai not defaulting to this Zangief. He's not going for it just because it's the big damage grappling character. He actually heavily understands this character's strengths. He will fake a lot of those engagements.
Okay.
You see his blocks are very, very
You're talking big
patient as
and
well.
heavy. You're talking big damage. Big damage as soon as that gets in. Watch out for the grab. So you're going to notice, for those of you watching, you're going to notice a lot of sort of footsies going on here, because he wants to sort of shift forward and then sort of dash backwards occasionally just to bait out a grab, just to bait out an attack. The moment he starts taking damage, it's going to be a lot. As you can see, the health is already gone on your screen right now from LA.
And that'll close it out. But LA did a lot of damage on
did.
Mordecai. You talk about doing your job.
Absolutely.
He really closed the gap.
Yep.
It's about a quarter, maybe a third of a health bar remaining for Mordecai now. It'll be Strix coming in on the jury. He's not only going to have to close out this matchup, but he's going to have to go up against Billy's Marissa as well.
Okay.
Talk about heavy damage on that Zangief. Marissa hits hard. Strix is going to want a lot of his health bar still remaining.
Yeah.
Got to finish this one quick.
Now, Strix is a bit of a fighting game veteran, no?
Yes,
Right,
absolutely.
so he's sort of a heavy hitter that they have later on in this roster.
Yeah, TLG was the early game boss.
Okay.
Strix now the end game boss here.
Final boss, if you will.
Coming in. He does have that signature chewing on the inside of his lip there. That's how you know he's focused up.
Okay.
He's got the gray beanie on too, so you know he's serious. But yeah, here he goes on the jury. We don't see the jury really in every game. We don't see it a lot at all. So it's very interesting to see how he's going to play this one out. See if he wants to engage on that grappler or not. Yes, he does.
Super fast character. You couldn't have more of a contrast of fighting styles between big, heavy, slow, quick, nimble, fast. But that's what I would expect from someone like Strix, who's so well equipped for any of the fighting games that we have within this UEL roster. Takes him out immediately.
That'll be a full health bar regen.
Definitely.
It is a 1-1 game.
Yep. That is exactly what Strix needed to do, jumping in there against Mordecai.
Now, Strix took a little bit of damage in the early game of this one as his warm-up, just testing the waters here against Mordecai. However, Billy, even one touch from this Marissa is going to cost a lot of your health bars.
Really?
So Strix has to be a lot cleaner. If you even get a single touch on Marissa, you're going to be able to combo that into some really heavy supers, some really heavy grapples. There are a lot of tools in Marissa's kit that can put out heavy damage quickly. However, she's a big target, and Jury's going to be able to take advantage of that. Hopefully get her aerial like we saw Strix did before, because that will really throw her off her game. Get her downed and having to constantly recoup and go on the guard. That would be the best for Strix here.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like you can't let Strix get comfortable, but you can't also make a mistake. The moment you do make that mistake, he's going to make you pay for it. We're talking 20, 30% damage combos that are going to come out depending on how many meters he has. Oh, there it is. Oh!
No, Marissa has the ability to power through some of these hits. Yeah, you can see how much damage he's already done off of these jabs.
This is exactly what they need.
Now adding in that heavy damage. That's super as well.
Oh, goodness.
Brutal damage about to come out. Oh, goodness.
You got to love that.
Oh,
Strix is going to be a little bit panicked at this moment. His team needs him.
And not able to get even the aerial. We talked about that being the place where he has to play. Billy is reading him like a book.
Strix.
Finally, Strix puts him in the air.
Starting to get out of the corner now. He has a little bit of the stage to work with. Utilize some of that forward dash and that back dash and moves in with the low just to get the advantage. Here we go. Biding a little bit of time. Reads the move.
How do you keep control here? You have so little of a health bar. He's playing so safe.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
wise, but he needs to get some work done. He's getting himself in the perfect position.
Oh, wow.
A knee from above is going to end it.
Just to jump in.
Billy does not care about your spacing.
Lose a lot of health, honestly, during that.
Yeah.
Not too much.
Yeah, Billy does not at all care about your spacing. He is going to engage how he wants to engage, and that's going to be another point for the bots. So after the Paladins had to give up the point against them, now the bots are up by 2.
And that's a little worrisome for me because I know that there's a lot of shooters that are still on the wheel to be chosen. What do you think of Strix during that last round right there? Is that something he's going to be eating himself up over or what?
I'm not 100% certain. I don't think he thinks of himself as necessarily the anchor for his team. I know that he plays within his own team, and he's not even the top player when he does go in against his own teammates. So I think that he's not going to beat him. Well, okay, he's going to beat himself up over it. I don't think we need to. I think the pressure doesn't need to be on him right now. He definitely did his job.
He did.
I would have liked to see him put out more damage on that Marissa because that is a target that he has a decent matchup into. If he's able to string his combos together, which Marissa has a harder time doing, Jury does not, he should have been able to string longer combos together to take down more of the health bar piece by piece, and he wasn't able to do so.
To be honest, it was difficult. Just his opponent right there was just very sporadic, a lot of jump-ins, a lot of lows. He was having a difficult time sort of making that read. But listen, he got his job done what he came in there to do, you know, and I thought he performed well. It's one of those players that coming into this, I've been very excited to witness. So that's why I was just excited to watch that match with him playing. And here we go. We're rolling into Roller Champions. This is a game that I just previously talked about. There's going to be a lot of teamwork utilized here. This is a very, very good sports game. If you guys haven't checked this out, this is by Ubisoft. You're going to see one team grab the ball during this, and in order to get a point on the board, you have to race around this ring at least one time in order for a point to be available. you can continue to race around the ring 2 to maybe even 3 times, but you won't see a team typically doing that because you just like that, you can see somebody get knocked over, the ball stolen from them, and then your opposing team has to race around this ring. Now, there's all sorts of things you can do, like passing. You can do a slingshot maneuver with your teammate on the back of you and sort of slingshot them in front of you. And you're also going to notice a lot of the teammates throughout this sort of splitting off, not necessarily following the one with the ball. They're going to try to get ahead of their opponents. They're going to try to disrupt them. Solid pass right there.
Yeah, La Bamba making good way with his team. They do recover the ball, so a dangerous situation. That's going to be one of the Paladins there going down. You can see La Bamba trying to vie for control. Going to be a full reset there for the bots. Now the Paladins got control, and now they're going to be trying to build up their own points. Good contact from La Bamba. He's going to go up high, try to receive this one. He misses for now, and it's back in the hands of the Paladins.
Yep.
We'll see him grab onto his teammate there, throw him
Yeah,
ahead.
solid slingshot there. I want to see some of his teammates sort of interrupt them. You don't have to just race. You don't have to go around this rink in one specific direction. You can go in the other direction. You can sort of interrupt them, go for some type of tackle, knock the ball out.
Oh, and a pass backward into coverage. Very risky.
Yeah, that's very rare that
Hopefully
you
a
see
pass
that.
ahead now. Doesn't find a good position. Trying to find his teammate. Gets knocked down, and it's a pickup from the Paladins.
Nice. You don't necessarily have to continuously go forward. You guys can notice these are on rollerblades, so there's a lot of momentum sort of physics within the game. If you actually go pretty high on these walls like you see here, you're going to build up speed going down them. Now, there's a maneuver that you can do in this where you basically jump and do an uppercut. You'll see the uppercut there, and then he picks up tons of speed going down the glass, which is going to shoot you down the ring quick. Like I said earlier, the quicker you get around this ring, that's how you're going to have a point enabled in order to score. You have to have that point enabled before you actually go for the score. That's what they're doing right now.
And now Dictator Chicken is the one he tried to go for the three-peat and get three bumps there. Unfortunately, he was unable to, but his team does have control. He's going to get the distance, get really far ahead. Doesn't take the pass. He's going to play defense for his team, and he's not able to get anything, but it's going to be his teammate putting in a goal there, I believe. I want to say that was Mad Genius that was able to put in a goal.
Okay, so Paladins have a point on the board.
Oh, no.
Is that?
I'm not certain of this end game. If this is
That was the bot score.
Sorry, the bots putting in a score, so... Yeah, we'll have to see who that was. We didn't get the POV, but we'll keep in mind Endgamer PC12. It was La Bamba. All right,
We
very
just
nice.
talked about him in the last game, too. You know, sort of not being necessarily a fighting game player, if you will. And now here we are in one of our sports games, and he's already starting to excel with that point right there on the board.
Yeah, already very happy that they kept him in that lineup. Now it is control for the rookie, for Cryptix here. He's going to be trying to get away. Going to go a little bit up this wall, not as high as he maybe would have liked to. A very nice pass. Threw a little bit of coverage as well. His teammate's going to make his way around the outside. He's a little bit covered. This is one of those situations you may want to pass back, but instead gets ahead.
Just decides to throw it, doesn't even pass it. And sometimes it's the safest maneuver that you can do. You're noticing these guys not necessarily go, oh, solid goal. Did we even get an eye on that?
That is Cryptic putting in that goal. No, it's not. Wait. Very confused. Oh, that's the Hogeki account, I see. So that was either Imperial or Mad Genius. Unfortunately, not using their own accounts. There are rules about that, but we will see what happens if they decide to make any ruling or not.
Look how quick they are to just start slingshotting their teammates. You can already see, like, as the seasons have gone on, the more these players are actually playing Roller Champions, they're picking up on these mechanics of the game, and they're starting to evolve as players. I think a lot of you guys watching right now might be noticing that these players doing sort of figure eights around each other, and you might be asking, why are they just sort of going in and out? Well, there's two reasons for that. One, they're trying to actually sort of check an opponent that may be trying to get the ball from their teammate. They can sort of like hip check them, chest check them, just kind of knock them down on the ring. But the other thing is they're building up momentum like I talked about. As you can see on these slanted edges, you constantly want to be going up those edges, going down those edges, building up momentum and maintaining your speed.
It's going to be one more point on the board for the bots. They do now have the advantage in this one. They are up by 1 point. It's a 2-1 game still.
2-1 game.
Definitely not running away with this one. He's got Cryptix here. Still on his POV. That ball comes down. He's not getting on the winning side of that. So the bots are back in control of the ball. However, it's exchanging hands a couple of times over there. Cryptix unable to find his momentum. He was kind of hanging out in one position, and as soon as he gets juked, he doesn't have any speed to keep up with it. So Dictator Chicken right now passing the ball up. Not even quite necessary. However, going to go for a little bit of a team play here.
Mm.
Wants to check
Oh,
some of these
wow.
players.
Solid
Steals
steal.
the ball right back. And
Who
now he's
is
going to
that?
go up the wall. This is
Yep.
Dictator Chicken at the
Nice.
moment that we see.
Mhm.
Tried to pick up that momentum. It was a good block by the Paladins. Now it's a little bit of aggression coming out from both sides. It's starting to get personal. Got to make their way around here.
Yeah.
Some decent passing. It was more of a throw than a pass, but they're still going to keep control. Dictator Chicken
He's
mowing
coming
his
up.
way through
Nice
the team.
tackle. And
Now
he
gets
steals
the ball.
the ball.
Wonderful from
Yeah, I
Dictator
love that.
Chicken. Able to keep it. Passes it. Knows the
Right.
throw is free, but took a little bit of a weird turn. Almost didn't get it to his teammate there. They have to go on a weird angle.
Nice.
Really good
He's
block.
a very physical
Chicken.
player,
Oh,
knocking down
man.
all 3 opponents. Okay.
The triple crown.
Dictator being a real dictator right now, just sort of bullying the other team as he gets these tackles off.
Huge damage going out. He's being a huge disruption. Now trying to get in here to
Okay, might
receive
get
the ball. He takes a
Wow.
great angle.
Wow.
Unfortunately, knocked away. You can only be great for so long.
Right,
You
well,
get to take it from
He's
him.
just so well controlled in the ring right now. Like, his ability to control sort of the mechanics within the game is exceptional. Like, he's skating really well as compared to these other players. You can tell by the way he's checking these opponents, the way he's passing the ball, the way he's building his momentum around the ring. He's excelling.
Yeah, it's
Now, who are
especially
we
that
on here?
momentum that's the difference maker. Now we see a little bit of a throw coming out. Oh, control may go over to the side of the bots, and it
Okay.
will.
Now, who do the viewers have the enjoyment of watching at the moment?
Right now, we are watching Mad Genius.
Mad Genius,
on the
okay.
side of the Paladins. And you can see Billy down there in the bottom right.
Now, Mad Genius,
pushing
I'd
it
like
knocked
to
down.
see him start to pick up more speed. You see how he's staying. The viewers right now, you guys can see he's sort of in the center of the lane. He needs to start getting on the edges, uppercutting towards the edges, getting high on the glass, building up momentum. If he's not going to do that, and that's a goal.
Another
Oh,
one, and that's
another
going to
goal
be
by the
LaBamba
bots.
again. That's
Wow.
going to be LaBamba putting in yet another one. We only have 16 seconds remaining.
LaBamba's
in this game
been
as well.
practicing.
Big time.
LaBamba's been practicing.
Yeah, proud of himself on that one. There's
Yeah,
only
look at him.
16 seconds remaining for 2 points. So the Paladins would have to make some really
here we go.
quick
Let's see if LaBamba
laps
can make it another.
around. Not only one, but they would have to make a second for a 3-point shot. Now it's going to be control first to the Paladins. That's a good start. LaBamba
They have to
wanting
get
to
around
say
this
something
ring.
about it.
They've got to get around the ring.
Gets past that player.
It's not going to be enough.
See if he can make it all the way around the other side. It was last chance, and immediately the bots take it as soon as the timer runs down. So the bots now putting up another point. They have a 3-point lead. That's the largest lead we've had in the game so far.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, it was the Paladins
Man.
up 6-3.
Yeah. I was really, really excited at halftime, sort of coming in. As a viewers, as you guys know, this is my first day on the job. I'm coming in. It's 6-6 bots versus Paladins. I've been watching all day. Super, super excited. And then when we kicked things off, when bots took that first game and it was 7-6, the way that Paladins sort of came into Street Fighter, I was really excited that this was going to get sort of tied up. Right now, I want to say LaBamba sort of carried that last game. I loved the way that he sort of got into that. You could tell he knows the mechanics of that game very well, the way he's passing, the way he's utilizing his momentum, the scoring. Listen, for those of you watching right now at home, scoring on Roller Champions is not as easy as it looks. You can jump to the hoop and just sort of lay it up, or you can shoot it from pretty much down the ring, and he was doing a little bit of both. He played that really well.
Yeah, and I mean, LaBamba and Dictator Chicken, it's not often that you see Billy get shown up by his teammates. Billy is the tier 1 on that team for a reason.
Look at that.
We practically forgot he was there.
Yeah.
Dictator Chicken and LaBamba were going Dictator Chicken on the defense, LaBamba on the offense. It was beautiful team play coming out from them. 3v3 games, often you get to highlight some of the interpersonal connections on the team and who works best together. Really cool to see LaBamba and Dictator Chicken working so well in that game. And now, speaking of team games, we are going into this Rainbow Six Siege that we previously talked about at the top of the half. This is a game I know we're both excited for.
Yes, absolutely.
The strategies here, I'm so excited to see what they come up with because these are teams that study every game they have to go into. Not just, you know, what guns are the best, but actual compositions and how you can breach every objective.
Right.
Paladins also, I know, I won't speak for the team, but I know Strix is not a fan of playing Oregon. He thinks it's very lazy, very boring to only know one map.
Oh,
So-
stop. I don't want to hear that. Oregon is fantastic.
It is fantastic. However, when you see it 5 games back to
Yeah,
back, it gets a little
true.
old.
That's true. That's true.
We talked about Billy previously. We have another tier 1 matchup between LA and Billy to pull up here.
Wow.
And previously, when we took a look at them, LA was 4-0 the last time we took a look here. He has not won a single game since then. He's lost 4.
Wow.
Billy is 8-1. He was 3-1 last time we checked in on him. So
now I've heard a lot of
5-game
things
win
about
streak.
Billy. I've heard a lot of things about Billy's strategy, his StarCraft 2, for instance. The fact that he's 2-1 in fighters as well. We're talking shooters. We're talking sports. We're talking racers. This is what the league is all about. This is what the league is all about. So many genres, and he's playing well across all of them.
Yeah,
I want
got
to see
one loss in a fighter. That's it. And sometimes it comes down to a team thing because they're 5v5s.
Yeah, that's when you guys see something like this. You see the fact that LA is 4-4. He's 0-2 with regards to his strategy play. How much time outside of these matches is he putting into strategy? How much is he practicing there? That's something that is so fun to see within all of the players in this league.
And unfortunately, it wouldn't be that way if they didn't have to forfeit that Dead by Daylight.
Yeah.
He'd be 1-1 in that category, 5-3 right
Yeah.
now. However, there are other players on this team we need to take a look at. We talked about TLG earlier. Dictator Chicken just had an insane game. We're going to look at our tier 2s.
Here we go.
And here we go, 2-5
TLG.
for TLG
Wow.
right now. He's got a win in a fighter and a win in a racer, but 1-2 in fighters. This is a tier 2 player specializing in fighting games, and he's 1-2.
Yeah. So, for those of you watching right now, you can look at the bottom of your screen and you can see the tier 1 through the tier 7 players that are lined up from your left to right. When we're talking about tier 1 and we're talking about tier 2, that's where LA, and now you're looking at TLG on the board. This is a tier 2 player. And like we said, also with LA, who was also 0-2 with regards to the strategy category, these are tier 1 and tier 2 that technically are 0-4 when it comes to strategy. Maybe that's where they need to start shining and start practicing.
Yeah, you wouldn't think the Paladins would need to practice anything in the fighting category. However, we're going to get a timeout here from the bots. That's going to bring them down to only one remaining. Both of these teams might be out of timeouts fully for the rest of the game. It might come down to just forfeits. We will have to see what happens. But Dictator Chicken looking really good. He's 6-3 right now. That is a really good record to have.
He played well in the last match, too.
Absolutely, yes. Very nice to see from him. And then we go down to those tier 3s as well. Strix and Mordecai. Strix every once in a while showing us what he's made of, but when it goes to the StarCrafts, when it goes to those games he's really good at, he's getting countered by the fact that the bots are exactly built to counter everything he's good at, the strategy and the fighters.
Now, Mordecai, his shooter experience, how is he sort of equipped for shooters at the moment? Because we are moving into Rainbow Six, but it's not just the fact that we're moving into Rainbow Six. There's a lot of shooters on the board right now. So where does he stand with regards to shooters?
Mordecai at that tier 3 in the shooter category, the bots have kind of equipped their top 4 to all be really well-rounded players.
Right.
Mordecai, we see him highlighted mostly in the fighting game, like the Tekkens and the fighting games that he really specializes in. He won't be all over the board, but he's very talented in that aspect. Strategy, he's been building up with Billy right now, so he's been doing a great job with it. It wasn't his specialty, but he's been doing a great job this season because of his connection with Billy that he's got. They've been working on it. So Mordecai in these shooters, I expect him to be just as good as any other mid-tier player, maybe even better because he's on one of these top teams.
Okay, I love that. Well, it sounds like we have an interview coming up again here with Lockdown. Go ahead and take it away.
Welcome back. It's Lockdown, and I got to say, we got some stuff going on right here, right now. Basically, what's happening during the game is they're having issues getting into the game. So in the meantime, joining me here, his first match debut, King Cryptics.
Yes,
How you
sir.
feeling, man?
I feel great. Team's doing their thing. We still got a long match ahead of us, so we're gonna make the most of it. And I think we got this, okay.
So what do you think so far about your first game at UEL?
Having a good time. I mean, getting the proper rookie experience. I mean, we go into the finals. I love that game. And obviously no audio. I go into it, no audio. So, I mean, I was told coming into this, you might have some issues, yada, yada, yada. I figured I'll be fine, but, no audio going into the finals is cool. We locked it down in NHL. We locked it down in FIFA. Got a few more wins as well, Fortnite. So, I'm looking forward to it. We got the rest of the wheel ahead of us, and I'm a fan of some of them games. So, we're going to have fun.
So what game are you looking to play?
I mean, there's a few. Need for Speed.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna leave it at that. I don't want to spoil too much.
All right. Well, good luck in your first game.
Thanks
Thanks
you.
for
I
joining
appreciate
us.
it.
Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you for that interview, Lockdown. Yeah, we're going to be moving into Siege at the moment. You talked a little bit about some of the compositions, the team compositions. What would you say are some of the more popular operators that we see out of Rainbow Six Siege at this moment?
We see a lot of informational operators on the attack. We see a lot of Dokkaebi Lion duos going
Wow, really?
in. So, yeah, a lot of that. There's information in the terms of actual pinging, and then there's information in the terms of being able to hear sound cues. So We do have a technical timeout coming in real quick. So just while we're on that, I want to remind everybody about our show, Technical Timeout, that premieres Wednesdays, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. I got it. Everybody throw the confetti. I didn't say Atlantic or Western. Congratulations, me. Whatever. Logan, you're going to make fun of me anyway. The Logan Summit on Wednesday nights is a great show. They can help you keep up with the league. He's very, very, very entertaining. If you miss anything during the week, trust me, he will get you up to speed, especially if it was funny. So check that out. 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Oh, man, this week's episode was, of course, he had to flame me for the Atlantic thing again, but he mostly stayed off my back this time. We had a really, really rough week for some of those top teams. Even though they all ended up taking wins, it wasn't as dominant as we all expected. We saw the pack starting to close up, and I'm really interested to see who's going to catch up first now that we're at the half season.
So right now the Bots are sitting at 4-1. They're looking good right now. They got a three-game advantage at the moment. Who would you say is their arch rival, if you will? Who would you say is like their sort of biggest competition right now within the league?
I think in their mind, it is the X-Gods. I think they want to take that #1 spot in their conference, and that's what they're really focused on. However, I think from an outside perspective, you have to start looking at the other teams that are coming closer to them in terms of skill and record, and that would be the Ravens.
Okay.
I think the Ravens are on their heels right now. They're coming back. They have been unsteady this season, and that's where the Bots have their advantage, is that they've been more consistent. They have been consistently unable to find a win without Billy the entire time that they've existed. So that one loss that they have is Billy missing from the
dominating
game.
right now.
He really is. You can see 8-1. Can you imagine if you weren't here today?
Right. And that's something that, anybody that is just now getting into UEL, you're going to start seeing more of, like, throughout the UEL lifetime, is a lot of players are big playmakers. Billy being one of them. You just saw his record was 8-1. 8-1. I mean, you're talking about he specializes in a category where most of the other players are actually struggling, which is strategy. So he's good there, and then he's well adept at the other games too. He's a monster. He's a monster.
No kidding. Speaking of monsters, we had a couple of players in FC24 that were just absolutely going off. So we're going to go ahead and grab a replay of that here. Now you can see right up the middle. This was the point at which, if I remember back, we had, it was Cryptic and, who did we have Cryptic teamed up with? That wasn't Mad Genius, was that Imperial? It was either Imperial or LA. I think it might have been LA, actually. I think I had that wrong. So, yeah, just absolute playmaking from that. It was LA and Cryptic together. And you can see right here their passing play. That was the one that finished it off right in front of the goal. They were so quick. That's that coordination that you have to have. You see it more in the 2v2s and the 3v3s, the quick passing, the quick communication. You don't have to talk across an entire team.
Right, that's true. And with a game like this, as opposed to Roller Champions, the movement and everything is so much more simplistic, so it allows you to sort of, I guess, implement the strategies that you're working on, right? You're not, how much momentum you have to get a ball in Roller Champions or something compared to it, like when you're playing games of soccer like this, just being in the right position at the right time will allow you to make that score. And then just seeing how aggressive some of the players are, right?
Yeah, aggressive is one way to say it. They were walking in some of those goals. They were pushing, shooting at the shins of the goalkeepers. They can definitely get in there. We saw a lot of back and forth. And truthfully, the Bots didn't have a poor showing in this game. They were just unable to find those final punches to get their way toward the goal. It was an unfortunate situation for them, but I'm sure they'll be working on it. They were up against a really tough duo, and it's not often that we see such great I guess coordination between two teammates.
Yeah.
Oftentimes it's one player carrying.
Yeah, that's very true. And as we move into NHL here, I think something that you're going to see really common throughout a lot of these sports games is like the positioning of the players on the actual field, or in this case, on the ice. You'll notice teams that are playing like not as defensive or like not as like well, I guess, defensive as they probably should be, because they're waiting for a shift in momentum. You don't want to play too far back, because when your teammate gets that puck, when your teammate gets that soccer ball and they're able to pass it to you down the field, you're looking to get in front of your opponents, so they're not necessarily backing up as much, whereas some teams will take advantage of that.
Yeah, and in this game in particular, we had Cryptix, the rookie, going crazy.
Yeah.
He was a huge...
Fast goal, right?
Oh, my goodness. Two of them.
Yeah,
two
very
of them.
fast goal.
So, very quick. He played that one quickly. They wanted to bring it to that 5-0. They wanted to end it quick. But unfortunately for them, that was not the case. The Bots were able to score a -2 puck. So it went from a 4-0 game to a 2-1, but you can see there, Cryptic just absolutely dominating. The team having a lot of fun too. LA, Mad Genius, they're having a good time. I think when they went up 4-0, they're feeling really good about themselves. However, this was the final goal. This is what made the game a lot closer.
Oof.
We'll see here. It'll get taken away.
Steals
and
it right
this
back.
1v1 at the net. Oh, I do remember that one just barely did not go in. But yeah, having that you see that -2 money puck there lined up at the top. It means this whole game is on them, and you can see that when it came through, it was off one of those plays that we saw the Paladins going for the whole time. Those passing across the ice, quick reactions, being able to shoot before the puck is even to you.
Right, and to sort of educate anybody that's not familiar with NHL 3v3s, you just mentioned the money puck. And then what is the other one called, the ice puck?
Yeah, there's the money puck and the ice puck.
So you'll notice a different coloration of the pucks that are below the scoreboard sort of shift from the left to the right side of your screen when we are playing NHL 3s. And when there's an ice puck on the board, when you score a goal, it actually takes points away from your opponent. When you score with a money puck on the board, you gain additional points. So some of you watching may be wondering, how did they just get 2 points when they just scored a puck? And that's exactly how. So it creates a shift of momentum within the teams. You might be winning by 1 point, and all of a sudden you're losing when the opponent scores. I love the complexity there. I love that sort of rule set of NHL 3s.
It forces you to be on your toes all the time. You have to be playing your best at every moment because just scoring 3 and taking it easy isn't going to work. There's a -2 puck out there. You're going to be at a tie game. The bots not able to take that one, but they brought it down closer. But if we look at the goals, it was 3-1. So more in the way of the Paladins. More often you're going to have the Paladins taking that kind of game. And to me, that means Cryptix was a great addition to this roster.
Yeah, and as we move in a little bit into Rainbow Six Siege, I think a lot of the things we talk about with some of the teams' sports games, like right there when you're looking at FIFA, when you're looking at NHL, when we talk about those players, maybe their positioning isn't necessarily right because if one of their teammates happens to get the puck, they want to be able to sprint down the ice, right? Positioning is going to be absolutely key when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege. You got to hold certain tight angles. You've got to be able to trust your teammates. That's a huge part of Rainbow Six. So are we going to start to see certain teams sort of fold or maybe not necessarily make the right maneuvers? Maybe they play a little bit too loosely and get caught for it?
Yeah, well,
out of position, if you will.
You asked me about the popular, kind of the standard of lineups that we're going to see in the rosters, and it's going to be on defense. We've seen a lot of Mira. She has a really strong weapon, super fast fire rate, and of course, her ability of being able to put up those black mirrors is fantastic as well. Being able to see through something that your enemy cannot. Unfortunately, we don't often see it utilized the right way. Team-wise, it is not often Bandit, Kaid, Mute. You need all of those things to stop the hard breach from coming through, and we don't see as much of that as we should to really stop the breaching from coming through on them.
Right, and the implementation of Ace, being able to hard breach from a distance, if you don't necessarily have Bandit, if you don't have a Mute, or like you said, Kaid, they're going to be able to actually get through that reinforced wall from a distance. All they have to do is necessarily peek, throw that Ace charge out, perhaps even a Habana in order to break the mirror glass. It's all sorts of things that you have to be able to formulate sort of that composition on defense. So,
yeah, and on the attacking side, once again, that information is crucial for that as well. We've seen Mute become a decent staple, even if it's not used always correctly. We do see Mute utilized pretty often.
Now, Mute's MP5 doesn't have ACOG, correct?
That is correct.
Yes,
yeah,
it only has the
it
reflex.
does not have the ACOG. Yeah.
And here we are on your favorite map.
Yeah, and there it is, Oregon. I don't mind it. Strix certainly hates it. So
as
we're
watching
Final
Strix.
Stand Ragnarok. Yeah, we really are, and you can tell by the look on his face, he's not happy we're here in the first place. So yeah, we'll head into Final Stand Ragnarok next, and we're gonna see what Strix wants to come out with here. It looks like it may be a hard breach. We're gonna switch over now to that is gonna be Ragin Cajun there, who has selected himself. Very interesting that it's actually difficult to tell which one you are on the home screen. I never realized how tricky it was if you didn't know the game, which one you are. But a lot of information once again. We're going to see Jackal. We're going to see Dokkaebi, and we even see the Twitch. And while Twitch is used to be able to free up space for the hard breach, that's a drone that's moving in there. Those are extra drones that you can put in and be able to grab information with.
Yeah, absolutely. It's additional intel on top of what you said, the Dokkaebi and the Jackal. The thing I'm going to be interested in seeing here is the utilization of the Blackbeard. I mean, you're talking about a lot of really tight corridors, but a lot of just there's going to be a lot of unreinforced walls, barricades, and what have you. Potentially even rappel on the window. You could see Blackbeard potentially rappelling on the window using that glass, or using a shield, I should say. Let's see what happens with that. It's going to be interesting also to see, are they going to push from the tower? Are they pushing from master bedroom? Where's the Thermite going here?
Yeah, right now it looks like the tower and the blinded by one of his teammates, unfortunately. Raging Cajun a little bit upset in spawn right now, not to told his teammates. I would like to see an approach from tower. We don't see it nearly as often as we should. It is the absolute best approach for a hard breach on this map. And they're going to go in from the ground floor instead of going in all the way on the top of
coherent push, all
tower.
5 of them.
Yeah, very organized.
A lot of times what you'll see in this is sort of a split push by certain teams, some going through master bedroom and or some going tower, but it looks like they're all coherently just going in. Jackal looking for footsteps, potential roamers, at the top of tower. They have one of their opponents unaccounted for, an operator that they don't have the identity of. Could be a potential roamer.
Yeah, we've
They're
got
not going to get this easy.
the Aruni, the Valkyrie, the Rook, the Doc. You can tell that they're going for having a lot of sustainability here. They want to take gunfights in this. They've got the Rook and the Doc. I'm actually surprised that we didn't get an early peek out of any windows, because those are operators that you usually use for something like that. Now the breach is good.
Easy walkthrough on that too.
Very easy. Not contested at all here. And you can see that last operator, if they ping it or make the call out, it is Castle.
Yeah, it's
they find the
Castle.
footsteps as well now.
Uncontested, it's a hard sightline to hold as a defender. The reason he breached the right side of that wall from tower is there's actually a mattress in front of it, which basically breaks the sightline of any defender that's holding this hallway. So it's great to see that they're just kind of giving it to them. They're kind of just giving it to the attackers right now. And what is Thermite going to do here?
Yeah, you have to see if he wants to hard breach any of this. It could be risky because it does open up sightlines for the defense just as well as it does for the offense right now. On the approach, you would like to have a soft breach to breach the wall that's currently behind Ragin. He's going to shoot this Aruni here. That's not going to do it. That would actually reset it if it were destroyed. That's not going to break through that. You do have to throw a drone through that, but you're already on the inside. You don't need it. You don't have any teammates over there. You should be worrying about it. Now the shot's going through.
There we go. Going to get a potential wall bang here.
We're going to find that in the kid's bedroom.
And I don't see Thermite breaking this wall to their left because it's going to open you up for that angle. That's that sort of that 9 o'clock angle right here that you're coming in from. Yep, right there in foosball.
Nice kill onto the Aruni from Ragin, so gets the first kill here. Going to get the revive on the Twitch as well.
This is what I like
now
to see.
you see the breach finally coming through. Doesn't do any damage to his own teammates. Very close to so.
This is going to allow them to also rotate in a counterclockwise fashion. They're going to clear this.
Jackal's in. He doesn't find the kill on the Valkyrie. Gets taken down. Now the Valkyrie's still alive. Let's see if you can find kills. Thermite getting the plant down
we got
right
it
now.
off.
Team watching his teammate. And not able to find the
goes
kill.
For the peak.
There's no teammates remaining. This will be a defuse. So the Paladins are going to take the first round on their defense.
Oh, great defense, though. I mean, look at that. They still had 4 people up. They played it patiently. They let them push in. And then they just sort of rotated behind them, rotated through the main door. Right there in kids' dorms.
Yeah, very nice. Getting that defuse off. And now it's 1 round away. We played 3 rounds here in the UEL, so 1 round away from a win for the Paladins. We are switching sides, so they'll be on the attack now, and we'll see how they want to set up.
Yeah. Do you typically see, from either of these teams, do you typically see roamers?
Roamers, yes. Anti-roamers are the thing that we don't see enough of, which is really funny that I'm saying that as we get a Nomad and a Grim in here at the same time. So maybe expecting, based off of watching these bots games, that they're going to have roamers around different areas of the map. We'll have to see. I mean, they came with the Lion, with the Grim, and with the Nomad. So Lion and Grim both being information operators, while Grim and Nomad are both particularly anti-roamers. I'm going to be curious to see if it pays off for them. If they are able to scout the bots and find that there aren't that many roamers, I'd love to see them make a mid-round decision and switch.
Right, well, you know, one of the things that I find interesting right now is they've sort of elected to go for the Habana pick as opposed to the Thermite or Ace. Don't know if I necessarily agree with that. Obviously, you have to have a Thatcher. But the Habana takes a little bit more time, doesn't open up as necessarily like as big of an opening. I just don't think the utility is there as much as I'd like to see.
Yeah, we see La Bamba right now on the mute as well. So no bandit tricking gonna be. I'm sorry, as I say that, we have a mute bandit and Kaid setup. They do not want these guys getting in.
They're stopping the tower push.
Absolutely trying to shut them down, not even wanting them to have a chance. And La Bamba still with one of those mute jammers as well. You can put that down at any time if he wants to stop drones from any direction.
He's also going to put it down here in conjunction with the Kaid, because if they Thatcher this wall and then he puts down the mute charge, they're sort of they're almost juggling that wall right there to tower. And the term juggling, for those of you watching, necessarily with a bandit or a mute charge, just is a simple mechanic where you're trying to dodge the Thatcher grenade that is an EMP. When he throws an EMP, you pick your device up until the EMP is gone, and then you put it right back down. That's probably what he's going to do here as mute, but he's also guarding the window right there.
Yeah, and unfortunately for this wall in particular, against Hibana, that is something you mentioned, how slow that character is to hard breach. That might work against Hibana. Against most hard breachers, be very difficult to do that as mute. Bandit is the ideal operator to do that with, for sure. But because it's a Hibana, Labamba might be able to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that you can technically do with a mute and a Kaid, even though that Kaid charge takes a second to sort of blossom out and trigger, but it's doable.
Now we get the Lions case. Yeah, everybody sitting still. Not that they were moving much before, truthfully, but that is a scan already used up here by the Paladins. Good job of not giving information away by the bots. Labamba set his mutes early, and we didn't get a lot of scans and a lot of sight. You can see, even on back stairs, there's a drone down right now.
Labamba seems educated when it comes to Siege. The way that he's aiming head level through the walls, he's looking to particularly wallbang opponents that are pushing into master bedroom. The way he was opening up rotations with his shotgun. Remember, so many of the walls in this game you can actually shoot through and create a line of sight for your team. He was doing that at the start of this round with his shotgun. As the round continues, you're going to see him utilizing those lines of sight with his SMG. That's exactly what he's doing here.
This Dokkaebi information is really important for the Paladins. If they are using their audio cues, they know that Labamba is through here. And in fact, I would love to see him start shooting through this soft wall to try and get him. They throw the flash in. They're going to try to nail him. They don't get it. And we see an EMP coming through. Do they know he's here? Are they just throwing everything they've got at him? He's got a shotgun. There's one player dead already for the Paladins. A nice shot. Labamba takes one down. He's going for a second. He gets the second.
With the double.
It is 4-2 right now. The bots are up. They just have to find one more player.
Taking somebody out with the slug rounds.
That is Mordecai finding a kill as well.
Multiple
and now
shotguns.
Labamba with that SMG-11 wants to find this final kill. He's gone around this corner.
Got the angle in the trophy.
May have nailed a couple of those shots. Let's see if he can come in through that peak. The Grim not going to be able to spot him out. They know where he is.
Yeah. The Grim at least allows them to sort of like see if he's rotating to the hole. I would like, yep, there we go. Perfect.
Very nice rotation. Using the already hard breached hole to rotate through. Now he still has 3 operators to move through and 7 seconds to go.
7 seconds to
see
go.
if he's able to find any kills. Mordecai is set up so comfortably. There's no chance he's going to get in here in time.
No.
And that's going to be time. So
absolutely.
It's going to be a 1-1 game. The Paladins now get to go back on the defense, which has been the side that both of these teams have taken wins on.
Yeah, I could tell just at the start of that round, Labamba knows how to play Rainbow Six Siege. This is a game that I've been playing since it was in beta, and there's certain tactics and certain things that you can pick up on with players. Like, oh, okay, he knows how to play. He knows what he's doing, and the way that he held down Attic right there was incredible. He did a really good job.
Yeah, I talked about him earlier being one of those diversity hires. They brought him in to hold these guns and hold these angles, and he is doing it.
Yeah.
He is executing very well right now.
And for everyone watching, that's the type of thing that you're going to start loving about the UEL, is there are certain players that are going to stand out amongst games. Take note of those players. Those are the ones that you're going to be fans of as you move, further into UEL, further into the season, and next season, the season after that. Learning about these players is what makes this league so incredible.
All right, so it's going to be a Lion Dokkaebi setup. This is the kind of information we see more typically. So I would call this more of a standard UEL setup, going for the heavy information. It's going to be a Hibana setup for them as well. They're dropping the Thermite this time, despite it working so well for the breach on tower last round.
Well, the other thing I don't necessarily like, and maybe some of you watching would disagree with this, I actually don't like Hibana's gun. I don't like the amount of ammunition in the magazine, for one. I don't like the recoil on the gun. But also just the utility of the hard breach, I think, sort of isn't as beneficial, should I say, as the openings of Thermite. Personally, I love Ace. I think the AK in this game is fantastic in terms of damage output, in terms of recoil control, and what have you. But here we go. We're playing with Hibana.
Yeah, these players should absolutely be playing Ace on this map in general. There's not an objective that you can attack where he's not the best hard breach operator. Of course, if there is a basement or first floor objective, Hibana on many maps can be extremely useful for opening reinforced hatches.
Right.
She's certainly the best hard breacher for that job. However, this is not that kind of
Now,
map.
who is it that we're watching right here? Just to
Right now,
clarify.
it is, this will be, oh man, this is, that's Ceviche.
Okay, thank
Took
you.
me a moment.
Thank you. All right, so we're
Um,
watching the bots right now on offense, guys. You've heard us mention Hibana. They're still rolling with Thatcher. They have a lot of intel with Dokkaebi and Lion. You saw them utilize. You saw that being utilized in the last game. We're using a Montaigne. I love this. I didn't even pick up on that.
Yeah, using this Montaigne, probably going to be trying to get one of those early plants down. They don't want to plant and then they don't want to plant the diffuser and go down immediately like they did last time. Speaking of going down immediately, they're going to find a kill quickly, and I have to wonder if that was La Bamba going crazy again with that shotgun.
This right here is one of those things that, in terms of just seeing the experience from a player, we have Ceviche that is breaching the left side of this hall. You want to breach the right side so that the mattress inside this hallway that you see is on your right. It gives you coverage from the defenders that are aiming down the hall. Now Montaigne has a harder job getting in. They're able to do it anyway. The Montaigne actually came in handy really well. Watch for frost traps, anything there.
2 dead for the Paladins right now on this defense. And
Yep.
we're going to see some
Montaigne.
shots go down on that Montaigne at the moment. It's
He's
going to be
still up,
Ceviche
though.
trying to find the peak. He's not sure what angle it came from. It was the left side. He needs to be watching that left side behind the couch. One of his teammates even stood there in the first round.
Yeah, he's in the window right there.
Going to go for this breach again. They're going to have a better sight line now into the bedroom. Unfortunately, they won't be able to peek under the bed here as well as they would if they would have gone with the low.
Yeah, they could have even used the Hibana in order to open up a window on the left to sort of get peeks from, defenders that are sort of going to be trying to play this, these laser gates that you see to their left.
Oh, these grenades are going out, but that player is able to swing.
Nice.
Mordecai finds the
That's
kill
great.
on
That's
the
great.
Strix. There are
Nobody
only 2
flanking.
players remaining, only 1 remaining.
He's
You hear the
gotta crouch and
40-second
start
call. They
getting in
need to
there.
find this final player. They're going to plant, and the kill's
There
going
it
to come out.
is.
It's going to be a full team wipe. That is going to be a flawless round from the side of the bots, closing it out, saying, listen, first round was a fluke.
Absolutely.
All right, that's another win for the bots. They're going
Wow.
double digits. That is 10 wins for them now.
Wow. 10-6, up by 4. We came in at halftime at 6-6. The bots, I talked about this when I first got on here. I was really excited to see the bots start utilizing some of those shooters. And here we go. We're Rainbow Six Siege. We jump into Rainbow Six, and they dominated. Not only did they dominate, but I think you could tell how experienced they were within Rainbow. I love seeing that.
Yeah, I need to see them clean it up if they want to take it to
Yeah,
the
they
likes
do.
of the X-Gods, though,
Yeah.
because if you're going to lose a round against the Paladins, that's something you cannot give up against teams like the X-Gods and the Wolves, some of these really tough shooter teams in the league. If they're going to specialize in that, even the Blaze are trying to make a name for themselves in shooters and sports, and if they're going to be coming up in that category, the bots have to pull it together. The Paladins are not the team you want to be losing shooters to, even a single round.
Yeah. Yeah, is there any specific shooter that you would say that the Paladins excel in? Like, just, it's one of their go-tos that they feel comfortable within.
Definitely not Overwatch. They are terrible at Overwatch.
Wow.
I don't know what it is. They cannot find a kill. It's not only that they can't find a kill in Overwatch.
Overwatch is a
I'm
whole
sorry.
different animal,
They
though,
found
like-
one in
Okay.
in the last game they played. They found 1 kill, and
Okay.
TLG cheered about, and his team was mad at him.
Okay.
Other than that, I would say if they get the right lineup, the Paladins
Okay.
have a decent Apex roster.
Okay.
I think
like that.
Imperial Raijin is the head of that section right there. I think he's the head of the shooting section in general.
Yeah, well, Apex Legends, I would say, like, just as an arena shooter in general, the way that you're playing Apex is very similar to, in terms of TTK, right? Like, when you're playing a game like Halo, which is also a part of that UEL library, that arena shooter style of sort of just sort of draining that health pool and keeping that reticle on them, I think is something that they probably excel in. So let's see them on Halo, let's see them on Apex. But right now, we're going to cut back over to Lockdown, I believe, with another interview. Here we go.
Oh, and I'm back here on the floor. Joining me is Tier 1 LA. So it's been a rough start to the second half. You're down by 4 games now. What's going on, man? What's going on?
We just need to practice.
Practice. What games are you looking to play right now to try to close this gap?
Need for Speed, Lethal League, Valorant. I need one more. I don't know what else is there.
All right, so obviously things are not looking good now. You were tied at halftime. Now you're down 4 games. So definitely got to pick things up had some technical issues. I think you guys need to get things ironed out, and you think you can do it.
Yeah.
Big words from Tier 1, LA.
I'm tilted.
Back to you guys.
LA is not happy. And I wouldn't be either if I was on a 7-game losing streak. It is Paladins were up in this game 6-3 at one point.
Yeah.
And now 7 games in a row they've been unable to win. I think LA, honestly, his mental was shot from the minute that they forced him to forfeit Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, and when you're up like that from 6-3, you feel this momentum building. Your record right now for the Paladins is 1-3, right? You can imagine how excited they are, the fact that they are building that momentum, and then that just completely shifted, especially in a strategy game like that. It just kills. It just kills.
Not the category you want to be losing if you're the Paladins. You have some talented strategy players, and then also just continued this reign of dominance from the bots. They've been showing up and showing out. Now we're headed into another strategy game. Final Stand Ragnarok, a 4v4. We'll have to see. This is a Paladin setup. We will not be seeing a bots timeout. They need to be into this one within the next 5 seconds, or it's going to be a forced forfeit.
Tell us more about this game that we're getting ready to jump into.
So, Final Stand Ragnarok is a 4v4 PvE game. So all 8 players are going to be on the same team. It is one of our featured games on the wheel, actually, and all 8 players are going to be on the same team, but they score points individually. So we're going to add up all the points from the 4 players from each team, and they're going to be fighting waves of monsters. There's a few different game modes they could possibly go into, so as we go into it, we'll break it down a little bit.
Cool.
But
I'm interested to learn.
Yeah, there are hordes of monsters that come out, objectives to destroy, bosses to battle, and so they're going to have to take them as a team. But what's really important, a strategy that's been developing, is get some of your players to go down on purpose, because revives count for a lot of points in this game. So I'm not sure. The bots are the team that started it, and the Paladins are a team that like to pick up on smart strategies.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens.
All right. So strategy is a big part of this.
Yes, huge part of it. It is a strategy game. It is in the strategy category. And yeah, the strategy is a big part of it. You have to organize your team and know there are different characters to choose from. There are different game modes that you'll be playing that you have to be practiced up on. And obviously, you have to decide how you're going to accumulate your points. Kill streaks earn you a lot of points. Do you want to get one teammate to do most of the damage so they have the longest kill streak, or do you want to spread it? Oh,
buddy.
And we are going to get... Oh, maybe not. It is. Okay. Woo! That was close.
It is.
We are going to get Apex.
All
Thank goodness for that. And I'll tell you what, we're going to have Imperial Raijin in that game.
Yeah, that's going to be great. When we looked at the Tier 1 and we looked at the Tier 2 players, they struggled a little bit for the Paladins specifically. They struggled in those strategy categories moving into this game. They're down 6-10. They can't feel necessarily good about this, but this is where they can sort of shift that momentum, start to make that comeback. They need it. We have about an hour and 9 minutes left of the match, so right now they need this win.
Yeah, and honestly, if I were the Paladins, this is not exactly the lineup that I would want in right now. Magna is very good at this game. This is definitely up his alley. It's not the ideal lineup for them, but they do have potential in this one. You just have to hope that Mad Genius, since coming onto this roster, has improved in this game, and then also Cryptic's being new to it. This is a new game on the wheel. His team might not have so much experience to be able to train him up. Now, this will be one of the unique game modes that we have in here. There is a giant maze, a giant labyrinth that these teams will have to make their way through, and they'll have to battle different hordes of enemies in different rooms. There will be different objectives. You see right now, this is Cryptic out on the side. He was almost alone for a little while. It seems like Raijin is going to try to disrupt him now for a bit. So these 2 players are going to be fighting for kills, trying to gain points. It looks like right now, Cryptic has a pretty decent hold on how to mob his enemies.
Different character types have different moves?
They do. They do have very different moves and abilities, and this is the most commonly seen character named Ayala. She has a lot of distance. She has the ability to stun enemies in an AoE fashion with one of her arrows, and another one does a huge explosion, which helps you build up your kill streak and get a lot of enemies killed at once.
Okay, and that's sort of the goal that they were going for right there, is just taking out these ads as quickly as possible, utilizing a composition of whatever maybe this player has with the characters that your teammates have selected. You can start wiping out these enemies and these NPCs very, very quickly.
Yes, very quickly. And now we have Cryptic making his way over to the rest of his team. You see that they've started the new objective, and he does not know the map very well. That much is clear. He finally found the opening. He needs to make his way down, but losing a lot of time on points here. He has to make his way through the maze. He does find another chest.
Okay, here we go.
opportunity for a
Now,
little
are these
bit of
buffs?
damage
Did he just pick up some type of buff?
Yes, so that was a damage buff, shield buff, and a little bit of health as well that he was able to gain back because he did take some damage in the fight that he was in. Now, see some of these players here, TLG and Magna, were kind of just stable for the moment. I'm not sure if they're going for revive strats or what they're doing, but we're going to move over to La Bamba, and we see that he is on the objective.
Seems to know what he's doing here. Okay, here we go. They're running a little bit more smoothly. You saw the gameplay we just cut from was Cryptic's. You heard me mention earlier in the day that a little bit of a rookie, this is his first day,
Yeah.
right? This
Yeah,
is his
very
first day, so
match.
it'd be interesting to see, like, as this match unfolds, if he, starts to learn this game as he goes. Is he very, sort of equipped for it? La Bamba seems to know what he's doing, though.
Yeah, La Bamba on this Ayala, definitely a good character to put him on. It's going to be a lot of damage, a lot very quickly. And now Paku having a little bit of an issue. It looks like his program having a bit of a problem, but we will get switched over to one of the other players and let you know what's happening as it develops. Now we have here, this is a character often seen. I'm not sure what kind of players at this point are choosing this character here. It just seems to be those who don't want to play Ayala.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, it's easier to hold a kill streak because you are directly responsible for everything that you hit. You don't have to worry about aiming.
Right.
You are going to line up your enemies and chop them down in a very precise fashion. Ayala kind of relies on you being able to aim and do a lot of damage over a standard period of time. This character is better at building up those kill streaks, where Ayala is better at getting huge waves of enemies all at the same time and then immediately dropping that streak.
Okay. So as they continue to clear out ads here, depending on what character, depending on what abilities they have, and they start to move throughout this labyrinth, what is the end goal?
So the end goal of the game, in the actual game, we're going to swap back over just for a moment while we get this one launched back over. But the end game of the map that we saw, that maze level, that labyrinth, the end goal is there is a big final boss toward the end that spawns lots of waves of monsters. So you have to chop down the waves, do damage to the boss, and go back and forth between those two things. However, because of the time limit we have here in the UEL, we haven't seen that boss be defeated yet. They very often make it to the room.
Even with some of the best strategy players.
It's true, even with some of the best strategy players, that the time limit is just quite not enough to kill that final boss, which almost benefits the league because it means that it's not just whoever gets that final hit on the boss wins the entire game.
Got you.
You're more focused on chopping down the horde that he's spawning while the final boss battle is happening.
Well, it's interesting because we have players like Billy, we have players like Strix that are big on strategy, right? In terms of their records and coming into this, I'd like to see someone one of these days take down that boss.
It would be great to see. It would require coordination from both teams at the same time, and then it would be a game of footsies for the final hit is what it really would become.
So that's how it
I
works.
don't want to get the second to last hit because I want to get the last one.
Gotcha.
They want to get that elimination on that boss and get the most points. But we're going to take this technical timeout just for a moment to make sure we get things settled. We could jump right back into it, but we want to take a little bit of time. So we've got about an hour remaining in this match. Still plenty of time for the Paladins to come back, but they cannot drop many more.
Yeah. It looks like the bots have one timeout. They still have some forfeits left on the board. Paladins, I don't know if they can afford any forfeits right now. I mean, they would have to if there was a game that came up that they just really didn't like. I don't see that happening, though, especially with Apex getting ready to come up. Now, let's talk about how long does Apex typically take per game?
There is an 8-minute time limit on it. So it will be 8. It never goes quicker than that. I don't think we've seen a team reach max score limit in under 8 minutes. They typically play precisely enough and well as a team to be able to play it slower and run it to that 8-minute time limit, no matter what game mode we're playing. So until we get back into our game of Final Stand Ragnarok, we are going to throw it over to the floor.
Welcome. I'm out here with an update for the floor. Basically, what we had happen here is one of the PCs, I believe Magnus Sam, his PC froze up in the game, and they weren't able to get it working. And every time they would try to reset, it would automatically put them back in the game and still be frozen. So the game master made the call for them to Alt F4 out of the game and completely start over resetting the game up. And they're getting it reset, and we are going to be back shortly. Back to you guys.
All right, welcome back. Thank you, Lockdown. Now we know what's going on out there. They're going to get themselves reset soon enough, and they'll be getting themselves back into the game. But for now,
maybe for some of the players that are just now jumping into that game that maybe not necessarily used to, maybe it's their first day, like we talked about. getting some of those nerves off of just starting the game. Maybe they restart. It's a fresh, just sort of new beginning of just going in there. Okay, let's pick the right characters. Maybe even you talked about a character that maybe you didn't like seeing, but who knows?
Yeah, Ayla is very, very common in the league, and then the other one that we have is Gwendolyn. We haven't focused on that character yet, but what she does is she does spawn spirits that will do damage. Same as her. They'll do damage to waves of enemies. It is in a close range fashion, so not so much huge damage. And because the game mode is randomized when you load into the game,
I see what you mean.
we are going to be going into a different game mode.
I know,
So
so
we did
explain
not
this
get
one
the same
to
one
us.
twice. So this one is going to be defending that arena tower. The players are going to be surrounding that arena tower, playing in this area. Sometimes we may see some of these players push out pretty far. They might go out into the horde when they start to spawn if there's any objectives out there, but we'll see them play pretty close to this tower for most of the game.
Okay. And again, all players on the same team?
All players on the same team, yes. This is a PvE game, not just game mode.
Gotcha.
It wasn't just that last one that's played that way. It's this one as well. All the games are PvE, so just 8 players versus their environment. You see Ceviche chasing down this single enemy. He wants to get as many kills as he can right off the bat. He's not worried about kill streaks. He just wants to. Sometimes we will see players start to hoard these mobs together.
Right.
Now you see he's in a position
Okay, so
where
he has a
can put
little
down
bit of
plenty
ranged
damage.
attacks.
Mhm.
Right, it's not all just close quarters.
Yes,
He's picking up a lot of kills.
Yeah, this is a
he's-
lot to start. This is actually huge for him to start. To have a 100 kill streak that fast, that's not common.
He
That's
must have
a
heard
lot of
us
kills.
talking about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he heard us talking about him, and now he's just laying out damage here.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh.
He's kind of going crazy
He's actually
right now.
training these as if it was a game of zombies.
Yes.
He's just going at it.
Almost a 250 kill streak already
Wow.
at the top of the game. That is a
Okay, so
lot.
explain why is that significant in terms of his kill streak?
So the kill streak will build up more points. If you get 300 kills versus being on a 300 kill streak, you do not get the multiplier for just getting the kills. Being on a kill streak gives you a multiplier to the points that you're gaining by getting these kills. You can see he's getting 500, maxing out now for all of these kills that he's getting.
Okay.
Kill streaks were the most significant strategy before we came around to finding out that revives get you a ton of points. So now using some of his abilities to push the mobs away, you can see he's taking damage to his health.
Yeah.
Usually you don't want to do that too early on because regaining health mid-round can be difficult. But he's going to go ahead and get himself
and we
topped
can
up
sort
here.
of see that kill streak on the left side of our screen. It seems as if he's trying to be very patient, sort of pick and choose which enemies to attack in order to maintain that kill streak as the bar depletes, just sort of transitioning between them in order to build up sort of that combo of points, if you will.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, now going to be heading back out. The second wave is going to start. It's usually in this wave will be quite a bit longer now. And it'll be in the third wave where we see the time limit start to kick in and our teams will end. So we'll have everybody put their hands up and stop playing when that time limit comes to a close. But picking up some of these items here, you do pick up some buffs as well. It's not only the strength buff, defense, and health. It's also item buffs that give you significant increase to things like the damage that your abilities do versus your regular attack. And now we're watching Raging Cajun here on the Yuki. This is the ninja character that has some close range damage, but then also some AoE mobbing damage in the form of a tornado that goes around her body.
Right. Now, in comparison to the last player that we saw playing, or just look at the difference in terms of the kills, the kill combo that you talked about on that left side of your screen. We're not talking 300s, we're talking 20s right now. Picking up those huge kills at the start.
Yeah, and that's why it's really important, too, to get that early round combo because these skeletons are more difficult to kill.
Okay.
Although,
Understandable.
Raging not making it look like it right now. They are ranged, they're spread out. It's not as easy to build a combo off.
Okay, so now what sort of determines who wins the game? Is there an end boss like in the last game type? How does this one work?
This one is if you're able to defend the tower from every single horde that comes out. But of course, still playing by UEL rules, we won't make it to the end of the game. It will just be points-based.
Okay,
so it's going to be determinant on the 4 players that have the highest combined score.
On each team, and they're playing together.
Exactly. They are all playing together. It's not just like Jected where the first player to win wins.
No, that's something awesome that I think a lot of viewers watching right now that are just becoming fans or just maybe even getting into UEL, the different genres, the different games that we have. I mean, we're talking about making this game that is a PvE experience competitive amongst 8 players that are on the same team, but they're versing each other, even though they're on the same team.
Yeah.
Very, very unique. Honestly, it just looks like a great game.
Yeah, it is. It is very, very fun, and we can see that it's very versatile as well. These waves of enemies that spawn in are all different all the time. Now we're going to see this Wave 3 kick off, and The Shadow Wraiths are going to come in.
Here we
Those
go. Here
Shadow
comes
Wraiths
Magna.
put out really big damage. We've got Magna running around here. A character who really enjoys
We
this
saw him
game
a
on
little
the
bit
AL.
in the first game before it reset. He seems to know what he's doing.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
much so. This is a
Yeah.
game that he's taken favor to. Out of
Really?
the newer games to the wheel,
Okay.
big time. This is certainly his favorite of the newer ones, I'm sure.
Yeah.
We could even ask him about
I'm
it
not gonna
later.
lie, I really like this game.
Yeah,
it seems very, very fun.
Yeah, it is absolutely fantastic. Now we're going to see some of these Shadow Wraiths spawning in, which they are some of the highest damage dealing enemies
Really?
in these waves.
Look at the range on this, picking up multi-kills from 60, 70 yards out.
Very nice.
That's
kills
the
from
character
Magna.
to play, okay.
Able to keep his
Here we go,
streak
big
alive
mob
as well.
right here.
So that's that crowd control that you
Okay.
see. He put down that stun. All those red highlighted enemy heads are stunned and they can't move for the moment. It's a good way to be able to revive your teammate if they're down or be able to group up the enemies that you want to kill together. So now putting out some damage against the higher health enemies. You see one of those wraiths there. They do really big damage on every single hit. So yeah, big time damage going to be coming out from Magna here. It looks like a player needs to be revived at the moment. No, that's going to be the tower that for the moment is not in good standing. They need to hurry up and defend this tower. There's some damage going in on it, and Magna's going to make his way back. Bit of damage. You see how huge these waves are right now. Putting down a lot of explosive damage. Smacking some of these enemies out of the way too, and that's wave 3 completed, so we should be going into what will likely be our final round here. The time limit will eventually tick down, and despite the fast work that they've been making in this game, they're going to be able to finish this one up in just a few minutes. So the early round is really, really important here because they're going to be taking down a bunch of damage. They need to put out as much as they can because when this one does end in just a moment here, this is going to be their last chance, their very last chance. Getting all that healing that you want toward the end of the game. Magna wanting to close this one out. He likes to take that top position. He wants to be the top player here in this game. It's one he's taking a liking to. We would love to see him perform as the top player here, and the Paladins really truthfully need it at this point. Now, hopefully everybody going to be able to stay up for the Paladins and the bots here so they can gain as many points as possible for their team. We can see the items are maxed out right now for TLG. He's got everything he could possibly want. Playing this Bjorn as well.
Now, what does this character necessarily specialize in? It looks like he's got a giant axe, a
Oh,
little bit of
yeah.
close
It
quarters,
is
some
close
spins,
quarters. He's gonna
wide AOE, wide sort of ranging long distance with that axe potentially.
Good amount of health to work with as well, so he can,
As we get later on.
group some of those enemies and put out damage. These heavier enemies here he can put out good damage against as well. It's the lighter enemies. He's got a decent swing, a decent range on his swing, so he can start getting kill streaks up. But obviously, we saw how quickly Ayala can do that, and will specialize in it more than this character here. But you can see how quickly he takes down some of these higher health enemies.
Yeah. And I think you're going to start to see certain characters within the game like excel more as these rounds get later on. There might be some fast sort of character types that are eliminating a lot of enemies early game, like maybe we saw earlier. But these heavy hitters are starting to excel, and you're seeing that right now on your screen.
Oh, man, and that's it. Hands are going up. Those are all the points these players are allowed to get. We didn't get many portals destroyed. Those are objectives that give you a lot of points, and it's only in this wave 4 that they start to come in. So that's why this round is so important in the early round, because it's going to finish. Our time limit is going to run out in round 4. It's about how many of those portals you can take down before it ends.
Okay.
So
Wow.
now all these players, hands up, they're going to go down. This one's going to end. We are purposefully taking a defeat in this game. And now we're going to get the scoreboard, and we're going to see which of these players has been doing the best. Now it looks like what we would expect, what Magna is hoping for, that he was the best. And that's don't have time to bleed, most damage taken.
Okay, here we
However,
go.
La Bamba on
Excels
top of
again.
points. La Bamba and Ceviche.
La Bamba's
It's not
standing
until
out
number
right now.
3 that you get Magna.
And TLG is all the way at the
Ragin
bottom.
number 4. TLG is at the bottom, barely separated from Mad, but those are two teammates. Yeah. I can tell you right now, this is going to be a bots win.
Wow.
Huge, huge points. La Bamba, Ceviche, and Ragin all there at the top with almost 8,000 from La Bamba, 6,000 from Ceviche, and 5,500 from Ragin. And then you even have Paku. So out of the top 5, 4 of those players are bots. That is very, very clearly a bots win. All right, so we're going to get these points tallied up, but until then, we are going to toss it over to a word from one of our sponsors. And since we last saw you, we do have a definitive winner. It was the bots taking that game out.
Absolutely took it. Yep, you can tell just when you brought up the scoreboard. I mean, strategy games in general. Is that within the strategy category?
It is.
Yeah, strategy games in general are something that I would like to see the Paladins just practice more of. And I think when they start to practice more of that, they excel in some of the other categories, like I would say fighting games, especially because they have a lot of fighting game players. But shooters are something that everyone sort of enjoys to some degree, right? So they're obviously playing a lot of that. If you're able to jump on, start practicing a lot of these strategy games, picking characters that are maybe potentially meta, or just learning certain strategies for given game types or maps or what have you, really dialing that in, I think the Paladins are going to start to see themselves excel.
Yeah, and it was a 7,000 point difference in that game. That is almost TLG and Mad Genius combined.
Wow.
That is how many more points the bots were able to take away in that one. So clearly they have a great foothold in that game, not only with the revive strategy, but they can play that game normal if they really want to. And interestingly enough, that was the tier 4 through 7. They saved their top 3. Now you have Mordecai, Dictator, and Billy going into this Apex. I think they would have liked Labama to be available.
Yeah, it's interesting. So Billy does he have a little bit of a shooter? Is he FG? Is he sort of fighting games and strategy? He's just well-rounded,
yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, especially strategies.
Okay, Mordecai, you said, was fighter. Dictator, how's he feeling right now when it comes to shooters?
Dictator, shooter, racer. He's got the fighters. I mean, we saw that he had a good showing in Street Fighter. So,
that's
well-rounded player. There's a reason he's in the tier 2 spot. Pretty well-rounded. But, yeah, these shooters, him and Mordecai are going to be more reliable for this shooter. Billy, he's not helpless. I mean, he will grab kills in shooting games, but
he's a tier 1.
He's going to, really, you got to do that as a tier 1. He's going to be mostly, I think, assisting here, Dictator, Chicken, and Mordecai. So we won't see Billy going on the likes of like Bangalore or any high aggressive legend in this game.
Right.
We always talk about how difficult it is with the operators, legends, agents, specialists, everything that we have. So,
we also potentially could see coming up in Apex, we could see the players picking legends or picking characters that are somewhat almost indicative of their personality types here within the arena, right? So that's going to be interesting to see. Now, who do we have available on Paladins coming up in this next match?
Now, for the Paladins in this one, it looks like it's going to be Mad Genius, Imperial Raijin, and Strix.
Okay.
All going in together. That's interesting. They did have a very open choice, Imperial Raijin. We talked about him being available for this one. That is exactly what they want. Mad Genius going in as well, good shooter. I think Magna being available would have been nice for the Paladins, but this is by no means a helpless team.
Okay. And Strix has been practicing a little bit of a shooter games. Yeah. I've heard that in some of his more recent sort of interviews and what have you. So the fact that he's going into a game like Apex Legends, we talked about this earlier. Apex is just a really comfortable arena shooter that I think most of the players on these teams are super comfortable with. So Strix, I think, is going to carry his own weight in gold and just really, excel.
Yeah, I think Apex over anything is that type of game, the one that every player eventually gets familiar with. They've all had to play it over the course of a few seasons now, so they're more familiar with that game mode, comfortable in it, and all of the maps as well. It's something they're familiar with no matter where they go.
Is there any updates recently, patches, sort of things that we should be on the lookout for that have sort of changed about Apex Legends that maybe the viewers may not know?
I don't think anything too important to the UEL that's going to be taking place right now. I think the UEL meta is something that they should probably pay attention to, and that's we often are going to end up on the same map. We do go to Watson's Pylon a lot of the time. There are a few maps that we play. Watson's Pylon is the one that's so contentious, I guess, because some players absolutely hate that map. Can't stand it for the life of them. Way too slow for them. They don't like to play it, while other players really like getting that one up early on. However, we're going to get Skulltown, which is a map that we've seen, I think, only about once this season, followed up by Dragon Ball Fighters.
Awesome. Love seeing Dragon Ball Fighters coming up next. So and Dragon Ball Fighters, is something that I know Paladins are looking forward to. So if they are able to clutch this win right here, if Strix is able to help, as the highest tier player on that roster, sort of jumping into this, maybe sort of help his team to get this win. We're talking 7-11. Maybe you win the next game. You're talking 8-11 at that point. We're already under an hour.
Yeah.
It's definitely still doable to sort of tie things up here.
It's doable and also do or die. Now, it looks like we have open character selection because Mirage was chosen by Mad Genius, meaning that we don't just have the base game characters, we do have the extended operator list as well. Now, this is where we're going to see Imperial. And I'm sorry, it's not Mad Genius. It's going to be Imperial Raijin on the Mirage for the side of the Paladins. You can see he's got the heirloom here. This is a character that he plays. He knows how to use these decoys well. He's going to be able to grab a lot of information for his team, opening a lot of these doors, figuring out what position he wants to hold, kind of pretend to hold the inside while aiming down. Now, we are playing team deathmatch, so this is just going to be a kill race. There is no gun run or anything of that sort. So close to a kill for Imperial Raijin. Unfortunately, not able to finish that one.
Yeah, and you're looking at legends right now that aren't necessarily like the most popular legends within the Battle Royale itself. When you're playing team deathmatch, it opens up sort of the roster of characters that you can play, Mirage being one of them because you're sending out those decoys. You've got Bloodhound that is getting scans within any of these close quarters buildings, and the fact that you can pop some smoke grenades out there as well is going to come in handy, potentially for revives, potentially for getting away, getting your health back up, and that's what we're seeing here. Maybe bait out a few shots using this Mirage decoy, get some intel for your team, and then start pushing.
So it looks like Mad is going to be the first player down for these teams. And right now, Imperial in control of his own decoy, faking a little bit of forward control. If he can be seen, it's not quite working yet, but I don't think he can be. Yeah, he was trying to play that Mirage under that door there, as you can see. And now they're going to play around the outside. They're going to make a rotate. Mad has regrouped with the team, and because they're down by 1, they need to go in with a confident team fight. They're just holding position right now. Plenty of time to work with. We talked about Watson's pylon being slow, but this is a big map. You have a lot of space to work with. This one can be just as slow. Calling down their engagement. I really like the calls. It sounds like Strix calling out his scan. Beautifully done. They know that they're holding the high ground now.
Really great team communication, laying damage down the range. I love the fact that they just...
Oh, and stuck by an Arc Star. Imperial's going to go down now.
Yeah.
We see on the other side, those are laser shots being put down. Mad Genius now trying to find a little bit of control, has this R301. He can take a ranged fight with this weapon if he's got decent enough control. His teammates' weapons are down as well, but now the Paladins down by 2. They need a full team fight to take the lead.
Yeah, and the fact that the bots have high ground like this is really advantageous. I love the fact that they decided to get on top the way that they are. They're loaded up with throwables. Look at that. It's just the fact that they have the high ground. They're sort of almost utilizing sort of a head glitch at the top there.
Yeah.
Popping this smoke grenade is going to be good. Let's see if they can transition to a different part because clearly they aren't able to get any sort of damage up range here.
Yeah, they are able to find a position to climb to. Mad Genius finding some terrain that doesn't work well with him. Luckily, the smoke is still up. He'll be able to find this high ground, but not before taking some pretty well-placed shots.
It's going to come down to the damage output. Like, if just the utility that they have with the legends they're using isn't optimal for the position that the bots are in. They just have great positioning. I love this. They're starting to rotate around them, which they sort of need. Let's get different angles onto these players.
Now, seeing what you're sacrificing here as well.
Correct.
By going with that, Mirage, it looks like the bots are sacrificing the Gibraltar that you usually see standard with this team composition.
So this is a popular team composition for TDM.
Yes, without the Mirage, yes. Usually with that Mirage, you would see, instead of that Mirage, you would see a Gibraltar.
Okay.
We often nickname him Gibby. However, shots going down on Billy. That could be a kill. He's able to get out just in time.
Yep. No cover as he went across that bridge there. Some of the intel potentially coming in here from their Bloodhound. Scans out, finds theirs. Same position, but they're getting different angles now. The fact that they have a cross shot. You can see the Mirage player to Billy's left. Billy's sort of on this right position, and they're sort of doing a pincer maneuver. That when he decides to back up right here, they're going to start shooting him from the left.
Billy landing some really beautiful shots there. Now he's going to ult. He's going to be able to see these players through the smoke. He shoots a Mirage first, and the Mirage ult comes out.
That's the utility right there.
All over. A great counter, however. They are going to lose Mad once again. It's 3 kills up for the side of the bots. Billy's going to take it easy. He thinks 1 is enough. In a game that's going this slow, he's probably right. Lands some more shots, though. Finding it on 2 players. Broken shields for Strix and for Imperial. His teammates just have to clean up the rest, but they're not even going to move in on it. They don't need to.
I love the fact that I liked that play. I liked the damage output. I just love the communication and the teamwork, the positioning of the bots right now.
Looks like Billy has a position with his team. They're going to put down shots from afar.
It sort of seems like as if Billy is communicating. Billy is transitioning over to this rooftop while Mordecai stands in his previous position. And it seems like they're sort of communicating between each other to keep their very same positions.
Now, Billy on the flank, they did not expect him here, but I think they're going to be able to collapse on him. They finally find the kill. That'll be their first of the game. Now let's see if they can pick up on his teammates too.
Yeah. Well, they're going to have to get high ground. They're going to have to get back up there. Otherwise, they're just shooting up at head glitches.
Yeah, nobody followed Billy, thankfully.
Here we go, zipline going right back up.
To his teammates. And I mean, he spawns in the perfect
Look, they're in
position.
the same positions. Yeah, they're in the same positions, and they're sort of using Billy as sort of their fragger, if you will.
Dictator Chicken taking a bad slide, falling off the roof, but finding the kill anyway. Mad goes down. However, Imperial was able to find Mordecai, so it's a 1-for-1 trade.
Okay,
this is a 4-kill game.
off.
Shooting the
Grenade
decoy.
See if we can get some heals off.
Oh, Dictator Chicken just avoiding losing his last bit of health. He's going to be able to get the shield battery up. And his teammates come in as well to chase off his assailants. Now he can join the fight, put down these kills. It's an 8-2
That was
game.
great. Yep, that was great. And you can see Dictator hiding on the other side of the door. If your opponent tries opening that door, he was body blocking the door while he was getting off a heal. His teammates sort of just clamped down on top of him there to secure it. It's just a great play.
And now they've got this high ground once again.
Yeah.
They only drop it when they think they can get an advantage in a fight. The bots are playing this Apex so cleanly, so well. I thought Imperial would honestly be putting on more of a one-man carry than this.
You can tell they have a game plan, right? They have a game plan. They're going down there, securing the kills. If their teammates fall off, they're giving them back up, and then they're getting right back to the rooftop. Now they're sort of looking around for intel, I would assume.
Yeah, well, as you said, when they fall off, Mordecai took an unfortunate slide, was unable to climb back up. So his team did drop down with him, but they're a little bit split right now. I'm kind of curious why Mordecai's staying so far. He will regroup with his teammates eventually. And you can see it's still the low ground for the Paladins.
This is going to be tough.
Now they're taking that position the Paladins had for so long, and it's to their advantage. Mordecai comes out of that one a little weaker for wear.
They only abandoned their previous position and took over this position, though, because, listen, the Paladins are willing to just stay on the ground.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the Paladins' game plan is from here. Wait for them to drop on us. It seems like the bots aren't really into that whole idea. So this scan coming out gives them an idea of position. They know they've pushed back, and maybe now we'll see them climb up. We do not. We see them staying on the low ground with not much time left remaining in this match.
Well, what I have to imagine the Paladins are hoping for is one of the bots players, like potentially Mordecai, we saw him fall off the roof. If one of those players decides to play too aggressive or he does fall off the roof, if you're able to sort of pick up that player and then push back the high ground with numbers, that's the only way I see them sort of coming back here.
Another scan from Strix. A nice, well-placed Arc Star and an ultimate. Coming out from the Bangalore there. Those are shields broken. Not dead just yet. I believe that's Imperial that they were landing shots on. They do not find the kill, though. This ult not going to find that kill either. Oh, but they do eventually find one of those players. May have, I believe that was Strix that just ended up going down to Dictator Chicken. Mordecai trying to find another kill. They want to push it to 10. Only 10 seconds remaining in this match. 7 kills will not be possible for the Paladins. That's going to be a wrap. 20 seconds, excuse me. Likely still not enough time, especially all the way down on this low ground.
He's still trying to pump out damage. I love it. Just finish strong.
Mordecai nailing those shots. And now we have 5 seconds remaining in this one. It will be a countdown. These 7 kills will not come through. The Paladins not going to take that win. It'll be the bots picking up their 12th win. They're now up by double the scoreline.
Yeah, and that's tough. I feel like at this point it's really, really important. We have 45 minutes left in the actual match. It's really important to just not feel defeated. You have to be able to make a comeback. Just not, and if nothing else, man, you've got to find some more experience in some of the games that are on top of the wheel. Use it as a learning experience, but you have to finish strong. You cannot take on any type of losing mentality. You have to maintain a winner's mentality moving forward. Let's see if they can do that.
So difficult to do when you're looking at one of the longest unbroken streaks of wins that you've seen in the UEL this season. The bots are on a 9-game win streak right now.
Wow.
9 games. The Paladins were once up in this game 6-3.
Yeah.
They were up by double the scoreline back when there were only 9 games played. Now there's 18. We've doubled the amount of games played, and the bots have doubled the amount of points that they have over the Paladins.
And you can look at games like Rainbow Six Siege, and you can look at games like Apex Legends. The strategy that they're implementing right now is pretty exceptional. You can tell that some of the players on their team aren't necessarily as experienced within these games, but the way that they're communicating, working in conjunction with one another, they're starting to excel because of that. The way that they were keeping the rooftop positions, the way that they were during that Apex match, the way that they were pushing tower when it came to Rainbow Six Siege. They were all doing it very well. They were just gelling. There was a synergy on that team that we're not seeing with the Paladins. I'd like to see more of that.
Yeah, we saw it once upon a time in the likes of FC and some of those earlier games, like even the early finals. And now the Paladins are just falling apart. 9 games they've been unable to pick up anything.
Make a good point with the finals.
So they just cannot break themselves. That's really where I think it started, was losing the finals after having such a lead. But we're going to find out how the players are feeling here on the floor with Lockdown.
What's up, everybody? We're here with Paku Desu, and this is his first game this season. How you feeling, man?
You know what? I'm feeling great, man. I know, first half was a little bit shaky. Definitely with games like Tekken. Tekken, I feel like it was a little bit shaky. But coming into the second half, I'm renewed. Got a couple wins in there. Definitely Rainbow Six was a big one. Ragnarok being another big one, and it's just, helping. Just I feel like I'm playing a little bit better, and it's all coming back to me, and I'm feeling great about the future.
So in the second half, you guys have basically won every single game in the second half. Right now, you were tied up at halftime. Now you're up by 6 games. What do you think you individually brought to the team being in the lineup today?
Definitely, I feel like I just play that support role a little bit more. Like in games like Rainbow Six, where I was just playing guy with the big shield and just standing up front. Hey, look, shooting games isn't my forte, so why not just be a big wall for everybody? Ragnarok, I was just going around kill stealing, so that way the other team didn't have a chance to build up kill streaks. I don't get a big score, but hey, as long as I bring down the other team, that all works out.
All right, thanks for joining us, Paku.
Thanks for having
Back
me.
to you guys.
Well, that was really interesting. You saw him talking about on Ragnarok, which is a game I'm not familiar with, but some of you guys might not be familiar with either. He was talking about kill stealing, where he didn't necessarily pick up a high score, but he was going around stealing kills so that his opponent doesn't. That's interesting. I love that. That's the strategy we're talking about that I'd like to see more of.
The other thing that I find really funny is he talked about not having a high score. He had a higher score than 3 of the 4 Paladins players. So maybe in comparison to his own team, he didn't have a high score, but he still played that game very well because he ended up in 5th. He was the lowest scoring player on his team, but almost in the top half for the game for the lobby.
And it's got to feel good, too. It's got to feel good, like winning, knowing that you're getting a higher score than some of the other players that maybe are a higher tier, as well. Maintaining that competitive spirit is super, super important.
And we're going to get Crash Team Racing as our next game
following
this Dragon Ball Fighters. So, we will let you know who is playing who in just a moment. And it looks like the Paladins are on the player 1 side, so taking the early damage. It's the bots coming out to a lead. I do wonder if this is Mordecai starting us off, or if it's Labamba that we see on the live now.
I'd love to see more of Labamba, personally. Labamba's been the player that sort of stood out for me today in a bunch of different games. I'm sort of becoming a fan of him. It's really, really cool to see.
Yeah, and
this is a fighting game. You mentioned earlier that, he doesn't necessarily excel, per se, in fighting games. Maybe he's been practicing.
I think we're about to get some news from the floor because something funky just happened with Dragon Ball.
Okay.
And we're going to get some information, let you know what happened with it.
Yeah.
Not 100% certain, but AV is going to kick in here for just a moment and let us know what's going on out there. It looks like the Paladins forfeited to the bots.
Wow.
So, what ended up happening is the Paladins did not change their display names. Still had somebody under res. They no longer have any timeouts remaining, and that is a forfeit from the Paladins. It is not looking too good. Their mental is not there right now.
It's something the Paladins have struggled with all season, honestly, is when they're on a roll, they do okay, and then when they start taking losses and making mistakes, the entire mental of the team just goes straight downhill.
Right. Well, like I mentioned earlier, I think what's really important to focus on, because they're 1-3 at the moment. It's not like they haven't been through this before, and I don't mean that in any sort of negative way. But at this moment in this game, we have 39 minutes left. You still have players on the court. You have got to get this experience in. You have to keep that winner's mentality and start pushing yourself, Because when you're practicing, there's nothing like practice. There's no other better practice when you're actually in it, when you're actually playing in the match and you're actually on the court during the game. So I want to see them sort of push themselves, even though it's looking a little bleak at the moment.
Yeah, it's not the best game that they've had all season, that's for certain. But they have to be able to take these games. You're only going to play against these top teams so many times.
Right,
So
that's
you have
what I
to
mean.
take full
Right.
advantage of every game you get to go up against them. And CTR is going to be the next one. Paladins have every player possible. You get your
Right.
ideal lineup in for CTR, get a little bit of practice here against Dictator Chicken, a great CTR player. See what you can
So
do.
Dictator
see if you can make something
Chicken,
happen.
good CTR player. Who else on the bots would you say sort of is going to, maybe give them a run for their money in terms of a racing game?
They might throw Paku in here. I could see them putting Paku in for this one as well, so Dictator and Paku might be the two that they send in.
Okay.
On the side of the Paladins, I would think Magna.
Right.
TLG. I'm not certain who plays on that side. Paladin side, I know Magna likes his game, but
I think TLG sort of is looking to, I would sort of just recuperate a little bit, you know what I'm saying? And I would love to see him jump into a racer. And I just think it's a fun category that that he probably enjoys, and sort of start to, I guess, pick up the energy of his team a little bit, because they're going to need it going into not just the rest of this match, but going into their next games down the line.
yeah, I think a lot of their energy as well comes from TLG himself. He is
Right.
a very energetic player. He's very friendly,
I can
very
tell.
happy. So when he gets down, it's really hard to get
Yes,
the team
absolutely.
to bounce back.
And some players sort of wear their emotions on their sleeves. A lot of times it's a really good thing, but sometimes it can also be one of those things that maybe another teammate can help bring them back up. I personally love when players sort of wear their emotions on their sleeves. I think it makes the arena, I think it makes the environment, I think it makes the show itself more entertaining. TLG seems like one of those players, and I like seeing that.
Okay, so it will be Chicken and Paku. On the other side, it's going to be Magna and LA. We're going to get Need for Speed
Let's
next,
get
so
it.
another racer coming
Yeah.
up immediately after.
That's fun. That's fun.
All right, we will let you know where everybody is situated in this four-man square in just a moment. We'll have to get that information in, but for now, I think we can tell off of the bat, I want to say that the top two players are going to be Chicken and Magna.
So this is going to be 2v2.
It will be
Okay.
2v2. With this, the rule changes that recently came in mean that only the first player to finish really matters.
Okay.
It doesn't. There will only be one map now.
Okay.
So if you finish in first place, you guarantee a win for your
All
team.
right, tons of drifting going on here. And when you just talked about the fact that only one player needs to cross that finish line, that's the only player that matters, then you're starting to implement sort of strategies amongst, okay, if I'm behind my teammate, maybe I just sort of make this a tough time for my opponent, and I'm not necessarily even worried about winning. We're going to start seeing that out of the Paladins as they look to sort of create a comeback moving forward into the night.
Yeah, and we'll see which players those are going to be as well that put out the damage. We see here on the top left, that is a player in total control. I want to say that that's Dictator Chicken right now in the top left.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I would. Oh, an unfortunate crash. And it looks like he had a little bit of a reaction to that as well. So I do think that that's Dictator Chicken there in the top left. Going to take that nice little shortcut, get a little bit of that boost as he heads down this lower section of the level. Still on his first lap, but should be coming up toward the end fairly soon. On the bottom left, we unfortunately see that second place player also taking a fall.
Now,
So
do we know who that is on the bottom left?
I would make the assumption that it would be Magna. That would just be my guess, but we'll have to let you know. It looks like we're getting a little bit of a check right now going out on the floor. So we'll let you know in just a bit. But it's the second lap already for our first and second place players. We could just see that that first place player in the top left right now is just so far ahead. You could see in the center section of the screen where everybody is in comparison to each other on the map. Third and fourth are neck and neck, just passing getting into their second lap now, while this first place player is close to finishing their second.
Dictator's still maintaining a very, very big lead at the moment. You can tell his knowledge of the course is exceptional.
Yeah.
I've already seen him take a number of different shortcuts utilizing the hopping maneuvers here, as well as just the signature drift that this game has, a lot more so than any of the other sort of racers that you see out there, particularly the style of racer like Mario Kart and others. Lots of heavy drifting going on in this.
Yeah, and there's a blue orb, I believe, now locked on to that top left player, assumedly Dictator Chicken here. That blue orb is going to lock onto him, and you can see it. It's starting to catch up there on the bottom. It's closing in, and it will do the damage, but it will not throw him off the map. So
Yeah,
going to keep that lead, and in fact, he is about to lap.
Yeah, he's
some
not
of
about
these
to lap
players.
somebody.
This is going to be the 4th place player that he's about
Yeah.
to lap here. I don't think he'll catch 3rd place before they finish the map, but he did just lap whoever
Right.
is in 4th. They're not even on their final lap yet.
Now, if
He's
that
about to
is
finish
chicken in the
race.
top left, that doesn't spell good news for Paladins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is correct. That is going to be a finish.
Yep.
And it looks like Dictator Chicken looking up as soon as he crosses the
Yeah,
finish
absolutely.
line.
That was him.
And so that is 100% him. And the bots are going to be up to 14 now. They are more than running away with this one. I mean, going into Need for Speed, 4v4 now, right back into a racer.
Yeah, Need for Speed is a unique game, though. I love like sort of the utility of some of the weapons and stuff that are in that game. The racing mechanics are very simplistic compared to sort of the realism, a little bit more realism that we see in Forza. It's a little bit more easygoing, simple mechanics, but you can also sort of bully your opponents off the track, especially when you have some teammates on the course. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's going to be Ceviche and Raging Cajun going in, guaranteed, for the side of the bots. However, they're going to have to choose 2 other players as well. I could see it being La Bamba and Dictator, possibly. La Bamba, Mordecai. Really, they've got a good combination of, like, standard racing games where you have more realistic car controls. Not the CTRs, maybe not the Lumina Rush. That comes down to specialist.
Yeah,
But in
definitely.
these car racers, I think the bots have a good lineup for it.
Yeah.
The Paladins, they really don't have that many choices. They only have 5 players, and 4 of them have to go in for this one.
Yeah.
So it's really more about who you want to anchor than who you want to put into this one. But at this point in the game, with half an hour left, you're down by 8. I think it's just about getting practice.
Now, is this something too? Like earlier on in the night, they have spent a lot of time playing games that they have, clearly lost. Could they have used? They still have 3 forfeits. Could they have just used forfeits on games that they know they aren't necessarily well equipped for? Because we're seeing games like in that last match right there, they weren't just losing; they lost by a lot, right? So if they know that there's a game out there that they're not super experienced with, maybe they utilize more of those forfeits. You don't want to just give that game to your opponent, but you also got to consider what other games are left on that UEL wheel. Should we have seen this a little bit of that, do you think?
I think the reason the Paladins didn't go with that strategy in particular is because they don't think they win a majority of the wheel.
Got you.
I think they wanted to keep this as close as possible. Their win condition was if we lose this one but take a lot of time and we get lucky enough to spin our games through the remainder of this map, then we will not give enough time for the bots to get what they will earn, which they may feel is a majority of the games. I think a lot of people would feel that the bots take a majority of the games. I think the bots are proving that it's a majority of the games.
Yeah. No, it's just a very good team. It's just a very good team all the way down the line. I mean, like I told you, I said La Bamba is a player that has stood out to me, and he's a tier 4 on their team. You know? We're not even talking about tier 1, 2, and 3. You're talking about Billy coming in with the strats, you know?
Yeah, all right. So we get a timeout from the bots, and then as they use that timeout, oh no, we never got a timeout from the bots. They just gave it back to them. So it's just a forfeit for the Paladins. The bots
There
are
we go.
going to go
Moving
up
on
to
from Need for
15
Speed.
now. We are spinning it again, and we're going to go to Maelstrom. I think they're happy that Overwatch 2 got passed up.
Okay, love
One was
Maelstrom.
close.
Love this game. Absolutely love this game.
Yeah, Maelstrom 3v3. It is high seas battle royale. It is going to be ships on the open waters.
Now, is this within our strategy category?
This is within our strategy.
There we go.
category.
Another strategy game. Who is up to bat for both of these teams right now? How many players?
So it's going to be a 3v3.
Okay.
What's interesting is we don't know exactly who's going to be up yet because we don't have the lineups for that Need for Speed yet. So as soon as we get those locked in, we'll be able to see who's going to be available for this one. I think we're going to... No, the bots are going to have 5 players remaining, and the Paladins are going to have to put in... We'll actually see in just a minute. Mad Genius will have to go in for this one, and he'll be able to bring 2 other players with him. On the side of the bots, they're going to... Let's see who they put in for Need for Speed. That will not be available for this game. I think they're fingers crossed that it wasn't Billy.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know,
Paku.
Billy is very, very good at strategy games, this being one of them. Now, you just mentioned that Mad Genius might be going into play Maelstrom from the Paladins, and you said that he could bring in 2 other teammates.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily bring in some of the tier 1, tier 2 players. Let's bring in Strix, if you can, right? Pretty good at strategy games.
Yeah.
Right, so bring in Strix, give you a little bit of room for in the next game bringing in those tier 1 and tier 2 players like TLG and LA.
Yeah, I think Mad Genius, Strix, and Magna would be a good 3 for this one in particular. I think that Magna and I would say Dictator Chicken are very alike in the fact that they will take the less commonly played games on the wheel, the less esports synonymous games.
Okay.
They will pick those up and become insanely good at them.
Okay.
While other players are kind of trying to still figure out what they're all about because they're focused on the more esports synonymous games.
Okay.
So I think it'll be an interesting one to see. Strix, like you said, strategy mind. Mad Genius, I think, is really good at working with a team. And Magna just picks up games exactly like this. Final Stand Ragnarok and Maelstrom are two that he really enjoys.
Honestly, this is just a great game in general. The more that I've gotten into this game, the more it's a game that some people may not have heard of. As soon as you see the gameplay, you're going to think to yourself, oh, this actually looks really good. Some of those really competitive esports players, you saw a game earlier, it was more of a PvE style game. When you jump into this, very PvP. There is some PvE aspects to it,
yes,
but it's super competitive, and you're going to see there's a mindset associated with this game that you're going to absolutely love. Very fast-paced once it gets going.
Yeah, there's a lot of classes that you can use as well, so that's you're strategizing before you even get into the game. You have to start talking about
crew members.
Yeah, crew members,
Captains.
the type of ship you're going to have, the captain that you're going to use. So, and honestly, with all these games, these featured games that we have on the wheel, you can't run them unless you have the absolute best equipment. And for that, you're going to need to get yourself a SurfThing PC. Our sponsor, SurfThing, is absolutely fantastic. They're the reason we're able to run all of these games here at the UEL. So if you want a game like the pros, you want to head over to surfthing.com and grab yourself the only endgamer approved equipment here at the UEL. It is at surfthing.com. That's where you're going to want to pick up yourself a PC. So now we are 1 minute out from heading into this Maelstrom game, one of our featured games on the wheel. We still don't have our lineups just quite yet, so I am wondering if the bots are going to have to burn that last time out just to get into this one.
Yeah. They have it, though. I mean, they have a big lead. Why not?
Yeah, really. At this point, why not? Unless you really don't want to play it. But then again, they would have forfeited by now if that were the case. So I think if you don't get it set up in time, go for timeout. The other thing is it may not be on them right now. They do have to set themselves up a lobby, and the pre-gaming for the lobby is a little bit lengthy. So it'll take a little bit of time for them.
I have to
And
imagine.
it is exactly that lineup. Mad Genius, Magna, and Strix are all going to go in. We're going to see Dictator Chicken, Ceviche, and Raging Cajun are going to go in for this one. So I don't blame the bots at all. Billy and Mordecai are a great duo to hold back and anchor for any game that comes up in the future.
That's
They're
what I
very
was wondering.
well-rounded, yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those things. Do you want to smother your opponent? Type of thing.
I
just
think they
bring out the heavy hitters, or do you want to just, honestly, let's just keep them for later down the line?
Yeah, I think
Still
they're
got
going to keep
27
them
minutes,
for-
so we're going to get another few games in. So
Unfortunately, I think this is a case of Billy and Mordecai being kept back because they can dominate in other games. This isn't necessarily their game of choice. Billy, I think more than Mordecai would like to be in this one, but the two of them are destructive. So speaking of that surf thing that we had just mentioned earlier, we are going to go ahead and throw it over to a message from them.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down that kill from the Bandits. And there Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a run.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volari Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volari. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
love those Volari pillows. We got a few of them here in the studio, actually.
Yeah, that's the neck and back support that you need right there. And then, of course, our sponsor, SurfThing as well. Bots 15, Paladins 6, and now, oh my goodness, 12 games. Is it 12 now? Unbroken win streak. 12 games from the side of the bots. I think the only situation we've seen like that, I want to say the Reapers versus the Wolves, where it was 19-3, but even then, the Wolves might have taken a win in the middle that broke up their win streaks.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've had a 12-game win streak yet.
Yeah, but you know what? They've got 6 dubs on the board, right? They have 6 wins on the board. That's something that they should be really proud of. Just like I said, keep that winner's mentality and just keep finishing strong throughout this last 20, 25 minutes or so. You know, That's what I want to see from them.
You'd like to, right? But I'm noticing something here in the arena just a moment ago while we were speaking. It was dead silent. It was completely. They finally picked up again for a second, but it was ghostly silent in here.
Yeah.
I thought they might have all been on halftime break. It was that quiet in here for a moment. Both of these teams, I think, are kind of tired and ready to go home. I think the Paladins are tired of getting their butts kicked, and I think the bots are tired of kicking butt. Yeah, you can't be feeling good after 12 in a row. I mean, even winning 12 in a row, you must be tired of success at this point.
Yeah. But like I said, they've got 6 wins, and you look at like the variety of the different genres where they got those 6 wins from. That's something that can go back after this game today and be really proud of. I loved what we were seeing when it was 6-3, you know? But maybe just get a little bit more experience in some of these other games. You can tell when it comes to games like Roller Champions, when it comes to games like Rainbow Six Siege, what we saw on Apex Legends, even in Crash Racing, right? Like there's certain aspects to these games that we're seeing that just clearly they have more experience in.
Come on. I think we got it. No! I mean, yay, Forza!
It would have been great.
It would have been nice to see some Halo tonight, but we're going to get ourselves some Forza. That is a 5v5 racer we'll be going into. Now, this is the pregame lobby. Nobody worry about what's going on here. Strix is not about to die. It's going to be fine. All right, so we do hear the call out for the next game. Going to be Forza. They have to get these PCs set up, which that's very interesting to say, actually, because 6 of those PCs are being used right now.
Right.
Setup might become a big factor in this next one. It's going to be Paladin setup, and they don't have any timeouts. It's easy to mess up that setup, and they're going to have to rush it. So,
well, you know what I was also thinking is Paladins right now, they have 2 forfeits left. Do you potentially play games, like potentially forfeit certain games in order to play games that you know you need to practice on, even if you may not even get the win?
I think it's not a terrible idea. It doesn't matter too much at this point, but then there's also the idea of real-time game practice.
Right.
Not getting what you're looking for.
Right.
You can scrim any team in any game that you want to any day. However, being forced into a situation and getting the practice in something that you don't have your ideal lineup for, and it's not a game that you actually want to play, that's where you get the real practice. That's where you start winning games you're losing right now. So we're going to start off watching Strix here at the moment. He's going to be our first point of view, and so far collected a little bit of bonus for himself. But heading into the central area of the map that we've seen a lot of games ending really quickly on.
Okay. So they don't even wait for the Blackwater to close in?
No, not right
at all.
now. If you check the map down at the bottom, they are not worried about that. They're hanging out in the center of the map, finding some of these ships to pick up a little bit of bonuses off of early in the game.
Now, do your opponents only appear on the mini-map when you catch sight of them?
Yes, they do. You will only, you can see there's a little red dot on the little mini-map. You can see that ship right there.
Right.
And now you see these teams already checking their scores. All right, listen, there's a lot of game to go. You don't have to worry about that just yet. Still a lot of time. Magna, I think, maybe checking the teams. There are all 5 teams.
There's 3 categories within 3 different ship types in this?
Yes. So there. Oh man, you are testing my game knowledge in this one right now. I would say I'm not necessarily the most apt in this game. You've got Strix by my side, but you do have the humans. Right. You've got the orcs, and you have the dwarves. Thank you.
There we go.
Hand motion for short.
Right. Small, medium, large.
Small,
ships,
medium,
freeze.
large. There you go. Yeah, exactly. And then there are also the ghost ships that we saw some players early in the season taking on, and those are really, really fast
That's
ships.
interesting.
Yeah, those are some really, really quick ships. Small, they can't take a ton of damage, but they can move around the map crazy quick. So, Dictator Chicken going to claim a bounty quickly, going to put a lot of points on the board for his team. Winning the Battle Royale does not necessarily grab you a win in the game. It's all about the points you build up over the game through kills and placement.
Right, and there's PvE aspects of this as well. There's bots that are obviously within these waters, and then there's obviously opponents that you can come across. All the players that you are seeing on your screen right now have a specific crew that gives them certain perks. They have a captain that gives them a specific perk and a unique ability, a trick, if you will, in order to, attack their opponents. As the game starts to develop, when they take out an enemy, they can pick up these little buffs that you see here on your screen. As they pick those up, their ship gradually becomes more and more powerful as the waters are closing in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen on that map. That's that black water. That black water you want to stay out of, just like any other Battle Royale. think of it as if you get in that black water, you're going to start seeing sea monsters and creatures jumping out of the water, destroying your ship, and before you know it, you're going to be knocked out of the game. So they're going to avoid that black water as it closes in.
Yeah, not nearly as forgiving as some of the other outer edges of other battle royales.
Yeah.
You will get taken down immediately if you spend too much time there. It's not going to be a gradual loss of health.
Yeah.
It is a very scary situation to be in. So you want to preempt everything. You don't want to be playing the edge of the Blackwater by any means. And now, as I say that, they're starting to move in towards this narrow corridor that they wouldn't be able to escape the Blackwater from. They make a wise decision.
Yeah, they're looking at the mini-map and they're thinking, no. They don't want to do that.
Yeah, Dictator Chicken a little bit too intelligent to get caught in that trap. So now they're going to catch these players coming out from the other side, and they're going to start launching from far away. Looks like they don't want to engage too closely yet. They are a little bit weary.
Now, for those of you watching,
nice
you're going to
shot.
see some of those gray boxes that are surrounding the ships. These are essentially their armor plates. As you're shooting at your opponent, the more you damage them, you're going to see those like whitish gray boxes start to get destroyed. That leaves that portion of the ship vulnerable, and you can get more damage output as a result of it. You can sort of see the armor sort of displayed above their health bars as well. But that's going to be a strong indication as to where you want to sail and where you want to damage. You say, I get all my armor plates taken out on my right side. Clearly, I don't want to leave that side vulnerable, so that I'm going to show my left side to my opponent, try to take them out on that left side.
Yeah, another great part about that is you can actually see that from the ship as well. It blends in so well, but on the bottom of the ship, you can see on the right side, the left side, and in the back of the ship there. The back of the ship has very little armor. You can see that slim gray box down there on the bottom of Dictator Chicken's actual ship. Now, going to be launching these shots from afar, and if those land, just a couple, done a little bit of damage, to the armor.
Nice play by him to sort of just tilt, though, to the right, shoot off his port side there on the left, and he almost landed that.
Yeah, a lot of cannons there on that side, on the sides of his ship, if he can get a good direction. Now, firing off of the top of his ship. He's getting a little bit of damage out. He's going to rotate around the center of this map again, so he's going to be looking for positioning. He does find through the smog the backside of some of these ships, putting down damage on a lot of these. Oh, he is in that Blackwater,
he's in the Blackwater.
He got out
start
just
taking
in
some
time.
damage.
Now one of those players going down. He's on the back of another one. Let's see if he can fire enough. You can see those monsters coming in
they're
as
coming
well.
Now he wants to focus on getting some of these power-ups because
and he will go down. He was just riding the edge of it the entire time. Unfortunately, going to go down now, and
That's
I
one of
believe
the
that's
struggles.
one player for each team going down at this point.
That's one of the struggles of being in the Blackwater. While you're in it, you can't even worry about getting the power-ups to make your ship a little bit more powerful. You've just got to get to clear waters. Now, a quick way to do that, I can't necessarily see right now because of the nighttime, the slipstreams that are sort of throughout the map that actually will cause your ship to sail faster. I don't know if any of those are necessarily near them.
All right, so it looks like Ceviche and Ragin emerged victorious. The bots, I believe, had more kills throughout the time. They're going to count up the points here, but we're going to let you know when we get those points through, if it's bots going up to 16 or if it's the Paladins finally taking the 7th.
Really unique game. I really, really like that game. I think the more that myself and users continue to watch that game, we're going to pick up on certain tricks that the captains have. There's certain captains that have a perk where you can knock your opponent away. There's also in-game sort of world effects that are happening, like whirlpools that you don't want to get stuck in the middle of or else you die, right? So imagine trying to sail around that, and the captain that you're going against uses that special trick in order to bump you into the whirlpool. There's certain things like that throughout the game that are really interesting, that make it competitive, that sort of separates the highly competitive players that focus on those esports-like titles. Maelstrom, for me, is one of those. I think it's super competitive. I love it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more of it throughout the season, and we've seen some players really taking to the top strategies. Jekyll himself saving his team, winning by losing. He took a second-place finish so that he wouldn't give the points of his bounty away to the other team,
smart.
and they only won by 5 points. This is a very, very close finish, and he was able to grab that win for his team. I love seeing players come out and just play intelligently.
There's a lot of really smart strategies that you see out of these players that, to me, it's why they're competing in the UEL. It's what separates them, as these next-level players. I heard about a strategy by one of our coworkers here in the arena about Dead by Daylight, where there was the players on his team disconnected in order to open up the hatch. Yeah, I mean, come on. Who thinks about that?
That became
I love
illegal
that.
immediately. But
Immediately.
until the rule change, it's
Yeah,
allowed.
it's allowed.
And that was our very common co-caster here on the desk. That was Strix.
Yes.
That did that.
He's smart. That's what I'm saying. You
yeah.
can tell that Strix is a very high-level mental player. That's why he excels in fighting games. I'm sure that's why he reacts quickly. That's why his button inputs are so sharp on fighting games, and also why he plays well in strategy. I love that.
The other thing I love is the image here of him in that third place. He looks so serious. I've never seen him look like that in my entire life.
Yeah.
He posed for the picture to look cool. He has never looked like that once in his entire life. Don't let him fool you. He's
That's
not that
funny.
cool. He's not. He is not that guy. He is the friendliest dude.
Nice
You all
cool.
know him.
When I walked into the
You
studio,
all
he
know
was just seemed very jolly. He was very happy. Yeah,
he's a
cool
good
guy.
dude. Yeah, I don't know how he's feeling right now. We might
Right,
we
that's
might have that face
true.
in real time. I'll be
That's
honest with you.
true.
I don't think he's in a very happy state. I think he would have liked to be in a winning situation here, at least not in a 6-15. But Forza 5v5 coming in next. Hopefully the Paladins have this one set up. It is their setup, and it's going to be a tricky one. They only have 4 minutes to do it. 3 of those PCs are taken on each side.
Yeah. Now Forza is going to be a little bit more of. It's going to be a little bit more of simulation racing. It's not necessarily like a simcade racer. I think there's certain racers on the market that are a little bit more simcade. Simcade meaning simulation in arcade. Arcade racers being a little bit more fun. You have power abilities and what have you. Forza's pretty simulation. The physics of the actual cars bumping into each other at high speeds can completely throw you off. You're going to see certain teammates trying to help their allies by intentionally wiping themselves out throughout a race just to knock off maybe some of the best racers.
Yeah,
You
and
know?
some of those
Just
best
knocking them
racers,
off the track.
They're going to be in this one on the side of the bots, I think. I think this one leans the way of the bots, truthfully. They have some really strong racers on their side. Once again, Paku back in this lineup, his first game of the season. They've spun enough racers today to really get their use out of him, and he's played pretty well throughout.
So Paku being a top-level racer player. Okay, anybody else on the boss that I should be looking out for?
In terms of this racer here, I'd say look out for Dictator. Billy in Forza specifically.
Really?
I think in F1 he's pretty darn good, and in Forza as well. We recently saw him. The bots chose the longest map in the game, which takes about 20 minutes to finish. It's 10 minutes per lap.
Now, are you going to see a forfeit mid-game?
Yeah. Okay, so Paladins ended up winning Maelstrom.
Yeah,
Very good.
there we
So
go.
they broke the streak. The bots won 12 in a row.
Yeah,
the
that's
Paladins finally broke the streak.
Okay.
They got their 7th win.
Yeah, that's good.
If they can get one more, they won't be losing by half the points.
Yeah, that's true. And to be honest with you, I think that's just really important to just get wins on the board. In particular categories that they've struggled in, they just got to win in Maelstrom, which is a strategy game. And throughout this competition, we've seen them struggle sort of in strategy. So feel good about that.
It's good to see them take it off the bots, especially. In almost any other matchup, the Paladins would have a winning record in strategy. But you're against the bots. That's the team you have to beat. And they took one off of them. So good for them.
I like seeing that. I like seeing that. Now, on the Paladin side, with regards to racers, who are we looking at?
On the Paladin side for racers, it's tricky. I want to say we're going to be looking at LA. Well, it looks like we have our lineups set here. Yeah, this is the 5v5. So we have LA, TLG, we have Raijin, we have Mad Genius, and we also have Cryptics going in for this one.
Okay.
I would say let's keep our eyes on LA. That's that tier 1. This team in general works on these 5v5 games together, so they've progressed in them together. I would say LA we should have our eyes on. And then I also want to see how Cryptics comes out on this one as the rookie. So those are the 2 players I think on the Paladins we should keep our eye on. On the side of the bots, Billy and Paku in this one I think are going to get the most attention from us.
Yeah.
And that will be, I hadn't even noticed that we hadn't given a point to either team after. What's happening? Maelstrom. Yeah, I almost called it Mordstrom, like Nordstrom coat rack.
You're thinking Mordecai.
I'm thinking of Mordecai. He's in my brain. He's going to be taking over this game.
Yeah.
I've been really impressed with the way that he's performed, not just in this game, but this season. La Bamba's had a great game. Dictator Chicken also. I think those are the 2 highlight players off the bots today. But Mordecai is such a consistent Tier 3 player.
Yeah.
He plays exactly what he's supposed to, and he wins everything you want him to.
Could we see him move up in tiers?
It's very possible. I would say on the bots, absolutely possible. La Bamba, Mordecai, and Dictator Chicken have been swapping around positions. La Bamba started this season in the Tier 2.
Really?
He did. He played a game as a Tier 1 when Billy wasn't here. And now he's down to that Tier 4 position. Things are changing with that team all the time. They're always reanalyzing where their players belong. And I think on this team especially, very possible to see any of those 2 through 4 swap around. I don't think Billy's moving. I don't think he's going anywhere, but yeah. Okay, so the math.
Oh, we just got some bad news.
On Maelstrom.
Yeah.
Listen, we're not mathematicians out here. All right. The bots won Maelstrom, which is exactly how that game looked, that they were going to win Maelstrom. They forgot a 0, which is never good because that means it was by a lot.
Yeah.
So that is not good at all. The bots heavy-handedly won that one.
Okay.
That's
that makes a little bit more sense. Yeah. That makes a little bit more sense.
Oh, man. All right. So, yeah, it wasn't by that much. It was about 15 to 20 points is what it sounds like we had. So it was not excruciatingly bad.
But I felt like they needed that, man. I felt like, just that shift of momentum, even if, time is running out a little bit, it's just awesome to see somebody end on a positive note, get that experience in, I wanted to see that.
Now, even if the Paladins have the miracle run of all time
That's true.
and defy all odds, the bots, if they win one more game, there is no mathematical chance for the Paladins to win. They'll have not only won the game, but they won before it was even over.
Now, would you say that they have a better chance of winning when it comes to Forza?
Yeah, I think the bots have a better chance of winning when it comes to Forza. Absolutely, I do. I think with Billy, Mordecai's one of the most well-rounded players I've seen in the league. I'm really impressed with him. He doesn't not always a specialist in anything in particular. Some of the fighters he's really impressive on, but I just love how well-rounded he is as a player. Billy, Mordecai being a great player, Paku being in for this one. This is one of the reasons they brought him in. I can't name someone on the Paladins for you that's like a solid, I'm almost always going to win kind of racer.
Right.
I can name several of those on the bots.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm on the lookout for.
Yeah. So the bots are going to probably be taking the top positions in this game. What I want to look for is who's taking the lead on the side of the Paladins. If they're able to have a first, second, third, anything like that kind of placement, that would be interesting to know. Now, Midnight Ghost Hunt is going to be our next game. Another strategy game with some shooting elements.
Okay.
But very, very strategy-based. Whereas Checkmate Showdown is 50% strategy, 50% fighting.
Right.
This is at least 90% strategy, and then you just got to know how to shoot a little.
All right. I'm interested to learn. Here we go.
Right off the bat, it's going to be LA that we're focused on. So we're focused on this Tier 1 from the Paladins to see what kind of position he takes. And it's going to start off in about an 8th place. But this one being a pretty standard-looking track.
Yep.
That's going to change up quite a bit. Now he's up to that.
There's those collision physics I was talking about. Yeah, it's a little bit more realistic. These cars are going at, you can see it in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Just think about yourself driving at 70, 80 miles per hour and just barely, nicking another car. It's going to throw you off.
Yeah.
Call it bumps, if you will, right? So anytime you just bump a car going at that speed, it's going to throw you off. They're going to start utilizing that strategy to potentially get LA in front as he makes his way up the pack, just being a good racer himself. Let's see what he can do. Yeah.
Taking off now. He's taken, since this game started and everybody settled in positions, he's taken about 4 positions for himself. So he's now in the top of the pack. It looks like he's in 2nd place on his team at the moment. So that'll only show, I believe, your teammates. So that you can see that top teammate is PC3 right there. It's got
okay, so it only
PC26.
shows your teammates.
I believe so.
Okay,
I think it might depend on the setting because it looks like TLG has it in a place where it shows that he's in 6th, but then it shows everyone else around him. So TLG on this old-style F1 car trying to keep his lane on the straightaway. And he'll head into lap 2 now. So he, I believe, it looks like he is the leading player at the moment.
Yeah.
That's very good for the Paladins because that number 3 player, if you look down on the mini-map, number 2 is a bot, but number 3 is also one of those Paladins. So out of the top 3, the Paladins do have a top 2. This is really good for them.
Yeah, this is really good.
You can see PC10 if you look at the scores at the top.
Yeah.
There's a plus 5.5 second penalty.
Yeah.
If this one is close in the middle of the pack, that's really going to affect that player. That's off of those collisions that we saw at the beginning of the game. Those collisions cost them, there was a 4-second penalty and a 1.5-second penalty.
Did they get additional penalties by going off course?
Yes, they can. So I believe that was the 1.5 was the course correction, and I believe the 4-second was the collision.
Okay, gotcha.
So collision, it can help some of your teammates, but it is going to affect your time, which in the end, that also affects your teammates because it's the average sum of players.
Yeah, and on the Formula cars like this, Just the style of the car, you get a lot of control on road, but if you happen to go off road like you just saw right there, those Formula cars get pretty difficult. So if you can maintain your traction, just maintain your position on the track, not get bumped off, those Formula cars potentially could help you excel.
Yeah. We're watching Raging Cajun right now as well, who has a 2.25 second penalty. If he's able to keep close with this player right behind him, his lead is actually going to be looks like 3.25 seconds faster than they're even going to actually have between them because of the penalties.
Okay.
And then there's a collision. He's going to spin out, but it's going to be both players spinning out for the moment. Who can get back on the track faster?
Yeah, that's going to be
it
tough.
looks like it's not going to be Raging. He loses time for that. Doesn't take any penalties for off track, but he does lose time for it. So as I was saying it, that player ensured that that time difference was still far enough away for the penalties to not matter. Now we see Cryptic all the way in 10th. This is the rookie just trying to finish the race. If he DNFs here in the next 15 seconds, I really hate to say this, but he would lose the game for his team. Because you get the first place finisher's time plus, oh man, I want to say 5 minutes? Full minutes. So unable to finish that race. That is a 10th place finish. 5th place for the team, because there's 5 on the team. But yeah, that is a throwaway. I mean, production, come on, at least pretend to wait for him to do the math. We got an immediate bots win because we know that with only one player not finishing, it's a complete difference maker. We've talked about it in Lumina Rush. I'm sure you've seen when we play that. If you have one player not finish, makes all the difference. That will be the only thing that matters.
Okay. Now, during that last game, with the blue players on the track, like depending on who we're watching, is that your teammate?
So I believe there is a blue team and a red team. Okay. So if we're watching a player on the side of the bots, they were red. Even their teammates were red because they were red team. Yeah. Gotcha. So we'll always stay consistent. It's an easier one to follow on that side. So for when we're watching that in the future. Midnight Ghost Hunt strategy games, they're never short. This one's definitely going to be our last game of the night. Midnight Ghost Hunt. Strategy games go more than 5 minutes for sure. I'm excited to see the Paladins play this one. I think there's a chance. We have who I would call the best Midnight Ghost Hunt player in the league, which is just because...
Give me the name.
Nobody. It's Strix.
Oh, really?
Strix was the very first... So he was in the very first game ever in the UEL of Midnight Ghost Hunt.
Really?
And he dodged and weaved and ducked and dove and dodged everything possible to get out of the way of any kind of contact. So we are likely going to see him in this next matchup. But first, we're going to take a look at these tier 1s. And I'm so scared.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, it hurts.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Oh, it hurts.
But Billy is excelling as a player. He's playing really well. We're talking Billy is 11-1. Fighters 3-1.
Yeah.
Shooters 2-0. Sports 1-0. Strategy 3-0. Racers 2-0. He's killing it, man.
When you get Billy to go 2-0 in shooters and 1-0 in sports, like if you can't even take him down in shooters and sports, he's just dominating your team. I really can't believe they took a fighter off of him. I guess it's just because it's the Paladins. That's what they can do. That's their power. LA notably undefeated in sports today, just like just like
and that's great. That's something. Honestly, that's something to walk away from and feel good about.
Unable to take a win in shooters, unable to take a win in strategy, and lost 2 of them. Took 1 win in racers, and took 1 win in fighters.
So is fighters like his bread and butter?
Yeah, I would say fighters are this team's bread and butter. It's what you're going to see across the board. And because they're 5v5, sometimes it's hard to tell where players are progressing. It depends on the fighter with this team. That's the issue, is that they don't have 2 fighters that can just dominate anything. Some teams do have a fighter player that can just dominate any fighting game. In this team, you have to go across the board to find what people are good at. So I wouldn't say fighters in general are everything LA can do. LA's across the board, and I think that's why he's in his tier 1, because he's really good at Dead by Daylight. That's a strategy game.
Strategy.
He's got sports games locked down. You can see he's 2-0. Shooters, I would even say he brings to the team that some of these other teammates can't do. There are some people who simply can't shoot on that team. I'm sorry to say it, but they can't.
Oh, my goodness.
LA definitely can, so it's something he benefits the team with.
Yeah. Well, we saw a little bit of that in some of the shooters that we saw today with Rainbow Six Siege and on Apex. I think sometimes, though, it wasn't as if the bots were just playing, I guess, like smothering them in those games. They were making a lot of mistakes. We saw some of the operator picks, the way that they were playing the map in Rainbow Six Siege I didn't feel comfortable even watching it, but they ended up getting the win. That may be a result of, an area where the Paladins can improve, and next time they have a matchup and they're facing each other, we could see those roles completely reverse. start playing some arena shooters. And R6 in general is a little bit more difficult because of the precision accuracy of it, as opposed to arena shooters.
Yeah, I think the arena shooters are what you want to start with. That's
Yeah.
the category you want to start to take because you get to mess with the strategies a little bit more. You get to start playing it your way. Now, the bots. They have Billy, Dictator Chicken, Mordecai, and La Bamba all available. This is their top 4 going into this one. And now, Skullgirl Spins. I think that would have been a game the Paladins would have had some fun with. They maybe would have liked to play that, but we won't be going into this one with only 2 minutes
what are we
remaining.
looking at here?
So this is a game of, it's commonly known as prop hunt. These 4 players that are the ghosts, which it looks like that right now is going to be the Paladins. They're going to be hiding as different objects around the map. And when that timer ticks down and it gets down to midnight, the roles will be reversed, and the people hunting them, trying to find these props, will then be hunted by these ghosts that are hiding as objects. They'll be able to fling themselves at them. They'll be able to use abilities. Right now, it looks like, I'm sorry, we had the cameras swapped. Right now, it's going to be the bots that are hiding. So what we're watching right now is Mordecai hiding as this object, and he's in a good position. One thing they have to do is they have to move around or risk making noise. Some of their ectoplasm is going to be left behind, and you can see the ectoplasm build up on the bottom right. The meter's going down as he moves around, and now he's being shot at.
And he's getting chased.
Tried to go a little bit too early.
Leaves the box.
Yeah, lost the box. Got out of that object. We'll see what he goes into. He's going to go down.
I love this. So the level design in this game allows for really solid rotations. You can already see that. Wow, you can jump into an object that small.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. It's tricky. So the reason is you can see how much ectoplasm he built up as well. He has to move around a lot right now. I don't know why he would go up. He's going to already try to fling himself, but he's doing damage. So, I mean, maybe I shouldn't criticize. They obviously saw him warp into that. There's a player down right now for the side of the Hunters, and they have to get him back up. He wants to play right now around this body so his team... He was destroyed, so that unfortunately will mean he won't be powered up super high when it comes time to go to midnight. One of those players is switching around. So he will still be available to be on the attack during midnight, but he'll be in regular ghost form, and he won't be doing nearly as much damage as those who survive. That is terrifying. Stop that right now, Dictator Chicken. This is not okay. This is not okay.
And they can't get him either.
They really can't. He's not even like... He's not doing anything special. He's just running.
This bottom ditch of the map, though, is so good for just rotating side to side.
Oh,
let's see what he does here. And he can just leave at any time, yeah?
Yeah, he's flinging himself out of there. You can see he's got this weapon, too, that he can bash with.
Look at like Child's play right now. Chucky is all over the map.
My goodness, he's flinging himself everywhere. They can't land the shots on him.
Oh,
he almost got up on the high ground. Is he going to be able to make it? Still not on the high ground. He needs to fling himself up there.
Love to see the level of verticality, though, in
goodness.
this map. This is great.
He's going to be slowed down by these shots. They're finally... Nope, they are not. They're not going to be able to put out the damage on him to be able to kill him. He has 13 health remaining, 7, 18.
He gets into the track.
Finally destroyed, and they do have a 1-up now. I believe all the Hunters, they were able to revive their teammates, so Strix was able to vacuum him. You will revive if midnight occurs. There's a minute 30. Midnight will not occur if the Paladins are able to find these last 2 players.
Okay.
So if it does strike midnight in a minute and a half, then that's when the Ghosts go on the offense, and the ones that were able to survive through this round will be able to fight back very strong.
And they're just checking objects by shooting them.
Yes.
Running across the map.
Yeah,
requires a lot of good communication, though, from your teammates to... You know, basically, you could, if you wanted to, you could sort of sector the map off, get certain teammates to check certain sectors if you see movement transition over to them.
Yeah, and we will see some of these rotations coming through, but at the moment, I think what we're looking for is in the last minute, when do you make the decision to stop looking around? These grenades, good usage for endgame. You're going to cover a lot of space.
To those, yeah.
Yeah, you can cover a lot of space in the late game. Make sure you get the areas you haven't checked yet. And this is Billy. Me hanging out up here. It doesn't seem like anybody really ever... Okay. Yeah. That should be a dead giveaway, a wet floor sign on top of a generator.
Yeah.
Now he sees one of his team. That's La Bamba getting shot right now. He was regaining some health. They're going to chase him down. Oof. It's that poltergeist effect that they've been putting out that makes other objects float around and move without them having to. Yeah, so
now the ghosts are able to do that.
The ghosts are able to do that if they have the poltergeist ability, and what that means is any hunters that go near that object will be hit by that object.
Wow, okay.
So it does damage to them before the midnight round even starts. You can start putting out damage.
And sometimes it takes just transitioning into a smaller object to just give you a little bit more cover when a hunter is right around the corner, because this is as obvious as can be.
Yeah, now this is what they wanted. At midnight, you want to be in a huge object like this. He has a lot of health. He can put out a lot of damage, but he's being slowed down by that weapon that like freezes you in place. If you take damage from that, you go really slow.
Okay.
So you can see that it's Mordecai and La Bamba. It's really up to them, although some of their teammates, it seems like they do have another one. They'll have less health, though. You can see how quickly the damage is coming out. Let's see if they can fling themselves at him there. Because they're making contact. They're putting down these hunters.
He still has over half health.
They are throwing him into the air. How much damage can come out, though?
It's almost as if these objects are too big. Okay, now they're out of them.
Now La Bamba's almost dead. He only has 10 more health, 11.
There we go.
Goes back up to 18, but he's going to take... If he takes 6 more damage, he is done here. He has to be very careful. If he can fling himself, that's good damage.
Yeah.
He just can't get hit here. Flings himself again.
Oh, he gets
How are they
outside.
not hitting him?
Transitioning around back. Is he going for... What is he going for?
Oh, he barely makes contact there. Gets destroyed out of that object. They can hit him in a ghost state. He does get destroyed now.
Okay, so you can attack while you're in the ghost form.
Yes, it will be much more minimal than to have an object. But now they're going to be putting out shots onto these. 10 more HP. That one's destroyed as well. The Paladins are doing a good job of this late game, taking down these ghosts.
Oh, look at the way he's rotating around this tractor, if you will.
Yeah, 40 more health on that forklift. He's going to land on top of that player. Going to try to put out damage there. Not shooting him. All right, finally gets caught. That's a third player down. There's only one more remaining. It's going to be Billy. 4 HP on this object. 4 HP and a dream for Billy. We'll see if he
I feel like
can
this is a decent object. It's not too big. You get a lot of damage out.
Yeah,
but I felt like all of them being in the forklift at the start of the match sort of played against them because they were sort of hitting each other and not their opponents.
Yeah, now he's poltergeisting. I mean, this is just Billy for you. If there's any way to win, he'll find it. And it's going to be poltergeisting these objects, making them float around. He's going to try to fling himself. Finds contact.
Wow.
It won't be a kill
was a good
just
strike.
yet. He doesn't take enough damage to die either, so still in this ladder. Now let's see if he'll fling himself. He doesn't take the damage from that shot.
Into the
Finds
porta potty.
a porta
This
potty.
is a huge object.
Not the thing you want to get hit by. Finds one of these poltergeist boxes.
I love the movement, man. I love the mobility, the transitioning.
And finally, the Paladins break the streak. LA doesn't even look happy about it. The bots still won by 10. They did get to that magic number 17, so it was a guaranteed win no matter what in the end. Paladins were able to take 7. It's more than some can take off of the bots, but it's still not a fantastic show.
Yeah, well, they did start really, really strong, and that's something that, you know, they don't have to keep their chin down. You know, they can sort of hang their heads high, if you will, just knowing that they took, I guess, 7 games, man. The bots are a really, really good team. You saw how well-rounded they were, and I think here in a sec we're going to be taking a look at our Tier 2 players.
Yeah, let's go head-to-head with Dictator Chicken and TLG. So TLG at a 2-10 record. He was able to win 1 racer and 1 fighter.
Yeah.
TLG is a fighting game player. That is somebody who should be winning way more. I mean, you shouldn't even be going even, no less going 1 and 3.
Yeah, but what you said, you know, a lot of the fighting games are so diverse in terms of how they play. I mean, you're talking about 2D stage fighters, you're talking about 3D stage fighters. The way that Mortal Kombat functions in terms of little things like frame advantage and pressure and stuff is completely different from Tekken, having combos that you can trigger off of wall bounce and things like that. I think, you know, I know that he's a really good fighting game player, but with so many different fighting games within the categories here, or within the genre of fighting here, I mean, maybe that's why. Maybe he's just to practice certain ones.
Well, I have to pose the question to you then of, if this is the UEL and you're supposed to be able to master 33 games on a wheel of 5 different categories, and you can't get a winning record in your specialty category, how are we supposed to expect you to be an end gamer tier 2 that can cover every category?
Yeah.
You have to start questioning his positioning. And we're going to get a chance to ask these questions because we are going to be going into some post-game interviews. This game's not just over yet, so stick around for these post-game interviews after this.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his
his trail. Fury right now hunting down that kill from the Bandits.
Oh, and there
again, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
All right. I am joined here now by the Paladins, Strick, and Rafiki. Yeah, I kind of called you Strick. Strix and Rafiki here. Actually, your guys' logos look really good like that. The armor looks like it's silver. Looks pretty good on you guys. Now, what didn't look too good today is a 7-17 score line. Listen, the bots are a 4-1 team, right? It was going to be a tough game always, but I know that you had more expectations going into this one, so I just want to ask right off the bat, where did you fall short? What were your expectations, and where did you drop the ball?
So a lot of games were close. It was more clearly the second half. I feel I'm gonna take responsibility for the whole not Left 4 Dead, Dead by Daylight situation. So that with us losing all our timeouts and then the forfeits happening, kind of killed morale. So definitely something to work on. But overall, just it's tough to. It's not tough to say, but it is. They're a good team, hands down, a good team who put up a good fight. We just, again, as I always say, back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I think you covered most of it. If I had anything to add on to it, I think, we got in our heads a little bit after things started going a little bit wrong. And I think that's something we just have to work on in general. UEL is not an environment where you come in and feel automatic comfort. It's an environment where you adapt to the situation you're put into. And that's where you really find the best players and the best teams. Is teams that like roll with the punches. And today I think we just got caught with maybe, headlock by Billy, and then, it messed with you a little bit. Yeah, exactly.
Now, the bots may also be considered a bit of your kryptonite because you guys specialize in very similar categories. Strix, you especially as a player who specializes in fighters and strategy games, that is exactly what the bots are known for. So what do you guys have to improve in those categories? If those are going to be your specialties and right now you kind of lost that matchup, where does the improvement come and how do you find improvement in something that you already consider to be your best?
If I take this one, I think the first half kind of showed a lot of it. The first half, we managed to take, Tekken. We have to manage to contest them in that strategy, in that fighting space. But more importantly, to beat a team that is strong where you are, you need to evolve your strengths to be able to compete in those weak areas. We got that at an early lead and the initial progress because, hey, the sports games went our way. Hey, the shooter went our way that ended up coming out. Even though I know they won finals super early on, it was super neck and neck. And so being able to take the other categories on the wheel and be well-rounded enough to be like, oh, you play to our strengths, but we play better in our corresponding quote-unquote weaknesses than you do. And that's how you end up, getting the edge in a game like this. Because I don't think either team was able to fully close out the strategy or the fighting category totally, but you just need to be able to contest where you're both strong and then be the better team where you both have weaknesses.
Well, you guys did play some of those early games well today. I do have only one more question I'm going to ask you, a little bit of a bummer, and then after that I do have a high note one to end it on. But firstly, you guys were 6-3 up in this game. That eventually turned into 6-17. That was a 14-game loss streak for you guys. Did that impact the way that you guys were playing in any way?
I'm gonna say yes, mentally. It hurts to lose back to back to back to back, and when that happens, your morale goes down. So that's something that I will have to work with my team with. Y'all know how I am. At the end of the day, we got more games to play. So just trying to get the whole team to that mentality and a win's gonna happen, but losses, you got to move on. You know.
Yeah.
It's in the past.
Yep. And looking toward the future, we've got a player that sat in today as your Tier 7. You didn't choose to run a 6-man roster, chose to bring in a new player. Truthfully, your Tier 2 performed maybe the same, if not worse than him. So do you think King Cryptix had a good performance today in his first game?
It was decent. It was actually really decent for him, for it being his first game. You know, nerves hit him a little bit that I saw, but I got him to understand his nerves are gonna happen. This happens. But overall, he did a good job. In sports, like we saw in the first half, he was doing his thing, and then it's just a matter of getting more chem with the team, so that way for future playing, he'll be ready to go. You don't have to worry about anything.
I think you hit it a lot on the head. Most of the things I think a lot of people don't want to ever talk about is a rookie usually comes in and loses their games unless they're playing another rookie.
Yeah.
He came in, played his games, managed to find some victories. I want to give him credit. There were a couple of games where, like, even Forza there at the end, when talking with him, he was like, no, that's on me. That's not on anybody else. I should have been able to do this. I should have known this. And, like, that level of accountability tells me he's going to go far in the league. With some time, with energy, with just more chance to grow. He's looking across the board with players that have been here, some since season 1 of the league. If you're able to contend and even hold your own in your spaces, that just gives you an idea that in the future you should be able to grow into a full, well-rounded in-gamer.
Yeah, well, Rafiki said it the best. There are still many games to go this season, so there's a lot to look forward to watching you guys, and I wish you all the best in your future games.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down that kill from the Bandits.
And there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Welcome back. I'm joined here by Billy and Dictator from the bots, coming in clutch throughout all of today. The first thing I want to ask you guys is, how did you feel when the Paladins were up 6-3? Where was your mind at during that?
I felt like it was fine. We just had, those games early on that, like sports games generally that we lose. So that's just how it is. Okay. And so I know there's a lot of stuff that we can still win up there. So we just kept playing and kept our setups good this game, which was the best thing of the season. Like, I was just so much less stressed. RPG couldn't be here today, so I had to do the lineup also.
Right.
So, yeah, and I was just sick yesterday and getting over it, so it was just...
Wow.
Oh, it was a lot. So the team did really way better.
Right.
On that front with
well, it's funny you say that you were sick yesterday because you performed out of your mind today. We were looking at a lot of the Tier 1 matchups between you and LA. In particular, I want to ask you, Billy, where do you see yourself improving? Because your record right now is insane across all of today and, really just recent performance. Where do you see yourself improving?
I think the shooters I can still improve in for sure.
Okay.
I've been forcing trying to just get everybody to really calm a lot more. And
right.
I think it's been, paying off. We're slowly kind of getting there because we just would never really talk before. So
right.
Not even so much just skill wise I'm getting too much better, but just the comms wise so that we can just play together better as a team. Overall.
Okay. Well, Dictator, I loved what I was seeing out of you today, and particularly you and Labama was another player that I was really surprised by. I saw the way that he was playing Roller Champions. Yeah, he was playing Roller Champions very well, utilizing the momentum and the mechanics of the game, slingshotting players and what have you. I wanted to ask you about Lubamba, right? Talking about your teammate here.
Yeah.
Where do you see his tier positioning transitioning? Because I thought he played exceptionally well today.
Yeah, well, the first couple games, he was tier 2.
He was tier 1 for the Ravens.
Right,
game.
that's what I've heard.
Our second game, he was tier 1, I was tier 2. I think the top 5, or well, 2 through 5, can fluctuate like any given day.
Okay.
Because a lot of us are kind of elevating each other.
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah.
on the same level, but like specialty in a couple different areas.
Right. Well, you guys seem to have really good communication. I noticed that a lot during Apex Legends, the way that you were keeping rooftop, keeping that elevation, almost head glitching, if you will, sending shots down the bottom mid and what have you. That's why I wanted to ask you about your teammate, because your synergy amongst your team seems exceptional. Now, not just talking about your team. Last thing I want to ask you is, with regards to the other teams within this UEL competition, is there any team in particular that you want to call out right now that you see as your main competition moving on throughout the season?
We'll see the Reapers in the finals.
Yep.
Oh,
gotta-
there it is.
Got to run into my old team at some point.
I love that. I love that.
I love those guys.
Yep.
But we'll see y'all in the finals.
It'll be a fun game.
Yep.
Great finals.
Okay. There you have it.
Your man go dummy.
Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So
Yeah.
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my god.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So
Yeah.
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my god.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG.
Those were our post-game interviews for the Paladins and the bots, and now our game is finished.
That's it for
is
today.
7 for the Paladins and 17 for the bots. A dominant win like they wanted to go out of here with. So, Matt, what did you think of your very first UEL game?
Honestly, coming in at halftime, I was so excited because things were tied up, right? Like we talked about that. The contrast between that and what we just saw from those interviews was completely different. Paladins seemed very defeated. They had low energy. When I was interviewing the bots, they honestly seemed super relaxed, super positive. I love the response of like how they sort of gauged their teammates. They almost laughed because I was bringing up certain tactics that they were implementing throughout the day, and the second I mentioned them, I could tell that the humor that they got from me mentioning it was because that was the specific strategy that they wanted to implement, and they did it. Whether or not the Paladins can start doing that, having that game plan, implementing it, and then being proud of that, we're going to have to see as the season continues, but their level of energy during that interview, I think, speaks volumes. But I don't know, man. I just don't think that they should just. I think the 7 wins that they got, it's not 1, it's not 2, it's not. I mean, you're talking 7 wins over a team that is 4-1 right now. It's not that bad,
Yeah.
Something to take away from all this.
I think the Paladins wish they were in a bit of a better place, and they got an unfortunate role with the schedule this year. They do have some really tough opponents still to go. They've gone against some tough opponents, and they have a lot more still in front of them. So we're going to have to see how resilient they can be in the future. But for this Thursday at night edition of the UEL, that is all from us. Thank you to our sponsors, SurfThing, Sly, Valari. We appreciate you very much for helping the UEL run, and we will see you guys again tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm not going to do the math. Pacific, you guys figure it out. We'll see you again tomorrow on the other side.